shout out to Camera. Said it'd be great weather. It was great weather.
It was good this week.
Really good food, a lot of fun. A lot of guys came up and said how much they love the show. We always appreciate to hear that. So that leads to Sunday, where we went to the baseball game, and I took my girls. Shout out to my guy Bennett from Masson, hooked up the tickets. We had a lot of fun. Baseball game weirdly got a rain delay, even though I'm not sure it ever rained. I'm guessing there was lightning somewhere in the area, but it was only about a half hour. No big deal. Brian, I don't know if you've seen this yet, because I imagine you were in family mode all weekend, and I know you don't get on social media all that often.
I get on social media during the week when I'm not in family mode.
That's true. Well, one thing that was cool, and this was just coincidence for me, I don't think I would have gone to cover this event, but because I was going to the game, Jaden Daniels, Commanders' second overall pick, presumably starting quarterback, Heisman Trophy winner out of LSU, threw out the first pitch. Have you seen the pitch?
Yeah, it's awful.
I didn't think it was that bad.
First of all,
it reminded me a lot of your first pitch.
No, it did not remind you of my
Didn't
first
I
pitch.
tell you that?
See, my first pitch went across the plate. His first pitch would have hit the batter.
It would have hit the batter.
And it was soft.
Maybe he was trying to back the batter off the plate.
No, he would have hit the batter in his back. It was, see, this is the thing.
Now, per sources, Brian.
I told Landfill that I have a different standard for Jaden than I do most people.
Shocker.
Jaden can't be going up there. John Wall was god-awful, but he's a basketball player. Jaden Daniels throws for a living. He kind of
the motion looked like he was throwing a football more than throwing a pitch.
It looked like he was throwing a football that he threw behind the dude on a crossing route. Now, throwing a football, I've been seeing him throw some strikes. But that baseball pitch was awful. Let's be real about it. And love him to death. But the people that you love, you got to be honest with.
I think Lane Thomas kind of sold him out too. If Lane makes a clean grab of the pitch, then it looks a lot better. Jeff gave me with that same old whack thing. The dude threw the ball in the batter's box, not across the plate.
Hey, a good catcher frames that.
A good catcher helps.
A good catcher can't frame that. The umpire would be like, dude, please, you pull that thing from 4 feet outside. I'm not about to call a strike on that. Me and Landfill had this discussion earlier. I told him it was an awful pitch, and Landfill, it wasn't that awful. So Landfill started.
Vote awful. Landfill, what's your vote?
He pulled up, who is it, Baba Booey? That was terrible for anybody. But we can't compare Jaden Daniels to Baba Booey.
Who's that, the Stern guy?
Yeah, bro, he threw the ball like behind 18 people.
Who is it? Carl Lewis has a famous one?
Carl Lewis super sucked.
I just think, all right, so B. Mitch clearly votes awful for Jaden for the first pitch. What's your
I got
vote?
high standards for him.
My vote was bad, but not awful. It was a bad pitch, but not an awful pitch.
I think that's fair.
As far
I
as first
understand you
pitches
have high standards. Listen, if he starts playing quarterback and he sucks, then we got problems.
No. First of all,
if that was a football throw, I'd be worried.
We're not discussing anything about his quarterbacking. When you get up there and you are a professional athlete, NFL quarterback, and your ball has no zip, no direction, it bounces before the plate, outside the plate, you're going to be discussed.
Now,
like that.
can I give you some information?
Go ahead.
That I've ascertained. Per sources, the pitch was a circle change. So he was working on his changeup. Now, he hadn't established his fastball yet to then throw the changeup.
Let me ask you a question.
He's zigging when the world zags.
So that left-handed batter would have been on first base because he'd have been hit.
I don't even think the ball would have I don't even think the batter would have ran. I think the batter would have just probably caught the ball how slow and how much of a lob that pitch was.
So, all right, we've got one vote awful, one vote bad but not awful. What's your vote, Jeff?
I'm only giving it bad but not awful only because it was inside the batter's box, whereas John Wall threw it completely to first base.
John Wall is not a person that throws balls.
Hey, honestly, as an athlete, hey, JP, as an athlete, you should be able to throw a goddamn baseball from the pitcher mound. You don't even got to
At
throw
least
it with
he
some
went
speed.
to the mound.
Yeah.
Hey, he was in front of the plate. He didn't stand on the plate.
And then again, we got to
but he was on the mound. He was like halfway up.
Well,
a lot of people just stand in the grass.
And somebody stayed in the grass and was terrified because they thought they had to throw.
Listen. I think I
I
don't
just
know
wish
if
you
CK's
would've
ever
thrown.
going to drag me over there.
I
But if
wish
it
you
ever
would've
happens,
thrown, dog.
I'm not calling that awful. I'm not calling that awful.
I called it awful. I'm gonna
Of
keep it
course
awful.
you did.
I also threw.
I also think it's cool he
what,
did it.
what he should have done. It's very cool that he did it. What he should have done, like when
You were also about 8 bourbons deep.
who me?
Yeah.
Yeah, and I still threw it across plates. It bounced on the plate,
Hold on.
and somebody was swung at that.
Nobody
Richmond-
was swinging at that.
Dude, people swing at
Like
stuff
me
worse than that.
or like a major league hitter?
Major League Baseball players, they swing at some bad stuff a lot.
Hold on. Cody tweeted the video out yesterday of yours.
That's who it was.
Yeah.
I knew I seen it on
So
Twitter.
Cody said it was like mine. No, Cody.
All right, B did get it over the plate much better.
Let's
I'm looking
be
at it
real.
right now.
Son,
But
and
it did bounce.
Jay,
It bounced over the plate.
yeah, and I hadn't thrown a ball in 20-something years when I did it. He throwing the ball every damn day.
If you want to see,
Y'all want me, listen, bro. If I'm a teacher, don't come to my class and you want me to give you high scores just for being average. No, gotta be above average. That was a below average start throw.
so you're going to get to talk to him. You're calling the preseason games. You going to let him know?
I'm gonna say, hey, Jay, man, what was up with that damn pitch?
Please videotape or film that
I'm
encounter.
gonna say, bro, you my dog. I've been bragging about you, but that pitch sucked, dog.
I don't think it sucked, but it wasn't good. When
Hey,
was
man,
that?
listen to me, JP. Sometimes
Was
you
that
gotta-
2 seasons
I
ago?
need you out of media mode sometimes. You don't have to be nice to him on everything.
Bro, I'm not being nice.
That pitch sucked for an NFL quarterback, dude. Hey, Drab, come here.
I ain't
I
gonna
know
lie.
Drab will give me honesty.
Somebody would have swung
Did
at
that
me
pitch
mid-ball.
suck or what?
That was an embarrassing performance. I
Come
know,
on,
like,
man. We
you can
can't
make
be
all the
making that-
excuses in
make
the
fun of
world.
that. I love the dude, but that sucked.
They got what? How many home games? 81 home games a year. You would have thought that was supposed to be the #1 first pitch the whole season. Starting
You're
quarterback.
saying rolling it out like that was embarrassing or just the pitch?
No, the throw. Like,
Yeah,
it
it was-
should have been the best throw of the season.
He needed more zip. It's one thing to miss if you're throwing it hard, but he kind of lobbed it and missed.
So lob and miss, and you say, "Oh, it wasn't bad."
I'm
it
not
was
saying
bad,
he
but
sucked when you compare it to other pitches that actually suck. But
ah.
it was bad. It
compared
wasn't
to
good.
other professional athletes and quarterback, and it sucks.
Compared to other professional athletes, it's bad, but not nearly.
Okay,
I haven't
compared
seen
to
another.
other
Outside of you, I haven't seen another
compared
quarterback
to
throw a pitch.
other people that throw balls for a living. Hell, Simone Biles did a backflip or split and threw it better than that.
Compared to John Wall, who's the
John
best comp.
John Walls was the most awful thing I've ever seen in my
Did
life.
Beal ever throw one?
No, he probably wouldn't have got across.
I'm trying to think who else has thrown one. The most.
Oh, 50 Cent was god awful.
Yeah, that's
Carl
all I'm
Lewis,
saying.
Carl Lewis,
There's
we
some
see he ran
god-awful
track.
ones. Jaden's was bad. I'm not pretending it was good.
Yeah.
But like compared to 50 or Carl Lewis or some of these other people, I don't think it was that
Let me
bad.
ask you a question.
Okay.
Did you expect 50 or Carl Lewis to throw a good ball?
Carl Lewis is an athlete.
Carl Lewis
He's like
runs, Carl Lewis runs track. He doesn't throw anything. He almost throw javelin. So I asked the question.
Has he not done
Did
like
you-
a
did you-
decathlon?
What did you expect?
I expected better from Jaden.
There you go. That's why I say
I think
it
we can
sucks,
all say that.
because my standards are high for him.
Jeff, did you expect better from Jaden?
Yes, I did. He's a
Landfill?
quarterback.
Right.
I did, yes.
Okay. He underperformed.
The thing about it is,
expectations.
we got to get to the point in the world where you can say something negative about a person in that particular situation and still love them to death.
I'm
That's me.
not saying something negative about him. It wasn't a good pitch. I'm
Okay.
not willing to say it sucks compared to the pitches out there that are awful.
See, that's the thing, Jay. If I compare you, if I start comparing a podcaster, I'm gonna compare you to Nate and PFT. I'm not gonna compare you to the dude that just started doing a podcast because I expect higher standards for you. See, my thing is I'm not gonna compare you to everybody else out there that just walks the earth every day. You gotta be compared against the people that you've seen do something in your position. That's all I'm saying.
Fair. I just found 3.5 minutes on YouTube of quarterbacks throwing out first pitches.
Uh-huh.
So I will.
And I'll be able to tell you how many of them suck.
All right, let's watch it together. Oops. Probably shouldn't play the audio. I got the long ad on YouTube. That sucks.
Yeah, I mean you being cheap.
Oh, Lamar. Come here, B.
Did Lamar throw it well?
I don't know. We're about to find out together. Here's Lamar. Can you see?
I got you.
All right. Here, turn that mic
I
on.
got the camera following me.
All right, Lamar threw out the first pitch at Oriole Park. Come on, dude. Throw it. Not on the mound.
Not on the mound, on the grass. Suck already.
All right, here he comes. He's hyping up the crowd. The Oriole Birds going
If you
nuts.
hype up the crowd, you better throw a damn strike.
Why don't they have a catcher catch it?
Because the catcher, like, I'm not catching from no chump. All right.
That was a better pitch,
That was
but
way
not off
better.
the mound.
But that was way better than what Jaden did, and he's cool with that.
Russ Wilson at a Mariners game for Drab, but Russ played baseball.
Yeah.
That looked like he moved.
When you go up there and you see Russ throwing it, knowing that he played baseball.
Russ is from the rubber on the mound. That's a strike.
Now, he threw a slider there.
He did.
So that's a great pitch.
All right. Russ Wilson so far is number one of what we've seen. Lamar threw a good pitch, but it was from the grass.
But he still threw a pitch.
Mahomes.
Pat.
From the rubber.
See, Pat Mahomes, I expect the best. He threw a ball 18 feet high over the pitcher's head.
Yo, it was over the mascot.
He's the best quarterback in the league. Sucks.
All right. Who's that? Aaron Rodgers at a Brewers game from the mound.
You expect Aaron to throw it good. Aaron don't even set his feet and throw a football.
All right. Rodgers threw it pretty well. He didn't put a lot of heat on it, but he was from the mound,
But
too,
that's how you throw footballs. He's good.
Colin Kaepernick. Here we go. Oh.
All
right.
All I got to say, it was 150 miles per hour.
It would have hit the guy.
But he'd have put somebody night-night.
Yeah. He gave that everything. I mean, that's how he played. When he threw the football, he threw it so hard. That's why he couldn't hit underneath
5-yard hook, and he'll kill you.
Eli
threw it with a baby in his hand.
Baby. I tell you what, bringing the baby is a smart
Bringing the
move.
baby, that's the best pitch I've seen all day.
Well, dude, bringing the baby means he doesn't have to try to throw it hard.
Yeah, and it also means that his wife
there.
said, look, you're going to be babysitting
Okay,
too.
Tom Brady with Robert Kraft by his side. Ooh, Brady from the mound, one hopped it ahead of the plate.
What? That was awful.
That was pretty bad.
For the best quarterback here.
If you're the GOAT,
that's awful.
People on the stream, this is what we're watching.
That was awful.
I find this compelling radio. Tony Romo wearing a starter hat.
He sucked.
It wasn't good.
Just like he threw footballs. Late in the game, he threw an interception. That was an
It
interception.
was a little high, a little lofty. Who we got here? Is this Matt Ryan, I'm guessing, at a Braves game?
Yeah, Matt better throw a good ball.
Matt Ryan wearing some cargo shorts. I wouldn't have expected that. Matt Ryan really taking his time getting out.
All right, we got a break.
All right, well, Matt Ryan's the last one. Matt Ryan at a Braves game, waves somebody off. At least throw
Oh man,
high and outside.
These quarterbacks in the league, they suck, man. Golly.
Yeah, so
they can't do nothing but throw a big ball.
Do you feel better or worse about Jaden now?
I still feel bad about him on the pitch. Listen to me. Everybody out there, remember, I'm just talking about a pitch. I'm not talking about anything else.
If you want peak June sports radio, it is watching YouTube clips of quarterbacks throw first pitches. Nobody go anywhere. We got to get into the
I'm going to fight Landfill in the break.
NBA Finals next.
Then I got high.
Landfill, was this song choice inspired by recent events?
Actually not, but maybe it should have been.
And then I got high.
I held up that
You
little
know, I
bag that got
got
dropped
high.
on the ground. I never seen somebody move so fast.
Oh, then I got high.
Maybe he's telling the truth about all this speed and athleticism from high school. He looked fast when I held up that little bag, man.
Why,
man?
JP?
I didn't name any names.
Because I got high.
Could be talking about White Mike. And yes, for the people on the stream, I'm pitting out. I don't care.
Yeah, you are, dog.
I mean,
What
like
have you been doing? You?
What's that?
Why are you sweating?
Bro, if I don't have enough time to air dry after a shower, I kind of just sweat. It's just kind of who I am.
He was watching Cops.
Is that even funny?
Not really.
I don't even know.
Y'all don't get that movie reference?
No.
It's a TV show.
Step Brothers. Remember, he's like, "Why are you sweating?" I was watching Cops.
All right.
ODs.
1 point for
old.
Jeff because we're old. I've
Yeah.
seen that. I need to.
Jeff, I don't watch TV.
I don't
Movies.
know what B does. He just gets home.
I have life. I have a life.
All right, but eventually you're at home.
Huh?
Step Brothers, bro. That's a movie.
What I
Like,
do when I
No
get home?
chance B is watch Step Brothers.
What I did at home? No, I don't watch Step Brothers. What I do? I normally sit in my other garage with a Beamish glass of bourbon.
I figured that. And just watching Instagram reels.
No, I listen to music.
Did you watch Hoops last night?
Actually, no. I fell asleep for the game.
Did you wake up at like 2
I woke up this morning.
in the chair?
No, I was in bed.
Oh, okay. You kind of didn't miss much, man. Did you boys watch? It
Well,
was Luka was on fire early. But
yeah, I just think that, like I said, Boston is the better team, and all that Dallas in fives crap, y'all lost y'all money.
I never bet Dallas at 5. I have, however, had the money line on the Mavericks, like Greenberg told me to do the last 2 games. That hasn't worked out, but I've also had the under in both of them, and that has worked.
Well, after you saw the first game, you probably should have changed that plan and say, "I'm gonna start betting on Boston.
No, but
You'll make more money."
I think I got one more Mavs money line in me for game 3. Their role players just aren't doing anything. But dude, Boston shot poorly last night.
I mean, Tatum has not been good, and they're up 2-0. So if you are cheering for Dallas, you need to be saying, if Tatum starts, hell, Brown didn't play well last night. I've read some stuff this morning.
So
So if Tatum starts playing well, then Dallas don't have a chance in hell.
I put this in the text thread last night. I don't know if you guys were watching the game, but Jason Kidd before game 2 said he was asked about Jaylen Brown. He's like, yeah, he's their best player. He's the engine that makes that go.
Dumb.
And whether he's just trying to do some psychological stuff or whatever.
He trying to get 2 guys to go at each other when they got backup people that could cover everything.
Well, dude, watching last night in the moments since Kidd made those comments, I think Tatum is the better player. I think Tatum is capable of doing more things. I don't know what Jeff just said.
You think we're gonna touch on? He want to touch on this when he get back.
Okay, thanks for letting me know. Brown seems to have more of like the alpha leader in him. Like you notice
I
that
think
as you watch.
The difference is this: Tatum has all the talent in the world, and sometimes those guys need everything to be perfect for them sometimes, and then they just go off.
You know who Tatum kind of reminds me of a little bit?
Who?
And this is a weird cross-sport reference, but Kornheiser used to have this nickname for Steven Strasburg called the Orchid.
Mhm.
That, orchids are arguably the most beautiful flowers on the planet, but they need damn near perfect conditions to thrive.
Yeah.
But when their conditions are there, they're immaculate.
I agree with that.
I can see some Tatum in that.
But see,
when
the thing-
everything's right, he's
Brown,
possibly the best player in the world.
Brown is I'm going all out no matter what the hell the situation
Right.
is. And
Dog.
when you do that, think about it. We always talk about people in the NBA not playing the whole season. They don't play defense. If Brown is the guy that you're checking and he's checking you, you get tired of that. Because he's going to be up in your grill when you're dribbling. And then when you're on defense, he's going to make you have to play all game. He does that no matter what.
So,
Tatum doesn't.
I agree.
Yeah.
I totally agree. And dude, I mean, the Celtics are just so deep. I mean, Horford might be my age, but he's still playing well.
You got him by like 10 years, Jay.
I think I got him by like 3 or 4.
You think you're almost 50, dog?
No, I'm not. Listen to this. Plus minus is an arguable stat, right? Like I don't necessarily love it, but the Celtics shot 16 of 42 from 3. So about 38%. They just chuck and chuck and chuck, and they weren't really falling last night, and they're still able to win.
Damn, he is 38.
I told you.
Whew.
In the plus minus statistical category,
Uh-huh.
the Celtics, of the players that played, and some of these, this dude Malachuk or whatever only played 3 minutes. They went 12 deep last night. Only 9 players had a minus rating. I'm sorry. Only 3 of the 12 players had a minus rating, and the highest was -3.
Wow.
Dude, their entire starting 5 was in the plus. Tatum was a plus 19. Drew Holiday, who was just...
Imagine that. Plus 19, and he did not play well.
Dude, because he couldn't... he couldn't shoot last night. And the only thing, if I was a Boston fan...
But he did have some high assist numbers.
Yo, he had 11 assists.
Yeah.
But, dude, if I was a Boston fan, I'd be a little concerned. He not only didn't shoot well, hasn't shot well, seems like scared to shoot a little. There were a couple open jumpers that I was like, you're not taking that? That just surprised me a little. And it's so, dude.
And they won by what, 7 or 8?
No, like almost. I'm going to do the math. 1 makes 90, almost 20. They won by 17 or something.
All right. And he hadn't played well.
But hold on. So Tatum was a plus 19. Holiday was plus 20. Brown was plus 12. Porzingis, who we have all...
Hold on, JP. 105 to 98 is only 7 damn points.
That makes a lot more sense because I have the game 1 box score.
How in the hell did you graduate?
That's what I was about to say. I was about to get in your ear because
I took it at first and I'm like, no, I saw those scores. It's not no damn 17. Bro, you were horrible.
I had the wrong box score.
That right there was worse than Jaden Stroke.
That's true. That I'll agree with. Here, my only counter to the Dallas has no chance. Kyrie hasn't been good yet, and I'm not here to count out Kyrie. So
I may not count
Tatum
him out,
hasn't
but
been great. But
has he been pressured more than he normally is in other games?
When the whole crowd is chanting "F you, Kyrie," it probably maybe gets to him a little bit. I don't know.
Yeah, if that gets to him, then he's done. He should. Kyrie's attitude is bleep the world. He got to be able to say bleep everybody else.
He's been so mature that I wonder if he needs like an emotional explosion.
He needs to be
immature.
Some people got to be nuts or asses just to be great, and he needs to go back to that. That trying to be mature stuff, dude. You're not mature. Just
Jeffrey,
keep doing your thing.
What stood out to you last night?
the thing that really stood out to me the most is that if the Mavericks want a chance in this series, Luka has to play way better. I know people have talked about this. Yes, I know people have talked about this, but watching it last night, like I got inspired to make the NBA because I was like, yo, I think I could get past Luka if he playing defense like that. And then it's like they have to really
in the T-Wolves series, he did. It was bizarre.
And it was not him. Like people say, he was really trying to play great defense. He doesn't play defense.
Yeah, and then when he passed him off, like it was one play, I think it was Tatum that blew past him, and then Kyrie came and fouled him. If the Celtics just attack like that from the wing, going directly at Luka, this thing could be done in 4.
Dude, my Luka comp, I don't know.
So
if this is fair.
I just want to know this real quick, Jay. You were one of those guys. They breezed through the East. They're a good damn team.
They're loaded and getting Porzingis back.
Yeah, Porzingis is, and he was limping last night. From I read in the thing. Like, I'm telling you, if I don't see, I read. And the dude, they say he limped this way into a semi-good game.
Do you remember? Landfill, you want me to break? I have a theory here. All right.
As long as it doesn't have to do with numbers.
For people on the
it's
stream,
cool.
Somehow my pen now has a Nerf gun thing attached to it. So I don't know if that's actually going to write, but I'm going to write this down so I don't forget. What the hell do Luka Doncic and Ben Roethlisberger have in common? I'll tell you when we come back.
They both pudgy.
Breaking news on the Fan: Brian Mitchell spilled coffee on his shirt.
Why do you think you got to report every damn thing?
Because we're on a stream and people are going to see the wet spot.
I'm tired of Connie Chung over here. I mean, Connor Chung.
All right. Luka Doncic.
Did that dude just say you got to stain on his shirt?
Oh, I got.
That's
Boom.
good. That's a good pull, that Landfill.
Let him know. Oh, Beck said stain on his shirt. Good call. Luka Doncic, unbelievable basketball player. Unbelievable offensive basketball player.
Yes, he is.
Shot maker, playmaker, passer. I mean, he is truly gifted offensively. I mean, among the best we've ever seen.
Mm-hmm.
It doesn't happen on both ends of the court, period. And, dude, he has this diva side to him that is just so annoying.
He is a super diva.
That kind of, dude, for them to beat the Nuggets and then the Timberwolves, it went away. Like, he didn't display that.
Yeah.
But damn if it doesn't seem back now.
What?
The divaness.
Oh, he has divaness, bro.
And, dude, so I said, what do Luka and Ben Roethlisberger have in common?
Yeah, what is that?
Well, you said they're both pudgy, which was funny.
Is it factual?
Yeah, I mean they're both carrying a lot. Like they wear the weight on their frame, but there's more weight there than most.
And then he wear
players.
big shorts, like he'll make him look smaller. Big shorts, big t-shirts, big shorts. When you're big, make you look bigger.
Here, what I've learned about clothes, you are what you are. Like, sure, if you get tailored suits or something, you can probably hide some stuff or make you look long, whatever you're going for. But like on a basketball court, you're gonna look like how you look. You know what I mean?
I agree.
But dude, do you remember Roethlisberger seemed to always have a flair for like being hurt? Like after a big win or a big throw, he'd limp off the field kind of in this heroic manner. And, going into late in the season, Steelers need a win. I don't know if I could play. Just my thought. And not to act like he's not getting beat up, because he was, but there are plenty of quarterbacks in the NFL that take the beating and don't talk about it. They just keep it moving. They're tough. And I think maybe it was just the Steelers PR apparatus, which is one of the best run organizations probably in professional sports history. So I kind of doubt it, but maybe it was them. But you always are, Roethlisberger's in the walking boot. He's in for treatment on his ankle. His shoulder's hurt. Bro, Luka makes a bucket. He's jawing with Celtics fans running back down the court.
Yeah.
Or kind of jogging down the court.
Yeah.
Luka misses and his ribs hurt. You know what I mean? Did you see that, Jeff? Like,
it's never their fault. It's always something else.
It just, I don't know. Landy, did you watch? All right. Jeffrey, it's me and you, buddy. Do you know what I'm talking about with Luka?
Bro, Luka Pride was hurt that entire game.
Yeah.
I'm sorry. He looked defeated last night. And
if the best player on your team looks defeated, your team's in trouble.
And the thing is, he got to stop, bro. Like when you're talked about and when the light is on you, you can't be doing that. I mean, he could have really got hurt. I'm not going to sit here and try to like downplay it because, you shooting that's your body. It can happen. But let's be real, Luka. Let's be real. You was playing like that and everyone's hurt. B say it all the time. NFL, NBA, NHL, don't matter. Nobody is playing 100%,
none.
Especially in the finals. You got to suck it up. This is what's going to separate who wins and who loses.
So we get into that conversation all the time about the best players ever. And the reason that I don't let anybody compare Michael Jordan to anyone, the dude was number one offensively. And you can argue that he was number one defensively the time he played in the NBA. He had 6 All-NBA team or 6 defensive players of the year, I think, something like that.
I want to pull it up because I don't want to get it wrong, but I want to say he was all defensive team, like
all the time, damn near. So when you play both ends of the court, that is hard to compare anybody in this day and age because most dudes don't play the other side. LeBron plays he'll come have an unbelievable block from behind every once in a while. The question I would always ask, when you are blocking somebody's shot from behind, normally means you got beat off the break, right?
MJ, 10-time scoring champ, 9-time all defensive team.
That tells you all you need to know.
Um,
All defensive number one team.
yeah, first team all defense.
So, and he probably
Jeff,
was 2 or 3
You
on
always
the other
give
one.
us a hard time about being old, and I don't even know that I want. I frankly, I might prefer Caitlin Clark talk to where I'm about to venture. You always give us a hard time for being old. You understand that Michael Jordan's the greatest ever, right?
Yes.
Okay, cool.
I was about to say, even when Cottonelle had that conversation about LeBron being the best, I said, dude, Jordan took time off, and it still took him all of years to touch it. So yeah,
That's fine.
It's no
All right.
comparison. Let's keep it moving.
This is so obvious, but when is the next NBA game? Wednesday?
Yeah, they took a year to get to it. Now they're gonna take 8 years to finish it up.
Wednesday.
All right, let's go around real quick. How does this series end?
I think
Boston's up 2-0.
I think Dallas is going to win a game at least, but I'm going to go 5.
Celtics at 5,
Celtics
win
at
it
5.
back at home.
Yeah.
Landini,
Yeah, I was also going to say 4-1 Boston.
Jeffrey.
Phil, you smart, man. Take it after me. Like that.
I'm gonna go 4-1-2. I really want to call a sweep, but I don't see
4-1-2? They have
no, I was saying
4-1-2, 3-0-1.
I'm gonna go 4-1 as well. I really want to call a sweep, but I doubt Dallas is losing back-to-back games at home.
I had to look this up. Does anybody know the 412 area code? Where it is?
412 is probably.
It is not where I thought.
Memphis.
No.
I'm gonna go with somewhere like Ohio.
Oddly close.
It's in Ohio?
Missouri?
Missouri's not close to
Chicago.
Ohio. No, you're going the wrong way.
Oh, go the other side. Damn, where am I?
Pittsburgh.
Pittsburgh, Pennsylvania?
Pittsburgh, Pennsylvania. Listen, man, I think I was the only one of us that was on the Mavs going into this. It's getting really hard to still be on the Mavs. We've seen Boston have a 2-1 lead before and choke it away. I think Kyrie's got to get going. I'm not ready to. What do they say? A playoff series hasn't started until somebody loses at home.
Yeah. Wednesday night.
I think Dallas wins Wednesday. I really do. I think the secondary guys get going. They need PJ Washington and all these other fellas to kind of score. I'm guessing, did you watch any pucks Saturday night, B? We got pucks on tonight.
I might.
I had it on. I wasn't necessarily locked in because I had spent the afternoon getting my ass kicked by a 74-year-old in golf, so I wasn't like completely zeroed in.
Every once in a while, man, those old dudes can get you.
Bro, it's amazing when you hit it straight.
In golf, that really works.
He got to move up a tee box deservedly, and he hit it. Dude, you might know it. South Course at Woodmont on the front, par 5, where the water comes in on the right.
Mm-hmm.
I want to say it's the 6th hole, might be the 5th, something like that. So he just nails his drive, whatever goes, 185, 200-ish. But he was down the right side. And to me, he had 175-ish in, but he had to carry the whole water. And in my head, I'm like, I imagine this dude's going to lay up. And that, like, I'm just full scramble mode all over the course. But I'm like, all right, we'll both be laying 3 on there. I proceeded to blade a wedge, so it didn't even happen. But I was like, all right, we'll both be laying 3 on there. You know what Billy does?
He goes straight for the hole.
I mean, dude has a million woods in his bag, so he pulls out one of the woods.
What did he hit, the old 9 wood?
Bro, put it to 12 feet, had an eagle putt, carried the water. It was a ballsy shot, and it was awesome, and he deserved to win.
And man said, I didn't come here to lay up.
Yo, Reggie didn't come to bunt, man. Chris Naki joins us next, talking NBA Finals. Who the hell is this?
Better than Ezra.
That's on me. Left hand up. I knew that. Better Than Ezra was kind of good. One of their songs is called Good, I believe. That's the kind of band. Whenever this HF Festival thing
Better Than
gets
Ezra
announced,
normally in Orlando when I go down for that event.
they're from Louisiana.
Mm.
When is that event?
Normally in March. I didn't go this year.
I want to go. Who's your boy Neil? What's his name?
Rosenblit.
Rosenblit.
I actually see him this Saturday.
Where at? What do you got?
Navy Academy.
You saw him this past or this
No,
coming?
Naval Academy this Saturday.
What's
Coming
going on over there?
We're going to play golf.
Oh, I've never played at Navy. I've heard it's
I
awesome.
never did neither.
I've heard it's awesome, but like you could be the first member there. You could be worth millions. You know how Annapolis is, all the boats, all the money. But like if a Navy admiral shows up, you're bounced.
Hey, just like Derek Jeter at Tao.
Yeah, exactly.
That's my table, baby.
Another guy with his own table at Tao is our friend Chris Naki, joining us now on the BetQL guest line. Naki, what's up, dude? How are you?
Good, fellas. How you guys doing?
Good, man.
Two games into the finals, and it's just been kind of boring, frankly.
Nah, not for me.
Yeah, because you keep going to sleep. I stay up to watch them.
I love what's happening. I don't like either team, but I don't want Dallas to win nothing.
Naki, what do you make of this series so far?
Yeah, I'm like B. I have no real dog in this fight. But one of the things that just it's pretty glaring to me is how Brad Stevens has constructed the Celtics. There's putting together a team is a lot more art than science sometimes, and you press a lot of buttons and you're trying to figure it out. But he had a plan, and he's got such a well integrated team in terms of talent, in terms of roles, and I still think sometimes they're a little soft. I hate to use that term; it's so derogatory in sports. But I think sometimes they settle for a lot of jumpers. They're guilty of really trusting in 3-point shots. But I mean, they're just so well constructed. And to me in the NBA, point guards are they're like wide receivers are in the NFL. They're divas. There are a lot of divas playing that position, but they have none of that on the Celtics. And both those guys in the backcourt are combination guards that just go about their business. And Jrue Holiday is just the truth. I mean, as a point guard, he is the complete package and really underrated in terms of commanding a team and playing D and doing all the little things.
Yeah, but like you look at I always talk about you have to learn how to win. In Boston, they went there a few years ago and lost to Golden State.
Yeah.
Right now, I think Boston has been there and they're ready for it. And I think Luka, although he's a great player, this is his first time really trying to take this thing to the next level. And I think Kyrie isn't helping enough. So this one is over in my book.
Yeah, Kyrie has not been good, but to your point, that's such a great point. As great as OKC was during the season, and as great as Minnesota was in beating Denver, you watch them play, and at the end of those series, I just kept thinking, they're just not ready. They're talented. They're just not ready. And to your point, up to this point, Celtics have not been ready. But they're proving themselves right now. They had a great regular season. That doesn't always translate into where they are. And they got Porzingis back, which is kind of the ultimate X factor. He's clearly not 100%, but boy, is he a matchup problem. He doesn't have to be the A guy. Doesn't have to be even the second option. But man, he keeps guys honest with his offensive abilities.
Totally. It's remarkable watching him and thinking, all right, the Celtics ran through the East like a freight train, and now they get a guy that used to be an all-star back. He's kind of had to settle into a role. But when Porzingis was with New York or even in Dallas, I think he made all-star games. I mean, when he was in New York, the level of hype he got was off the charts. Hell, even when he was here, he was good when he kind of stayed healthy. Luka's offensive game is outrageous, right?
Yep.
Yeah.
How close to a complete player is he, though, for you?
Yeah, I mean, I think he could still be taken advantage of defensively, but he's 25 years old. He's a freight train in terms of his size. Luke is just a different animal. I wish he wouldn't complain as much as he does. That's kind of an NBA thing anyways. But, I mean, he's just an incredible player. The Celtics have done a really good job, showing a lot of help and keeping him away from the rim. He's had to settle for that step back, that little fadeaway that he gets to from 14 or 15 feet. But, hey, back to Porzingis. JP, you hit on it. This is a guy – they coined one of the great nicknames of all time for him as the unicorn, and that's how people thought of him as a young guy in his career. He just doesn't have the makeup necessarily to be the killer, the guy to make the big plays down the stretch of a game, but his offensive talent has never been in doubt. And when the Celtics force mismatches and get a guard on Porzingis, he just shoots over top of everybody, and it's borderline. It's like playing against your little brother in the driveway. It's borderline unfair, and they got him back at just the right time. He does not have to be 100%, but him on the court just changes things dramatically for them.
I think when you look at it, Boston plays both sides of the ball all year. And right now, the fact that Dallas has to try to play better defense, I don't think that they are in that level of shape. I know they play the whole season, but they're an offensive team. They're not necessarily a defensive team. And their bigs now have to leave out the paint because Horford and Porzingis can shoot threes and they play from all over, which is pulling their big men from the paint, which affects their defense altogether.
That's spot on. They share it, they spread it. And when they spread it like that, and you get guards making basket cuts, think of the layups that Holiday, that both those guys are getting around the basket, and it's largely because the bigs have to be accounted for out on the perimeter.
Mm-hmm.
It's a really well designed offense that they run, but their bread is buttered defensively. I mean, what they're doing defensively on even Luka and Kyrie has been, just been really negated in this series, largely because you got veteran guards who know how to play defensively and veteran bigs who know how to help defensively. And it's an impressive, performance, at least through two games. I do expect the Mavericks to win a game or two in this series. I just think there's too much for them to deal with right now.
Talking with our friend Chris Nocky here on the BetQL guest line. Sports betting is in the DMV. Don't place that first bet without checking with BetQL. BetQL analyzes every game to find you the most profitable betting opportunities. Check them out, BetQL.com. You can follow Nocky at XCoachNocky, Knoche. Of course, college basketball player and a coach, now does all the analysis for the Terps. Nocky, the elephant in the room to me in this series, Tatum hasn't played great. I don't think he was great last night, but the Celtics are so loaded they can kind of get by without it. Kyrie has been awful. And Kyrie throughout the playoffs has been so good. I wonder if, maybe the Boston crowd got to him. I don't know. But he had 12 points last night. Like, he was just a non-factor. And Dallas has no chance with him playing like that. How does he get going again?
Yeah, I think he's got to be the pilot fish. The pilot fish is, kind of stays on the back of the shark and eats what the shark doesn't eat. Luke is the shark. And I think Kyrie is forcing things. It's not just that he had 12 points. It's on, what was the percentage was just atrocious. It's just not a very efficient offensive game. But again, Boston's keeping guys out of the paint. And, he's one of those guys, loves to attack the basket. He could score in a phone booth when he's playing great, when he's playing well. And I don't really know. I just think that the game is really, he's struggling right now because of the defense that Boston's playing. But it's going to help if the other guys on Dallas start to make threes on a more regular basis. Sure. And that's going to allow the floor to open up a little bit. He'll get going in Dallas, I'm sure. But again, I just, you see the problems that they have in dealing with this Celtic team on both ends. And Kyrie's a part of that. Not doing a very good job defensively either, but they need him to get buckets. He's got to be 25, 26 points a game.
They're tired. Now they're trying to play defense now, and they just not ready for it, man.
Yeah.
Naki, I did want to add. So B thinks the Celtics win this thing in 5. They'll get back home to Boston and win it. Are you similar?
Yeah, I think so. I do. Again, I think Dallas wins a game, maybe even 2, just because they can score so much, and you're playing for pride at some point too. You get down 3-0, nobody wants to get swept in a series like this, and least of all, ESPN and ABC don't want to sweep in this series either.
Totally.
Because it is as it is. You're right. I mean, this is a series for purists right now because there's not a whole lot of drama going on.
I wanted to switch because anything involving the Los Angeles Lakers always seems to have plenty of drama. Dan Hurley coming off back-to-back NCAA titles. It sure seems, if you believe the betting markets, and the betting markets are often wrong because it was only a week or 10 days ago that JJ Redick was going to take the Lakers job. But what do you think about Dan Hurley potentially leaving UConn for the Lakers job? Let's start there.
Well, I'll tell you what, it better be a different Dan Hurley that takes that Lakers job because the guy who's coaching UConn right now, those NBA players are going to tie him to a chair in the locker room. And, because that act will run thin with NBA players. He is a really, really, really good coach. Some guys are just cut out to be college basketball coaches. I played for one, Gary Williams. Yeah, I know he flirted a little bit with the NBA, but some guys and some personalities are suited much, much better for the college game and the college level. And that doesn't mean you're not as good a coach as NBA coaches. It's a different sport, different game, different mentalities. It could happen because there's so much money involved and so much, the Lakers may be the best basketball job in the world.
Mm-hmm.
And that's a reason why Hurley would take it, but that doesn't necessarily mean it's the right thing to do. It would be stunning for me to see it.
How much you think he'd get about?
I saw it's $100 million contract.
I think I would change for that.
Yeah.
Give me $100 million. You call into the show. Like, how you doing, sir? What's going on?
And I'm curious about $100 million. How many years that is? Maybe 6.
6.
I mean, because NBA coaches are making 10, 12, aren't they?
Absolutely, they are. And the other thing is, if you get fired after 2 years, they still owe you the $100 million. So
I would try to see if I can change right there for that.
Steve Kerr, the other thing is, so the highest paid coaches in the NBA, Steve Kerr is making $17 million.
Damn.
So the other thing is, if you're Dan Hurley, you're thinking to yourself, I don't ever have to worry about NIL. I don't have to worry about
That's what I wanted to ask you, right?
Yeah, and so I'm sure that he's given this some real consideration. Even though I think in his heart of hearts he's he wants to try and get a three-peat. He probably has seen himself as a college coach his whole life, and yet there are all these. It's a different college world than it was when he first got into it.
Yeah, he also has to try to figure out how he's going to get Bronny on his team.
imagine wanting to deal with that.
But that may be worse than NIL right there.
Yo,
it's a deal with the devil for sure.
Oh yeah.
But Naki, I don't think Hurley considers this. The money's one thing, but what is the state of college hoops right now? Because by everything I've read, Coach Willard and the Terps have had a really good summer off season, but it's transferred. How hard is it to operate in this world for these coaches?
I mean, you have to embrace it. Whether you like it or not is a completely different question. But if you expect to be successful and thrive in the sport, you have to embrace it and figure out how to raise money so that you're competitive in, with the NIL situation. And some of that is ongoing in terms of court issues and things like that. Witness what happened a couple of weeks ago with the NCAA ruling. And some of it is, in fundraising and within athletic departments. And then you have to find a way to make yourself attractive in the transfer portal, because at this point in time, you're only renting guys. It's a 2-year deal. there's no more 3 or 4 year plans. It just doesn't exist.
It's funny.
See what I say, Knock? Those coaches didn't care when all those backers were giving them extra money for them to have a great lifestyle. They got to figure it out for the players. Like University of Texas, they have Lamborghinis lined up when the guys come on their recruiting visit. They're basically telling you, we will pay you. Come here.
I saw the picture. And it's talking about that's pretty good marketing right there,
Hell
right?
yeah.
Guys,
you can have one.
Yeah.
Well,
This could be yours.
I just read something like University of Texas just swiped somebody's swimming coach, like Arizona State or something. I don't know enough about it, but like they're throwing money around everywhere.
Right now, I know all these a lot of coaches on a lot of teams, schools like, oh, they come because of our school. BS. They're gonna come when you offer them the most.
Sure.
That's it.
It's a bidding war. And Texas linemen, offensive linemen have something called the Pancake Club. And the Pancake Club is all the offensive linemen, and they start walking in the door. They start at 150. Now you get guys who are 5-star kids. They're going to make a hell of a lot more than 150K. But that's just for guys who are scholarship offensive linemen at Texas, and that's just one position.
It'd be awesome
if Utah gives every
truck.
Football player got a truck, and the truck is like $90-some thousand on up.
So when I played golf this weekend, this kid that was a caddy is playing golf at Maryland. He's transferring. He's transferring either to Wright State or Utah. And I was like, dude, go to Utah. They give you trucks. He's like, nah, man, only football and basketball get trucks. I think we just get cars for playing golf.
I'll take a car.
I mean,
if you're not paying for it, I'll take it.
I don't know what the answer is. The kids deserve to get paid, but I feel like some level of clarity with this will emerge over the next few years.
I'm trying to see if I got any college time left.
Eligibility?
Yeah, I'm trying to see.
I've always felt like they deserve to be paid. This is absurd, though, and this is it's gone completely, crazy. And you're right. There has to be a governor of some kind of czar of the sport. But
can't be the NCAA. They screwed it up enough.
Yeah.
Clearly
worthless.
Yeah, no doubt about it. It's completely neutered, and the whole system has to change. The administration, the leadership. And there certainly has been a lack of that along the way.
Naki, we went more than 20 minutes without me asking specifically, how are the Terps looking coming, Midnight Madness in October?
I mean, I'm excited. I mean, I'm always excited about prospects, and they got the right guys, I think, through the portal, and they recruited well. They got a 5-star big coming in as a freshman, and they got a couple of important guys coming back. So JP, there's sort of a theory of relativity here. I'm excited. They'll be better. There's no question they'll be better. I think they'll be hungry. And yet college basketball's in such flux. I have no idea what the rest of the Big Ten is bringing in. I know Indiana had a pretty good year, and Ohio State did too. And, but everybody's roster is completely different than it was last year. So I guess we'll see,
At least Zach Edey will be gone. I look forward to that.
Oh, thank God. Yeah.
Naki, thank you, brother. I appreciate the time, man.
Cool, brother.
All right, boys. Talk soon.
All right. Chris Naki, give him a follow at XCoach Naki, KNOCH.
Once a coach, always a coach. Getting rid of that X, man.
He's a coach. He's a coach for us. Here's something I'm going to coach you to do. Every shot, every goal. ESPN Bet has fans covered for the biggest moments on the road to the championship. The exclusive sportsbook of ESPN is the only place to find special offers and promotions from your favorite ESPN shows and personalities throughout the playoffs. New users can get a bet reset up to $1,000 in bonus bets if your first bet doesn't win. Download ESPN Bet today. What a play. Must be 21 plus and present within the state of Maryland or Virginia to participate. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER. Terms and conditions apply. See app for details. people. I want to thank the Washington Nationals. They just sent us this this dope Lane Thomas bobblehead. So I'm showing this on the
They
screen.
ain't actually I
if you're
just took
watching.
that off of the table.
Oh, well.
I
either
saw
way.
the 2 boxes. We didn't have one up here.
They
We
sent
gotta-
a bunch of
We gotta
boxes.
put Francis up, man. He's up
We got
already.
Tiafo up.
He's up. This is just the extra one.
So we're gonna add Lane. Can I move this, Jeff? I'll show everybody all our bobbleheads. Oh, I'm moving it.
He always
I was gonna
does
say
things not
you
supposed to.
can. I just don't know.
So here's all our stuff. Got Bruce Allen over there. That's the Pride
The
Month, which it is
culture
right now.
is
with
damn
Screech.
good.
Elena Deladon, TJ Snowshy. Got all the presidents. Tiafo. Is that our Garnet Hathaway personally signed?
Yep.
Hathaway loved us because we got him a car deal. We got that. CK gave me that. It's the Caps Zamboni gravy boat, which is pretty dope.
All right.
More presidents. Who's that down on your side, B? Is that CJ Abrams?
CJ Abrams, Josiah Gray, who Jeff can't hit.
Definitely
K
not.
Bear Louis.
And that's the Kyle Finnegan Star Wars joint, right? All right. So the Lane train about to get a prominent spot here.
There you go. Choo choo.
Lane train. Dude, so I went to the Nats game yesterday with the girls. Baseball games are perfect for taking kids because it's football games, once they're a little older and are into it, are probably the best. But all games are fun once you have a kid that's into it.
Yeah.
But baseball, they've done a great job of speeding the game up. But, like, we got some chicken tenders. Then we went and got a toy.
That's it for a kid.
Dude, it was great. And the girls had so much fun.
All right. Chicken tenders and a toy. How much did you drop?
I'm gonna
$100.
I'm gonna be honest here. We were in a suite.
Okay.
So the food was free.
All right.
I had 2 Coronas. Those were free.
Actually,
It
it wasn't free. Somebody paid for it. You just got it for free.
was free to me.
Yeah.
But Shelby wanted a shirt, and Ainsley said she wanted a hat, but by the time we got in there and she saw the stuffed dog with a Nats bandana.
You spent $100.
No.
You didn't?
$70.
All right.
For 2 things, it felt
No, that's low for any sporting event to buy 2 things.
that's kind of what I thought.
You got a stuffed animal.
Yeah. And
It was kind of small.
nah, it wasn't. I was pushing the small one. The small one was like $12.
Yeah.
This was like a legit stuffed animal dog.
Ainsley
size.
don't play that, dog.
Nah. Well,
Nah.
then Shelby, damn it, like showed her the even bigger ones. I was like, nah, those don't look
Big
as cool.
Big sis said, hey, you can get what you want.
So, and the workers were really cool. The lady was like, don't look over there. There's $50 ones. I was like, yeah, stay here. But by far the coolest thing for me was the Nats played really well. I mean, they had a 7-run 4th inning. The young kid, it was, what's the guy's name? Hers that was pitching. It was only his 2nd start. They called him up. I think, like on Tuesday. Yeah, DJ Hers. So he lasted early into the 5th, but dude, he has real strikeout stuff. He goes fast. I just appreciated watching a kid making his 2nd ever start against Braves are defending World Series champs, right? Like, just unafraid of the moment. I mean, I think he struck out what? Not defending World Series champs 2 years ago.
Pretty sure it's the Rangers.
Yeah,
You're right.
about
They were 2
time
years ago, right?
They start pitching in Major League Baseball. They are seeing a lot of people that can hit. They shouldn't care about the fans.
You're right. But by far, the coolest moment was, so my 8-year-old Shelby is starting to seem really into sports. She's always asking me questions and stuff. And dude,
As long as she don't ask you nothing about numbers, she good.
trying to explain the rules of baseball is fairly difficult just to start with, like explaining a strike zone, balls versus. She kept wanting to know if balls or strikes were good. And I was like, well, it depends who's pitching and who's hitting.
Mhm.
So just that is not, there's not a lot of simple yes or no questions when explaining the rules of baseball. But what she really wanted to see was a home run. And if my man K-Bear Ruiz didn't deliver, so seeing the home run was awesome. Everybody was very into that. But Brian, how do you explain a sacrifice fly to a 5-year-old?
You don't. You say something that sounds interesting and keep moving because
it was like
she won't get it.
Understanding that if the guy catches it, it's an out, but then the guy's still running and scoring was just like, and then you start thinking about it, you're like, man, that really doesn't make that much sense anyway. The little bullpen cart was a big hit, even though nobody actually gets on it. They like that. They do a good job at Nats games. Kudos to MLB for speeding up that process because a game now lasts so much shorter with the pitch clock and all of the things they've done that being at the ballpark yesterday, the amount of kids that were there, and it's also probably a primetime kids game, Sunday, 1:00, but it was really enjoyable. I feel like baseball is in a really good place going forward. I think unlike hockey where Chris Russell screams that not enough people appreciate it, baseball, I think, accepts their spot as it's a super regional thing, and that's cool. And then when we get to the playoffs, you're not going to get these crazy numbers of an NFL game or an NBA game or even like a Caitlin Clark game these days. But like enough people are going to care, and regionally it's going to continue to be really strong. But Saturday night, Jeff, I was curious if you were watching this. It was Yankees-Dodgers on, was that Turner or Fox? It was like a national game, Yankees-Dodgers. And just because it was those two teams, it did feel big. I watched that. It was a good game. It was a second screen. We were watching Suits on Netflix, but I had it on.
Oh, yeah. I second screened it last night with the Yankees.
Yeah, because they were the ESPN game last night, right?
Yep.
But shout out to the Nats, man. It's a fun product. It's, especially on the weekend, relatively easy to get to. I enjoyed that. Brian, something I didn't enjoy is Warren Sharp. Hold on. Our guy, Fat Poet, you think I should get a electric vehicle?
Yeah.
Let's go around the room on this. Our guy, Fat Poet, has a question. Do you really trust JP to charge his car every night?
Wait, put gas in it. You don't have to charge it every night.
Nope.
And then there's a charger downstairs, Jay. Well, you won't
Nope.
if you don't get to it. But
A number of people actually feel this way. Kyle Thomas just tweeted me and said, do not get an electric car. You'll forget one night to charge it and then wake up and hop in the car and you'll be down to 5% and you'll be late for your day.
that's the thing about it.
I
Like,
can picture it now.
just always never let it go below 25%, Jay. You'll be good.
I can see it now, B. What I woke up, I was on my way to Ashburn, and now radio show from the
But
side.
see, the thing about it,
66.
the thing about it though, he can't like if you're at home, your charger would be there.
You can definitely forget it.
Yeah, I'm just saying
He will.
I forgot the power cord for the radio unit.
I was just saying he can't forget his charger because it's not like you have to carry one with you. I have one that I keep in the car just in case for an emergency, and then I have one I have installed at the house.
Leadville, do you think I should get an electric car?
Hell no.
But he puts gas in his car.
I do know to put
He
gas
put gas
in
in
my
his car and Lauren's car. Because
You got to
Lauren ain't
get
going
one
to
of
the gas
those
station.
electric cars that you can also put gas in because you
A
will
hybrid?
forget. Yeah.
Maybe I'm more of a hybrid man. Do they still make hybrids?
Yeah, they make.
Dude, I was actually reading this thing this morning. This is interesting. China, the nation of China, is pushing hard into the electric vehicle market.
Mhm.
Have you read any of this?
Mm-mm.
So basically, the United States doesn't let Chinese EVs, as the vernacular, electric vehicles, be sold here. They just jack up the tariffs on them.
But to be honest with you, like electric cars can copy and film a lot of stuff. I don't know if you really want to allow those cars.
That's an interesting take, too. BYD is the Chinese electric car maker. Stands for Build Your Dreams. BYD last year surpassed Tesla as the world's largest EV seller and just crushed it again with a third straight month of selling 300,000 plus electric vehicles. And here's what they do. They're just dirt cheap. China is now the world's largest car exporter, although Japan disagrees with that. And they're about to just take over Europe because they build now in America. We don't really rock with these tiny little joints, right? Like, but you drive in Europe, there's cars like
About the size of this camera right here.
yeah, dude. I mean, we think like a Fiat or a Mini is small. You go over there, the stuff people are riding around in looks like a grocery cart.
Bicycle hit it and destroy
Yeah,
it.
I mean,
Total loss. What were you hit by? Oh, I had a swing. Hit
Right.
me.
So I don't know. I don't know what's going to happen with the car thing, but my guy Jaime Manassas is working on it. Shout out to Oarsman Fairfax Toyota. Here's what we're going to do. We got to figure out who's going to play left tackle for the Commanders.
JP will get us electric car and complain that his light bill went up.
And we're going to give some tickets to the Marley Brothers away when we return. B. Mitch Finley, 1067 The Fan. Brian, I think one of the biggest questions facing the Washington Commanders, and I actually sat and talked with Bobby Johnson, the Commanders' offensive line coach, last week. Who's going to be the left tackle? And I think eventually it's going to be Coleman. The rookie out of TCU. I don't know that it's going to be him right away, but part of me kind of thinks it might be. I'm curious if you have a gut on that.
I don't. I just think that they have a legitimate person in Cornelius Lucas. I think they didn't do it, but ultimately they want the young man Coleman to take over. The one thing you don't want is somebody learning on the job at the left tackle. Because the other guy that you got trying to figure out, he'll have a problem. You want to have that the backside of a quarterback solidified, especially early.
Yeah, I mean, kind of a question. If Coleman and Lucas are neck and neck, let's say.
If they're neck and neck, then you go with the young guy.
Really? Even though you have a young quarterback too?
But if they're neck and neck, why put the veteran that's doing the same thing as the young guy doing? I may as well let the young guy start really getting it done then if they're neck and neck. Because if the veteran guy is not much better than the young guy, then there's nothing that tells me he needs to be playing.
Do you think it's possible at all? I mean, they're moving guys around all the time, right? Do you think it's possible you could see a Coleman Lucas tackle tandem and maybe Wiley goes to the bench?
I don't see that.
No?
Because if my ultimate goal was drafting him to be a left tackle, I don't need him playing right tackle. So you're saying you're gonna play Lucas at right tackle? Because Lucas has proven he can be a swing guy.
Lucas has played both sides, right?
So, but I think Coleman, if he shows he has the capabilities of doing what you want, you put him at left tackle and then you let him go handle it. If he's very, very behind, you don't put him on the field.
Yeah, I think that's fair. I don't think you put if he's not the guy, you can't have him out there for a second because I think you'll get smoked.
Yeah.
Right. And look, man, there's all these numbers. The numbers are coming in overwhelmingly against me buying an electric vehicle. By the way, 10 minutes ago, I posted a poll. Will I remember to charge an electric car? About 400 votes in 10 minutes. Overwhelmingly, 75% of the people say no.
Because you just act like you don't remember stuff most times, dog.
Yeah, it's not an act, Brian. The other part of this is, speaking of numbers, here's the number, 800-636-1067, 800-636-1067. Caller number 10, right now you win 2 tickets to the Marley Brothers, Ziggy, Steven, Julian, Kamani, and Damian. The Legacy Tour, Friday, September 27th at Jiffy Lube Live. Tickets are on sale now. For tickets and more event information, visit thefandc.com/events. Brian, these numbers were quite alarming. The Commanders ran more than 1,100 plays last year, 1,100 offensive snaps. How many of those plays do you think went for more than 30 yards?
More than 30 yards? Single digit? 8.
They had 19 plays of more than 30 yards. That ranked 26th in the NFL.
Yeah, that's not good.
Give me another team. Like a team.
Kansas City.
Kansas City had 26 plays of more than 30
What number are they ranked?
Roughly middle of the pack. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9.
They score a lot, though, man.
You know, they do, but since they've lost Tyreek, there's not that much explosive plays as rated by True Media. I think it's like any pass play over 20 yards. 30 yards is longer. That's generally deep stuff or something.
Yeah.
And I think since they lost Tyreek, they're a little more methodical, but they still score a ton. The Niners were tops in the NFL, 36 plays of 30 yards or more. You know who was second? I feel like this might surprise you a little.
Who was second?
Yeah. Because to me, there's an easy team I would guess to be second, maybe first.
Miami, you would think.
Miami, I would think. Just with
But they won
Tyreek.
second?
Miami was third. They had 32 plays of 30
Dallas?
yards or more. No.
Who?
Green Bay.
Green Bay? Wow.
Jordan Love, man.
Jordan Love getting it done, man.
So it was the Niners with 36 plays of 30 yards or more, Packers with 33, then the Dolphins tied with the Rams, which surprises me a bit, but I guess Puka was making big plays.
Puka Nakua.
The Colts with 30.
Colts. Wow.
Yeah, I thought that too. Which shows, I mean, there is some level of randomness in big plays. Like a running back breaks a couple tackles,
Yeah.
a screen play hits. You know what I mean?
Mm-hmm.
The Ravens next at 28, Seattle, Detroit at 27, Chiefs, Browns, Cowboys 26, Tampa, Denver 25. Then you drop down to Philly and Tennessee at 23. A whole bunch of teams stacked up with 22 plays. Bills, Saints, Bears, Jags, Giants, Tommy DeVito slinging it, and the Vikings. And that was with Kirk hurt half the year. 3 teams had 21 plays of 30 yards or more. Steelers, Falcons, Bengals. Then the Texans and the Chargers with 20 plays of 30 yards or more. Before you get to Washington with 19 plays of 30 yards or more, tied with the Cardinals. The only teams worse than Washington, Jets, Raiders, Patriots, Panthers. It's a playmaker league, man.
It is.
That's why I wanted Jaden. When people would ask me Drake versus Jaden, going back a couple months, I said both are elite prospects. For me, it's Jaden Daniels because this is a playmaker league, and that kid's a playmaker.
There you go. Totally.
Mitch Tischler joins the program next. for 15% off any purchase of $50 or more with the promo code FD15. That's 15% off with promo code FD15 at 1067thefanshop.com. Mitchell, how do you do?
I'm doing fantastic. How are you, bud?
Do you think I would remember to charge an electric vehicle?
Absolutely not. You barely have to. Listen, I'm not one to speak because my cell phone is never charged, but your use of adapters and different electrical devices are always missing, and anything that you can misplace, there's a good chance you will at some point.
I kind of think you're right. B. Mitch and I were just debating. I don't even know if it's a debate yet because we haven't seen anybody in pads, right? Like it's just so premature. But who do you think is your starting left tackle by September 8th?
It's a good question. I think it's going to be Cornelius Lucas to start the season. I've been kind of on that. I think that they are going to want to let Brandon Coleman marinate a little bit and get moving. But you know what? Once they put on pads, he can make a real definitive move towards it. And I don't know that. I think that the best of Brandon Coleman is going to be better than the best of Cornelius Lucas. I just don't know that within, whatever it is, 5 months or 6 months of the Commanders drafting Coleman, they're going to be able to get him to that level right away. So I do think it'll be Cornelius Lucas, but with his athleticism, once we see the pads on, and he's going to have every opportunity to win that job because he's probably the best option long term.
I think you said it about what if it's Coleman and Lucas and Wiley's not out there? Did you say you saw that?
Yes, I mean, certainly during the 11-on-11 period in the last OTAs we were there was a fair amount of Coleman at left tackle and Lucas at right. But, there was also plenty of Lucas at left and Wiley at right. So it's not that I think they're trying to figure out, they're trying to give guys reps at different positions. And the fact that Cornelius Lucas has the experience as that backup swing tackle and the fact that he's played on both sides in the NFL, gives them that flexibility to figure out what makes the most sense. And certainly, we'll see kind of how it plays out once we get to training camps and once we see them in pads against a real pass rush or, in real 11-on-11 drills. But there's certainly a scenario where all three of those guys are most likely going to start games this season at some point.
Yeah, I think Lucas, since he's a swing tackle, you want to get that experience for him. Wiley being an older guy, they probably give him a little time off every once in a while.
Yeah, and also let's not forget that Wiley has a little experience playing on the inside as well. And so, depending on what happens at left guard and kind of how things play out with Nick Allegretti and Michael Dieter and, I guess if you want to go back to Chris Paul and Ricky Stromberg and that group, the idea that these guys have the ability to play multiple positions is, in theory, a good one. It's how it works out in practicality. But as far as, we're talking about tackle, I do think we're going to see Lucas probably start games this season, both at left tackle and right tackle. I think ultimately Brandon Coleman takes over and is, starts the most games this year at that position.
It's going to be interesting to watch unfold. We're talking with our friend Mitch Tischler here from Monumental Sports, Beltway Football. You can follow him at Mitch Tischler. There's an underscore in there because he refuses to adjust to the times. What did
that man can use his underscore. Why you hating?
What did you think of?
You tell him, B.
What did you think of Jaden Daniels' first pitch?
You know what? It was pretty good. It was
that wasn't good, Mitch. Stop lying.
Listen,
he threw a lob pass way into the batter's box. Didn't even cross the damn plate.
Did you see John Wall's first pitch?
Hey, John Wall shouldn't have to throw a ball good. He's not a guy throwing balls.
Did you see C.J. Stroud's first pitch?
No. Where's that?
Yeah,
better than Jaden Daniels was better than his.
Well, C.J. Stroud.
Wait, Jaden Daniels was better than
C.J. Stroud. Pitch sucks too.
Yeah.
We did a whole segment breaking down various quarterbacks' first pitches. You know who had the worst one we saw?
Who's that?
Alex Smith. It was bad.
Yeah, it was god awful.
Was it in Kansas City or in San Fran?
In San Fran. I got CJ Stroud now. B, you ready? All right, B mentioned, oh gosh, these commercials. I recognize I work in media. I shouldn't be mad about commercials.
Yeah, you're getting that commercials.
But I think it's cool that Jaden was there and is already like embracing everything. I thought Jaden handled everything very well.
That's all good.
Except for the
Still
pitch.
threw a
He had a
bad
very
pitch.
good chest bump with Major Tutty.
We have to be able to critique things, man. We don't have to be positive about it all the time.
I agree.
As long as he can throw a football, that's what I care about. But still, that pitch wasn't good.
Yeah, listen, you had C.J. Stroud and Micah Parsons both threw in Tokyo this summer, and C.J. had a good wind up and whatnot. But if I remember correctly, I think he threw it pretty far out there.
All right, we've now located the video. C.J. Stroud going to the plate. This is in Tokyo. You're telling me? I thought this is in Houston. I think. He has like a weird astronaut-looking baseball jersey on. All right, he's on the rubber. He's at the mound. C.J. Stroud just rewrote the record book for rookie quarterbacks. On the rubber, appreciate that. He throws a strike.
He threw a strike. What are you talking about?
Yeah, Mitch, you got bad info, dude.
The one that the poorer one that I saw was in Japan, not in Houston.
Is Mitch fake news about quarterback first
Finding out
pitches?
that, man.
I mean,
We
you might
find
be
out.
fake news.
He talking about
dude.
stuff that don't exist on the internet.
I think you guys are wrong, but that's okay. We can move on from
Well,
it.
that pitch we
Listen,
just saw, he threw it right down the pipe. Boom.
It wasn't as bad as it could have been.
All right.
Big man. So we might open the phone lines up about this a little later, but mini camp starts tomorrow. And one thing I applaud is that there is no story this year about, oh, well, we got to talk to these guys at mini camp because they weren't there at OTAs. Everybody's been there. There's none of that storyline this year. And I think that's a testament to the players more than anything, but also the players that, they went and targeted.
New staff, they don't want to start off on the wrong foot. Smart
Exactly.
guys.
Right.
Yeah.
It's all the people. And going into minicamp, though, this is the last time we're going to see these dudes till late July. This is the last time they're going to be together till late July. What are some of your biggest questions? We talked left tackle, but beyond that, going into minicamp.
Yeah, I mean, listen, it's kind of nice that there isn't all the shenanigans we've had in years past about about what's happening with the players, both on and off the field and the team and all that kind of stuff. I think it's going to be, to me, it's got to be how this secondary and how this defense is going to, outside of Jaden Daniels is the number one storyline, period. Mm-hmm. Left tackle, I think, is, to me, number two. And then thirdly, to me, is figuring out the secondary, because last year we saw guys running open downfield every game multiple times in a row. There was a lot of blame that went to the players, and then now a lot of blame has gone towards the coaches. But at the end of the day, if you're giving up these 40-plus yard plays every game of the season, it's going to make it hard to win consistently. And so, you want to see how that secondary is going to play out, both who your starters are going to be at corner and safety, and also how they're going to use some of these different pieces that could be used in different ways. And, Jeremy Chin has gotten a lot of praise and, the different things that he can do in size and speed and strength and all those things. But I think it also comes down to, Mikey Sanders still and, some of these young guys to see how they fit in. Is Derek Forrest back healthy, looking good, making plays on the football? Because some of these guys, and, Jeremy Chin is one of them, are guys who are going to show a whole lot more in pads than they do out of pads because of their physicality. And so, you can get a feel for some of their athleticism and what they can do instinctually now during OTAs and minicamps. But once they put the pads on, it's a different story, and how they react and how they use their size and strength and physicality is going to be a big story of the secondary.
Yeah, I think, like, for me, my stories would be the big people. Who's going to be your pass rushers? Okay, we got Frankie Louvu, but who else is going to stand up and handle that job? Because you basically are starting over. And the offensive line, I understand we're going to talk about the left tackle mostly, but I think the whole line, because we haven't had good line play in a long time.
Yeah, I mean, listen, I find myself less concerned about the O-line. Certainly the tackle story is going to continue to be a story, but I find myself much more comfortable with what they're working with this year than what they have in years past. And I think it starts with Tyler Biadasz at center. I think that he's just a big difference
That could
maker.
help a lot.
Yeah, he just, having a rookie quarterback is a big deal. Having an experienced center, but also, having him be able to help call out the plays and call out the line formations for these guys is going to be a big difference. And I do think that there's some concern on the edges about how the tackle play is going to be. But as a whole, for the O-line, it's further down my list of concerns. Maybe it's a portion of it is that you have a guy like Jaden Daniels back there, a quarterback who can, do some different things and he can help, protect your offensive line or cover up some of their mistakes along the way. But to me, it's not as concerning as it's been in years past.
I just don't think we know enough, but I do think offensively they were so broken last year, and I still don't know what to make of. I think they threw the ball too much. They threw the ball most of any team in the NFL. I think Cliff's going to be more balanced, but I think it's still going to be a passing offense. You're not bringing in an air raid, no huddle dude to establish, 40 gut, or you know what I mean? Like it's going to look different. Though. What's that?
Good play.
Sure. But I think I go back to last season. It's funny. I was talking with somebody that works for the team about this. I don't know how to reconcile still that Brissett gets in finally late in the year in 2 different games and just shreds. Jacoby Brissett came in and completed, and I think he played roughly 3 quarters is what I'd say. And he completed 78% of his passes with 3 touchdowns and no picks. Like it just, I still don't know what to make of that. Like maybe the line wasn't that bad. Maybe Sam was that bad. Maybe Sam was hurt by that point in the year. Like it was just so bizarre. I am tempted to basically throw all of last season's offense out the window because more or less outside of McLaurin and Brian Robinson and maybe some lesser players too. I mean, Dotson, but like everything is so dramatically different, including the scheme and the system, that I don't want to say I'm not considering last year, but I just think it's such a refresh that we don't know what to expect. And maybe that does, in your situation, Mitchell, make you more optimistic about the O-line.
Yeah, last year was a broken year, and honestly, not the only one. I mean, we had essentially 2 straight years where a quarterback more or less refused to play in week 18 for this team because they didn't want to, make it a. They didn't want to make it a. They didn't want to be forced into a bad situation. I think that tells you, how often you end up in a situation where Taylor Heineke's telling, Ron Rivera, like, hey, let Sam Howell play week 18. Like, I'm not stepping in after you benched me for Carson Wentz last week. And then, last year, Jacoby Brissett had a mysterious injury in week 18 and didn't play so that, Sam Howell could finish it up. I think that, you look across the NFL, there aren't a whole lot of quarterbacks who are going to turn down an opportunity to get an NFL start. And the fact that 2 straight years we ended up in a situation where guys were kind of like blowing off their coaches at the end of the year, I think tells you just how broken everything was. And yeah, the fact that they didn't run the ball last year hurts the offensive line every step of the way, especially when they're, set pass blocking the whole time and the team is losing the whole time. There is a whole lot that was broken last year. You look at Jahan Dotson, you look at Terry McLaurin, you look at the receiving group as a whole, and, they're better than what they put up last year, regardless of whether the O-line is good or bad, or regardless of whether the quarterback is, good or bad. They're better players. There's more athleticism on the field than they showed last year. And they're going to have an opportunity this year, I think, to do it, especially when you talk about, the offense that Cliff Kingsbury is going to bring in, because he's going to get the ball out quickly to these guys. And, they're going to have an opportunity to run after the catch and pick up some yak and all those different things. And so I do think that I agree with you in some regards, as you kind of have to throw out last year, but it's tough because, that's the newest memory we all have that when we think of this Commanders offense.
It's recency bias.
Totally right by that.
But B, that's what you've been saying all along. You believe there are players here that underperformed, that with different coaching, different strategy, it can look different.
Yeah, I just think that the holding people accountable is going to change a lot of stuff. I don't know. If you look at the last 4 years, the guys that were playing bad, they constantly put them back on the field. So if a guy isn't performing and you keep putting him on the field, what does he begin to think? I'm doing something right.
Right.
So they were awarding mediocrity. I don't think that's going to happen moving forward.
Let's hope. Let's
I also
freaking
think
hope.
I also think this roster isn't. I wouldn't call this roster deep yet, but
No.
it's deeper than it's been. And part of the reason that I think they kept throwing the same guys back out there the past couple of years is that there was zero depth, and that if a starter got hurt or wasn't playing well, there was no real option after him to come back in and play. And so we're not at a point where this roster is deep, but it's deeper. And I do think that there's some opportunities if starters aren't performing for them to bring in backups in select spots.
I love you, but I don't agree. I also think one of the big problems is like previously it was like, well, I love what Joe Witt said about starters, especially on the defensive side of the ball where you have so many sub packages and so many different people playing. I just think the notion of that has changed. I don't think they have really any depth. I'm fascinated because there's this article talking about the linebacker position for Washington becoming this advantage, and it's been such a liability for so long. But I look at receiver, I look at corner. I very much worry about the depth. I think the way Peters wants to build this thing, he brought in veterans that can start for you, right? But he has to start hitting these draft picks damn near immediately to build the depth. That's the one thing the Niners organization did at such a masterful level was have depth all over the field that they're able to withstand serious injuries and losses. I did real quick before we let you go, big man. You, myself, but you were the most ardent Mavericks are going to win this thing supporter. I'm not giving up yet. Kyrie's got to play better. They still get to play 2 games at home. We've seen Boston blow leads in the finals before. How are you feeling about the Mavs?
Yeah, the series doesn't start till someone wins on the road, and wasn't a fantastic game. 1 was terrible for them. Game 2, I think they showed a little bit of heart, but yeah, they got to get some more help from their pieces, from Kyrie, from PJ Washington, from Daniel Gafford. But ultimately, I still feel pretty confident that they're going to come back and win this thing. I think that they're
pretty confident.
I am. I still think they're going to win.
Let's remember one thing.
B-Mitch just
For
did
all
the
that you
smoking
saying,
weed symbol to you.
Jason Tatum hadn't played good yet, and they still up 2-0.
Yeah, the difference.
If he ever plays good, it's over.
The lesser stars on the Celtics are playing really well right now, and right now the Mavs stars are only getting one of their 2 stars is playing well. Luka's been great, and Kyrie hasn't. So if Kyrie starts playing a little bit better, listen, let's see what happens when they get to Dallas, and hopefully these calls start to even out a little bit, and Jason Tatum and the crying Celtics don't get every push in the back.
Sound like a little haterade going on.
They need to bring
the
lady from Edmonton to Dallas.
Sound like a little haterade going on there, Mitch.
Listen,
nobody cries more than Luka.
You're ready to call this thing over after 2 games.
I'm ready to tell you that the Mavericks not winning.
Everybody else besides me is ready to call this thing over. I think it might be you and I on an island with
Great. Hey, the world zigs, we zag. Let's go, baby.
Y'all gonna be zagging right on empty pocket.
I keep losing these money line bets, Greenberg. I know that much. You got to play golf with Pete last weekend?
I did. I played golf with Pete on Friday.
How was his game?
Is he still hitting it all over the place?
Pete played pretty well. I think Pete got in at a 86, if I'm not mistaken. I got in at a 91, and then I played another 18 and came in at an 84. So
damn, really? You went 91. You went 91, 84, same track, same day.
Yep.
What a game.
Yep.
Shout out to Needwood Country Club, private members only.
Needwood National, baby.
What was the shotgun mulligan situation in your second round?
No shotgun mulligans. It was if you hit a ball OB, you could shotgun mulligan, but there's no OB at Needwood, so it basically didn't play in at all.
All right, dude.
But let me tell you, plenty
tonight.
of beers drank. I found that perfect alcohol balance where you have just enough in you that you feel good, and the ball starts flying straight, and so things turn around. I think my last 9 of the day was a 38. So that
Hey,
was,
there
that
you
was
go.
a pretty big turn.
As Tim McCarthy says, you got to get the knobs dialed in. You got to figure out the alcohol to hot dog ratio. Who you like in the Pucks tonight?
Man, I want Edmonton to win so badly.
I need them
I'm
to
rooting
score.
for them, but
I need the lady. They should be
That's
flying.
why I
That,
need them to score.
they should be flying that lady to Miami. That's their secret ingredient.
Good luck charm.
Yeah.
Charm.
All right, we got to bounce, dude. Talk to you later.
Later, guys.
Washington spent a lot of money at the linebacker position. How much better are they?
Hey, it's Brian Mitchell here. Dingers, blasts, moonshots, whatever you call them, everyone loves home runs. And with FanDuel's Dinger Tuesdays, you can love them even more. That's right, Dinger Tuesdays are back for another season on America's #1 sportsbook. Just bet on a player to homer, and FanDuel will give you $5 in bonus bets for every home run hit during the game. As if you needed another reason to love the long ball. Visit FanDuel.com/Brian to get in on all the Dinger Tuesday action. That's FanDuel.com/Brian. Make every moment more with FanDuel, official sports betting partner of Major League Baseball. FanDuel Sportsbook is the official partner of 106.7 The Fan. You have to be 18 years old or present in D.C. Bonus issued as a non-withdrawable bonus bet that expires 7 days after receipt. Max bonus is $25 per game. Restrictions apply. See terms at sportsbook.fanduel.com. Gambling problem? Call or text 1-800-GAMBLER. That's 1-800-426-2537.
I'm Toby Altizer with your sports update on the Fan. This update is brought to you by Dash Buses. Let's go Alexandria. In the NBA, the finals game 2 last night, the Celtics beat the Mavericks 105-98 to take a 2-0 series lead. Drew Holiday led the way for Boston with 26 points. Jaylen Brown had 21. Jason Tatum had 18. For the Mavericks, Luka Doncic had a triple-double, 32 points, 11 rebounds, and 11 assists. Game 3 is going to be Wednesday at 8:30 back in Dallas. Also in the NBA, Dan Hurley is expected to make his decision on the Lakers job today. In hockey over the weekend, the Panthers beat the Oilers 3-0. They took a 1-0 series lead. Game 2 is tonight, 8 o'clock puck drop. And in baseball, the Nationals beat the Braves yesterday 8-5. The Nationals have now won 6 of their first 8 games against the Atlanta Braves. Need a ride? Dash buses are your free ticket to Alexandria. Get to work, run errands, or just explore. Dash takes you there every day for free. Find your bus at dashbus.com. Let's go Alexandria, brought to you by Go Alex. From the Crop Metcalf 5-Star Sports Desk, I'm Toby Altizer on the Fan.
B. Mitch and Finley, 1067 The Fan. A little bit of news here. I'm seeing this from Aaron Wilson. Maybe others have reported it. Washington has hired Texans director of team development, Dylan Thompson. I don't know specifically. Malcolm Blacken served as director of player development for a long time in Washington over multiple administrations. Malcolm's an all-time great guy, and I don't think, B, you correct me if I'm wrong, I don't think you can find a soul that would say a bad thing about Malcolm. I think sometimes just situations call for change, and clearly, Washington was overhauling everything. I don't know much about this young man, Dylan Thompson from Houston, but I can read this to you. This is a CJ Stroud quote about Dylan Thompson. I know he's going to be mad at me for this, Dylan Thompson. Oh my gosh, Dylan is one of the best human beings that I've ever met in my life. There's a ton of people, great people in this organization, but DT has been the main person. You talk about a brother like to somebody who loves you no matter what happens on that field. You can feel that. I just appreciate that. And now he's going to be mad at me. But, man, he's a great person and really one of the reasons why I feel like we were very successful this year.
Well, I think those guys that play that work in that role, like Malcolm did and like Dylan is doing, they may be as influential to the team as anybody out there. Because let's be real, coaches are concerned about you providing or playing well at your sport, your craft. Those guys are trying to make you grow off the field. And they want to make sure you understand the things you need to be doing to make sure you're a better person in the eyes of the public. And I think they have a greater influence on guys than people would ordinarily say. Malcolm probably was the guy getting phone call from those guys after hours, early in the morning. He made sure guys were at places they needed to be. And I think Dylan will come in and do the same thing. But those dudes are vitally important.
Totally. And, I mean, listen, I've been trying to temper the, CJ Stroud did it. CJ Stroud did it. But if you're going to hire the guy that CJ Stroud loves, hey, that doesn't sound like a bad recipe.
Not at all. Not at all.
All right, speaking of recipes, Commanders Wire has done a heck of a job. I mean, they've become kind of a content powerhouse. And I'll be honest, with the NBC Sports Washington website no longer existing and how much content that, like, I used to produce, Pete used to produce, like, we used to crank stuff out. There's a bit of a void out there, and maybe these Commanders Wire folks are really stepping in. Hogs Haven does a lot too. But I think we all know linebacker's been a problem for Washington for some seasons now. I mean, I feel like and maybe I'm forgetting somebody, Landini, correct me if I am. I feel like Washington hasn't had, and I don't want to say this because he played at such a high level. London's arguably a Hall of Famer, London Fletcher. But he also was just a true middle linebacker that could hold down the middle of the field.
Yeah.
I think the last, good, memorable linebackers I can think of that were true linebackers in that role were when Will Compton and Mason Foster were playing in the middle. Yep. They were at least good. Not great. Yeah. At times not good, but steady, good tacklers, knew where to be.
Yeah.
Am I forgetting somebody? I'm not trying to be flippant here, but the linebacker position's been a problem for a number of years.
Washington was outside though, wasn't he? Marcus?
Yeah, but I think that was well before that.
That was a long time ago.
I think Marcus Washington was in the Shanahan era.
Yeah. But
maybe even the Gibbs Zorn era.
A good one that you remember. You know what I mean?
Yeah. Right. But I think London retired after 2013, I believe. I don't think there's really. I'm going to try to see if I can pull up leading tacklers over the last. But regardless, this new staff came in and immediately, at least to my knowledge, tried to address the linebacker position.
Yeah.
You signed Frankie Louvu, you signed Bobby Wagner, draft the kid Jordan McGee out of Temple. Maybe you get more out of Jamin Davis. Mike Clay is an analyst for ESPN, numbers guy. He rated linebackers.
Yeah, I saw that.
The position group across the NFL.
Mm-hmm.
All right, so you've seen it. You told me. Landfield's obviously seen it because he sent it to us. Jeff, have you looked at this yet?
No.
Do you know where Mike Clay ranked Washington's linebackers? Out of 32 teams, bro.
Was this what we talked about earlier?
Yeah.
We talking about, yeah. I seen that one. They ranked us 1, right? And I thought it was 20 something.
1.
Mike Clay's projections rank Washington first overall. I would, just on the surface, have a pretty tough time with Greenlaw and Warner not going 1.
I like what he's done, but I was thinking exactly what you're saying. I can't put us before a team that has played together consistently and had the production that San Francisco had. We can't. These guys haven't played together yet. How do you automatically put them ahead of San Fran?
I don't know, man.
I mean, I like the love that we're getting, but we have to have some reality in this thing. Right now, Warner and Greenlaw, they're the best, hands down.
Totally, man. I guess you bumped the Ravens down because I think Patrick Queen left in free agency and they re-signed Roquan. I think there's a lot to be excited about. I think Louvu and Wagner, but they've got to figure some stuff out as far as coverage goes. There was a time where Bobby Wagner was a true 3-down linebacker, could do anything.
Mm-hmm.
I'm not sure that time is now. I don't know. Louvu's a super versatile piece, but I do think unless you need somebody with the size, I think at this point, what do we know about Jamin? He's athletic, fast.
Yeah.
That's kind of the end of the good list, right? He has made some serious flash plays, but it's generally inconsistent. If there'll be a flash play and then there'll be a splash play, for lack of a better word. I look at this roster, B, and I just think if somebody's going to cover some of these great tight ends in the league, and I mean in the division, it's got to be one of their safeties. You think is that
possibly? I mean, I'm still expecting even Jamin Davis to be a better player. I think that he can be a guy still to cover because he can run with these guys. They just got to give him a little bit more confidence. I think last year they basically his whole time here so far. He wasn't confident in nothing he had to do because every time he did something, they changed it up. So it doesn't. And covering is not like being on the guy so tight all the time. You just got to be close enough to the quarterback goes away from him, and I think he has that capability.
Yeah, I think you believe in Jamin to turn things around a little bit more than I do because I just look at the action so far. If the folks taking over, Peters, Quinn, Ken Norton, they've watched all the film. Like they can recognize, perhaps certainly better than I can, what they think the player is and what the flaws were and how he was deployed previously, right? And so they've watched all the film. They've done everything. They proceeded to sign 3 free agent linebackers and draft one. Like that tells me a fair amount.
Yeah, but
that doesn't mean
they
he can't
brought in
perform.
a middle linebacker, which he never was, and I don't know why they tried to play him at that. So they brought in a middle linebacker to solidify this thing. And they brought another guy who's more of a pass rusher than just a drop back type of guy in
Luvu, sure.
Jamin is still a guy on his team who can cover. And I think that they can get better play out of him than what we've seen prior.
I think that's the hope there.
Yeah.
Right? Like, if they can, then maybe this group really is. That just seems kind of bananas to me to say that the Commanders, I mean, you think about the great defenses, the Browns, the Jaguars, the Jets.
I hate giving the Steelers any credit, but look at their linebackers.
Yeah.
But I'm not saying they're the best because Tony is going to text me that they're the best. No, they're not. They're good, though.
If you had
they
Washington,
got Watt, Highsmith, Queen, and Holcomb.
Well,
I don't look. I'm going to just stop at Queen.
Holcomb's another dude that played better once he got out of this scheme and everything.
Yeah. But
and maybe it helps when you've got TJ Watt, but
yeah, I watch him run too much out of stuff. He was so fast, he just ran himself into trouble.
To me, it's a little silly. I want to properly respect a guy like Bobby Wagner, who is a future Hall of Famer, but like to say the Commanders now have the best linebacker core in the NFL over some of these more established groups just seems a little silly season to me. What is not silly season? Summertime. Summertime is here, and you better make sure your HVAC is working. The weather this time of year can be super unpredictable, so no matter the temperature, be ready with a $99 heating and cooling check from the 5-star experts at Crop Metcalf. For just $99, a Crop Metcalf 5-star technician will check both your home's heating and cooling system and assure your peace of mind today, no matter what the weather brings tomorrow. Call 1-800-GO-CROP or visit cropmetcalf.com. And remember, landfill, Crop Metcalf is the one with 5 stars. Boom. All right, couple shout outs real quick. Mr. Washington asked if I would send out the linebacker group article. I just tweeted it out if you want to read it for yourself at JP Finley NBCS. Also, shout out to our friend Anna Spiegel, covers the DC scene for Axios. She just she tweeted out a new article. Frozen spritzers, tasty sandwiches, waterfront pizza. So many exciting DC restaurant openings right now with more on the way. That intrigued me. I like spritzes and pizza. And I asked if she can come on the show with us. She said, sure. So, Landini, hopefully you have her contact. We can set that up. And then lastly, I've been informed that the folks at the Bernie House for Mothers and Their Children recovering from domestic violence, they're hosting a golf tournament right now.
Mm-hmm.
They're listening to us on loudspeakers.
Really?
So shout out to everybody at the golf tournament
for
the Bernie House. Okay. All of that said, I'm thinking we open up the phones at 1:00, B. And we rarely do this, but I'm very intrigued. Mini camp starts tomorrow. There's 3 scheduled days of mini camp. Sometimes they call Thursday off, sometimes they don't. But there are 3 scheduled days. This is the most we will get to see and the last we will get to see until training camp actually opens at the end of July.
I need to be there.
I think you do.
Yeah.
Now,
I might be in the field tomorrow.
You better bring that tick spray. But Jeff just informed me a number of things. Jeff said, yo, JP, first day of minicamp, I'm calling out. And I said, all right, well, that's tomorrow. He's like, damn, I meant training camp. And then after that, he gave me this really bizarre, we started going down a Jeff rabbit hole.
He's a little weird.
And I said, sir, do you mind waiting and just telling me this on air? Whatever your plan is that you need to call out for the first day of training camp, please, Jeff, explain it.
Okay, so
so
y'all give me a lot of flack about me not having a helmet in college, right? So
I have ceased because clearly that became a thing.
I've been thinking about this, and I really have been letting it weigh on my brain.
Oh,
so, it's not very much.
I hope nobody at Commander Park is listening to this, because on the first day of training camp, I'm going out there with my equipment. Who's going to play left? What was that title?
Please explain to the people the helmet you have.
Hold on. Explain all of it, because the best I understand. Tell me about the helmet first.
So the helmet is a Redskins replica helmet. I'm going to take the insert out, and I'm going to put some padding in it.
What is the insert? What do you mean?
So it's like an insert, so you can't put the helmet fully on.
Okay.
But I've been looking at it because I've been really thinking about this. So what I'm going to do is
you're going to wear a helmet.
Yes, and probably like I'm going to wait like on to the side, and when they send like up probably like a punt or something, I'm going to run out there with my number 30 jersey on and try to catch it and run it back.
So you have one of B's old jerseys?
Yeah, well, my uncle do.
Okay, but do you think nobody will notice that those are not the same jerseys the players on the field are wearing? Because they're wearing practice jerseys?
So I've been working on my speed, so I run like a 3.5 now, so I don't think they would even notice.
10.
Of all, I think you're doing a bit. I kind of hope you actually do this, because you'll get tackled by security and it'll be hysterical.
It was definitely a bit, JP. You just bought it there.
I just hope you don't ever try to put that helmet on, because I don't think it'll fit.
I do believe, however, that he'll call out on the first day of training camp.
I won't do that. I won't do that.
Or just show up and leave like you normally do.
For the sake of the show, I would never do that.
Landfill, when we do the shows live from the tent in Ashburn during training camp and Jeff comes out there to produce, how much do you enjoy that?
I love it. We have to send him out there dressed in the helmet and the 30-year-old Beeman shirt at one time, though.
I think
like that has to happen.
No, he can't wear the 30.
I would just look normal.
It's going to look too tight on him.
Hold on. You think you'd look normal walking around in a helmet?
You know how many people show up to minicamp in helmets, shoulder pads,
training camp,
my bad.
The little light skin dude, he does it all the time. Come out full gear, wearing number 46.
I've seen him 100 times, but there's like 2 dudes doing that. That's why you recognize them.
Now there will be 3.
I do think.
See, I blend in. I'm like 6'5", JP. I'll blend in.
6'5".
Just giving yourself height.
6'5" wide. I think if you do that, you got to put AirPods in and be live with us on the radio.
JP, don't tip me. I will do it.
Is there any way we could get, like, if Jeff is in a jersey and help, will put money towards if we can get him some shoulder pads, or maybe there's like a high school program that can.
Commander Tequila say you have a yellow helmet, right?
I think Commander Tequila has a yellow helmet.
Commander Tequila had too many drinks this morning.
If we could get Jeff to walk around and just look like a former player or a current player, whatever people are dumb enough to believe.
Dog, I'm bald and big. I already look like a former player.
What if we can get like I would then want someone to walk around with him to like film it with their phone or whatever. What are the chances some of the
go viral?
So what are some of the people that end up at training camp practices don't strike me as like there's a lot of stallions running around. You know what I mean? What are the chances we could get people to start asking Jeff for his autograph?
It already happened.
Did that.
No, but that's for your work on this program.
No. Dude, when I was standing out there when I signed that, it was after I told them that I did not play football that they was like, oh, you're on the B. Mitch and Finley show once we talked about it. But at first they were like, well, who are you? And I'm like, oh, man, I didn't play no football. So I already got the look. I passed the look.
I'm glad he said it to him and we didn't tell him. He told the truth. Finally, he didn't play no football.
Jeff's got the look, apparently. Landville, would you confirm or deny that Jeff's got the look? Like Roxanne, whoever that song is.
I mean, I wouldn't say he's got the look, but if he's standing next to some former players, a misguided individual could think that
Like
he was also a former player.
Like a 6-year-old?
I look like Marcus Washington. I'm light skinned with the ball head.
It's not true.
You
It's
don't
a
remember
lie.
Marcus
You
Washington?
just slandered that man.
On the football team?
Yeah, we look alike.
Marcus Washington was not light skinned with a bald head.
Yes, he was.
Marcus Washington was more of a brown, darker little brother, and he did not have a bald head.
I don't, Jeff. I just pulled up an image of Marcus Washington.
Got hair.
I don't think you look much at all like him.
By no stretch.
No.
Yep, I think I do. I think I do.
I applaud your confidence, young man. Here's what I want to do. Press the button. Let me see it in VX. I'm going to pull VX up. All right. Phone lines are now open. 800-636-1067. 800-636-1067. I don't think we've done Monday phone calls since football season, but I want to do them here. Mini camp opens tomorrow.
Yeah.
This is the last 3 days we're going to see this team until training camp opens.
I think I got to go out there.
All right. What is your biggest question for Washington in minicamp? I'll have mine. Me and all the boys will have one big question weighing on us, but it's your chance to let us know what you think going into minicamp.
what you need, y'all. Relax. What you need sometimes, y'all. Boom, 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 boom.
I feel like busting loose.
Busting loose. Busting loose.
Shout out to Chuck. I think this is the name of Grant and Toby have a baseball podcast about the Nats called Bustin' Loose Baseball.
Really?
Because they always play Chuck Brown after every home run. So nice little tie in there, Landini. God, what a good bass line in that song. Oh, that song is just a classic, but it's just the bass line is so perfect. You are listening to B. Mitch and Finley. Here's what we're gonna do, man. We're gonna open these phone lines up.
Yeah, let's get it.
What is your biggest question for the Commanders as mini camp starts tomorrow? Mini camp means everybody will be there. We start with our guy, Toothpick. What up, Pick? What's your question?
Hey, what's good, JP? What's up, B. Mitch?
What's up, brother?
Thanks for taking my call. First off, my biggest question is the secondary. Now, Dan Quinn came from the Legion of Boom. We got to see if we fix the Legion of leaky coverage because that secondary has got to do better than what they did last year. You had people that was afraid to tackle. They ran away from tackles. They didn't want to cover. They shouldn't have been on the field. So that secondary is it for me.
That's a good one. And, I mean, the track record of these guys of delivering just elite play from the secondary. You can go with Quinn all the way back to Legion of Boom. And it's kind of funny. I asked Jeremy Chin about that, and he's like, man, everybody growing up wanted to be part of the Legion
Hell
of Boom.
yeah.
And Jeremy Chin's a big guy like that.
Yes, he is.
I don't know that they have a whole lot of other secondary pieces. Because if you think back to the Legion of Boom, all those guys are big and long.
Yep.
Most of their
And
guys are
fast.
a little bit smaller, but Chin definitely qualifies. And I think if you look at what Joe Witt specifically did with the corners in Dallas, man, I mean, it's one thing for Diggs, Trayvon Diggs, who was an elite prospect. I don't think he was a first rounder, but he played at Bama, obviously. His brother was already in the league. So for Trayvon to lead the NFL in interceptions, he was a second rounder, right? But then a year later, Trayvon gets hurt, and then Deron Bland, a fifth rounder out of Fresno State. You know what I mean? Like, that's not a pedigree. At some point, the players always deserve credit. Players make the plays. They're the ones on the field. But the scheme looks like it might be helping these dudes, B.
Mm-hmm.
And
The scheme does help.
And to your credit, JP, to your credit though, Diggs' first season in the league, he was either getting picks or giving up TDs.
Sure.
So
Terry
you see
Burton.
improvement there also.
Yep.
Mm-hmm.
Great call, Pick. Thanks, buddy. Always good
All
to
right,
hear
brother.
from you. I'm going to keep these phones going. What's the biggest question for the Commanders as minicamp is set to open? Phone number 800-636-1067. 800-636-1067. Our guy Josh is in D.C. Josh, what's your question, bro?
Yeah, my question is, I wonder who's going to emerge as the number 2 wide receiver. And then I want to know, when do you think this team's going to find its identity? What week?
Man,
I hope they start developing that early instead of waiting until week 2 or something. I think throughout training camp, that's when that has to start. Define.
So what's our identity right now, then, for our fans and all our listeners? What's our identity?
Right now, we don't know. We haven't been in any pads yet.
What the staff and the players will all tell you is they want to be fast and physical, and they'll throw in violent here and there.
Hey, but the city, the DC is totally changed now because of this. The ownership, the quarterback, everything. It gave us hope. You know what I mean? So it feels like the 90s again.
Totally. Great call, Josh. Thanks,
stuff,
buddy.
brother.
It's interesting when you say the identity. I think for this year, it's hard to answer that because Jaden, like you don't know what Jaden's going to be, what Jaden's going to become, right?
Mm-hmm.
But I think fast and physical probably most likely applies to the defensive side of the ball.
Yeah.
But watching them last week when they did 11 on 11, and we'll get to see some of that this week. They want to be fast on offense too. Like they're going to go up tempo. It doesn't mean no huddle every play, but they're going to move fast and try to create more possessions.
Yeah.
And I think that'll help a young quarterback.
It will. It will. Because I think just look at when you go into a faster pace or even 2-minute offense, the defense has to wait to see what you're doing. It puts
and they can't sub.
Yeah, they can't sub, so it puts them in a difficult situation, which I think gives total advantage to the offense.
Buckle up, Jeff. I don't know if he's here to drop bars or just talk football, but wild card Scotty is on the line. Scotty, what's your question, bro?
What's my question? I'm trying to get Jefferson some Oklahomas. You laugh. I got it. I'll sign a waiver. Let's do it.
Dude,
let's do it.
I try to keep callers on topic. We're killing it. Everybody's got a question about the Commanders minicamp, and Scotty just wants joke time. But I kind of like it. So,
no, I'm with you. Identity. The Austin Eckler signing is it's not getting. I don't think it's getting as much love as it should. He's a monster. I mean, what is he? 2 years removed from 20 touchdowns.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, this kid, your offense. When I say your offense, I think it's going to be a lot more explosive than the nation's giving it credit. Watch out for my boy from Penn State. He's going to explode this year.
Dotson
is going to silence the critics. This team's poised. I just think they're going to sneak up on a lot of people. They're not getting the credit that they deserve. You got a 1-2 punch with Eckler and Brian. I just think the squad, I think they're going to be a lot better than the nation's giving them credit for.
All right, brother.
Thank you, buddy. Good to hear from you.
Yes, sir.
All right. That's our guy, Wildcard Scotty. Now, Landfill, the segment is, what's the biggest question going into Commanders minicamp? And Scotty just had answers. But, one of the guys said is who's going to be the number 2 receiver. I don't think that's a real debate. I think it's Dotson. I think he bounces back. And earlier in the program, I said last year's offense was broken. It was broken from a lot of different levels, and I'm willing to kind of look past it going ahead.
Yeah, I think Dotson, in his first year, he showed what he's capable of. And I think at this point, I always talk about you hit a point where you have to begin to take ownership of your stuff. Offense or not. Hell, Terry, with all these offenses, quarterbacks that were broken, still perform. You got to get to that level.
B. Mitch and Finley, brought to you by Rude HVAC Equipment. Head over to rude.com to find a contractor near you. And remember, Brian,
if it ain't rude, it ain't right.
Greg is in D.C. Greg, what's your question before minicamp gets started?
Yeah. I worry about the edge rush. And then I worry about the weak side linebacker. And I was wondering, would they have a linebacker that can check some of the elite tight ends in the league?
So let's start with the edge rush question, because I think that's a very legitimate one. For the last few seasons, as Washington has gone into every new year, we thought, they got Chase and Montez. They should have these monsters on the outsides.
They're gone.
And those two really didn't deliver. I mean, Montez
not from what we thought they would do.
Well, dude, even less. I mean, Montez was good, never great. Last year, he finally had a breakthrough year, but he only did it half of the time here. Chase, the injuries, I wonder if they haven't kind of wrecked his chances of a real kind of Pro Bowl type career. We'll see, but obviously the injuries are stacked up there. I think the edge rush question is really interesting, Greg, because they only gave really 3 guys. They signed a ton of free agents, right? Mm-hmm. But only 3 of those dudes got real contracts with guaranteed money in a second year. 2 of them were edge rushers, Dorrance Armstrong and Frankie Louvu. So with Armstrong, you're looking at what he did. And Greg, I got to put you on hold because your phone's making weird noises. But the last 2 years in Dallas, he had 8.5 sacks in 22. He had 7.5 sacks in 23. And that's in kind of limited snaps, right? How much more do you think a dude, do you think they could identify somebody that can give them a lot more?
I think they're going to find out, because what the thing about them is they don't go scheme and then go work through our scheme. they design stuff for individuals. And if Dorrance Armstrong or Frankie Louvu are having some level of an advantage, Andre Jones, whoever, they're going to set them up and have them great. And then even the linebackers, delayed blitzes, they do all of it.
Sure.
So they're going to find ways to get guys going, and they're going to find weaknesses of offensive lines, and they're going to attack it.
In the last 2 seasons in Dallas, Armstrong only played 45% of the snaps.
And he had 7.5 sacks.
And he averaged 8 sacks.
Man, look.
Now you wonder if maybe he's super fresh, and that's why you like it would be easy to project from those numbers that if he plays 70% of the snaps, 65, 70, you keep him fresh enough that those numbers should go up. Possible that goes the other way. We don't know. But I think Armstrong is a pretty traditional pass rusher.
Mm-hmm.
I think the other guys they're going to need to generate pass rush, it's not going to be as traditional. If you think about Dante Fowler, Clelin Ferrell, Louvu to me is a real wild card.
Yeah. But if the thing about them, if they can set things up to where, hell, John and Duran having one-on-one battles.
Sure.
They've proven how they can sack. Duran got paid off of his year from 2 years ago. What if you get some of that inside rush and you get guys on the outside that can cause hell? For the most part, over the last few years, the inside guys were getting double.
Well, and add to that, pass rush should not be defined by sacks. Sacks are the ultimate prize there.
Yeah.
But pressures, disruptions, your pass rush win rate, depending how deep into that stuff you want to believe, like all that stuff matters. I think Armstrong is going to give you 10 sacks. Just the numbers to me project that.
Mm-hmm.
I think what you get out of Louvu will really determine how good this pass rush is. And maybe even a guy like Jamin, if they really are going to use him in that capacity, with that speed. I mean, Louvu in the last 2 years has averaged 6 sacks. He had 7 and then 5.5.
Mm-hmm.
That goes hand in hand with getting more playing time. Now, what's interesting is in Carolina, he was on the field a ton. He played over 90% of the snaps the last 2 seasons with the Panthers. I don't know if his role changes here with a guy like Bobby Wagner out there, but if he can give you consistent pass rush, that's going to make a big difference. But, dude, if you get a game like in the last 2 seasons, Louvu's gone for at least 110 tackles and 5.5 sacks.
Mm-hmm.
You get a year like that next to Wagner, who's probably going to pile up
100 plus.
Yeah, I mean, stats will tell you it looks different. Let's go to MC in DC. MC, what up? What's your question?
Hey, thanks for taking my call, guys. I just want them to be competitive and try to make the game interesting this year. Hope the offensive line protects the guy, because if not, you're going to have another Howe on your hands. That's all. Thanks for taking my call.
All right, man.
You buy that?
What's that?
No, I was asking Brian. Sorry. Thank you for the call. You buy that it's another Howell unless the line protects better?
No. I don't think so.
One thing we got to be
the thing about Jaden gets the ball out of his hands rather quickly.
Exactly what I was going to say.
Howell didn't do that. Even when he had protection, he was hesitant.
One of the reasons Howell slipped in the draft, because if you remember, after his sophomore year, there were real projections that he's a first rounder. And then he stays another year in college, comes out of the draft. He's a 5th rounder. So everybody that's saying, like, oh, my God, Washington gave up on a future Hall of Famer, maybe you'll be proven correct, but he was also a 5th rounder. So the 32 teams in the NFL gave up on him for 4 straight rounds. But one of the knocks on Howell, why he slipped to the draft, is he holds on to the ball too long.
Yeah.
And we saw
he
that.
showed that to us.
Right. And I don't think Jaden will do that. Just watching him, the release is quick. And granted, he's going up against the same defense, but he's identifying pre-snap. I've seen it with my own eyes, where he can identify pre-snap, not all the time, but enough that it looks pretty effective when there's something hot coming, or when he knows he's just got a little gain. He's not scared to dump it off. Just can't go broke taking a profit, man.
And Tom Brady lived dumping it off. And the whole thing about it is move the chains, live to play another play.
Sure.
and you got to get to that point. And I think some guys wait for the big play so much, and that looks like, oh, you get sacked, and you go, oh man, he got sacked. The line wasn't good. No, line's gonna block for a certain amount of seconds, and that's it.
Some guys want to wait to hit the big stuff, like Jeff in college. But if you hit enough of the little stuff, the big stuff gets there. Vince is in Seat Pleasant. Vinny, what's your question?
What's going on, JP? What's up, D-Mitch, Landon, Jeff? How y'all doing, man?
Chilling, brother.
Good, bud.
I think our biggest question for me will be at the wide receiver position. Now, I really love Jahan. I really love Terry. They actually signed my jersey, not to bring it up, 2022 at the Panthers and Commanders preseason game. But
nice.
In the same sense, we did pick up Luke. I just think that we should have made some type of a splash. They should have grabbed another receiver, even if he was mid-tier. Somebody who can come in and change the perspective of the game. I know Terry is going to give us his best. Jahan's going to do whatever he can, considering his size. But in the same sense, he's explosive. Don't really know what Luke has, but he's a McCaffrey. I mean, shoot. Okay,
You're at least willing to find out.
Definitely. But in the same sense, I still think we should do something else at wide receiver. I don't know if T. Higgins has been signed yet or not, but
I don't think now is the time to do it, honestly. I think you keep your roster flexibility, your cap flexibility, keep all of it, and then if you know Jaden is the dude, then you add like crazy, like what Houston did with Diggs.
Mm-hmm.
I think right now, though, the absolute most imperative question for Washington is Jaden the dude? And if the answer is yes, then you go all in to build around him and you chase this window while he's under a rookie contract.
Mm.
Yeah, I definitely agree with that because that was my second question. But, yeah, I can definitely agree with that 100%, guys. Thank you for taking my call, man.
Appreciate you, Vinny. Take care, bud.
This guy right here, he said, what version of Payne and Allen are we going to get?
Good question.
Can we see them playing like they did in the back-to-back years that they had?
And they can do it at the same time.
Do it at the same time. And I think if they can do that, then you don't have many questions. But if both of those guys can play at their best together, that defense would be potent.
Sure. And, I mean, hell, there's a real question with Johnny Newton, the second-round pick, who had a walking boot on his other foot that we were told has to get surgery on it.
Yeah.
Like, we haven't really thought about that because it's not top of mind in May or whatever month it is now, June. But that's a real thing. I mean, the run of second-round picks with the lack of success is jarring. This is very cool, though. I just saw this tweet from Rappaport. The NFL did this last year, but Washington wasn't that high up. NFL Films, in conjunction with Skydance, which I think is like the production company, have this documentary, basically, from draft night. It's called The Pick Is In. And so they were embedded with the Bears, the Commanders, and the Cardinals. And I think it comes out later this week, June 14th. And a lot of Commanders fans have asked, because a lot of fans love, like, I guess the video hasn't been released of the call from, I'm going to assume it was Peters, but maybe it was Quinn, maybe it was Josh Harris. I don't know who made the call, but of the call from Washington to Daniels telling him they were taking him. I guess that footage hasn't emerged yet. My guess is it's going to be in this documentary, and that should be pretty cool. Stuff like that is really pretty neat. And, the Washington brass has said kind of all along that Jaden was their top rated quarterback. I believe them, and I imagine it'll be kind of vindicated by the documentary. I'm excited about this. We got to talk some pucks. When we come back, the locker, Craig Laughlin, joins us to preview Oilers Panthers tonight. Nobody go anywhere. It's B. Mitch and Finley. Craig Lachlan, the Locker. You can follow him on X and Instagram at Lachlan18. Craig, what's up, dude? How are you?
Hey, good introduction. Digging it today. You got me fired up now.
I love it, man. So the Caps probably got knocked out a month ago, maybe 5 weeks ago. What is your adjustment from being locked in all season? And for people that live under a rock, you can listen to Locker and Joe B call the Caps every game on Monumental Sports Network. What is your adjustment now from like working kind of constantly, being on the road constantly to being at home?
Finish my list here that I have put to the side all season long when I don't get a chance to do things around the house. Number one. Number two, I get to pick up the sticks and I get to play a little golf, and then I get to play a little tennis, which is my passion. I try to play every day. I get more workouts in. It's just a different time period, but I also get time to relax too. I enjoy catching up on some shows I enjoy and things like that. So it's more of a family time. Plus now, being a grandfather, I obviously spend a lot of time with my granddaughter and have a lot of fun there. And it's just it's a downtime, but I'm a guy that wants to stay active and do things and be involved. We've got golf tournaments, we got our charity events, we've got all the things that I just listed. And all of a sudden the day's gone and I need an IPA to finish off the day.
Well, dude, I know you've got the big golf tournament coming up. Not this Friday, but next Friday at Norbeck. How you ready for that one? Because the people I know that are going to be there, that's going to be a busy afternoon for you.
Yeah, it's going to be fun. You know, Al Koken's so great. He's a member there and got us involved there at Norbeck, and it's a great fundraising opportunity for our foundation. We've been heavy on the road the last couple of days this weekend. We did a lot of outreach and doing things like that, and then we have our golf tournament coming up on September 9th. So we try to do several events, and I'm a big I work with my wife and my daughter who runs the foundation, so I'm sort of trying to help get players, get people to come out and get foursomes. And we'd love to see anybody that can possibly come out next Friday, the 21st at Norbeck Country Club. It's a beautiful place and it's a lot of fun, and there are spots available. I play, but as B-Mitch knows, I'm not very good. I don't play a whole lot. I just do charity events. But it's a lot of fun for me to get out and hit with some great people and great fans.
There you go.
Is there a website, Locker?
You can go to the Norbeck website. Yes, it's on there.
Okay.
And you can go to the Lachlan Family Foundation website to find out information about our golf tournament. It should be up in the next week or so.
Okay, great. I believe Brian and I are going to broadcast from there. I got to follow up with Patrick and make sure he gets us a hard internet line. But
we'll handle it then.
Yeah, I think that'd be a lot of fun to be out there and talk with you.
That would be
Joe
fantastic. Yeah,
that is currently the plan. I need to follow up with Patrick. But Locker, besides, I didn't know you were a tennis guy. That's interesting.
Yeah. I grew up in Toronto, and when I played, we played a lot of racket sports. I grew up, playing box lacrosse because in the winters you'd play hockey, in the summers they'd take out the ice in the outdoor rinks and we'd play box lacrosse, and then we'd play tennis, and squash was one of my main sports at the time. But when I got moved down here, there wasn't any squash courts really, other than I think at the Pentagon has squash courts that I played at. But other than that, there's not a whole lot of squash courts. It's a little different than racquetball, and I used to use that to train. And then I played racquetball here, and I used to play racquetball with the old former, at the time, the Bullets coach, Gene Shue. We used to play just about every week. Yeah, so it's my off-season training regiment.
So I just pulled it up. If you go to the Norbeck Country Club website, there is the golf tournament's on there. The annual charity classic supporting the Lachlan Family Foundation.
Yep.
But dude, so if you want to play golf, you can have golf, which comes with lunch and dinner. And if I had to guess, knowing the people involved, all you can drink. But there's also
That's all a part of it, baby. Yeah.
There's also a pickleball option. So you could just go
and
play.
Is, and I've not picked that up yet.
Really?
Like
Pickleball's fun, dude.
No.
If you're a tennis guy, I bet you'd really like it.
I think so. That's on my list. I did get a pickleball racket for Christmas, so I'm going to maybe try to get out there. I know Peter Bondra is an avid pickleballer. He plays just about every day in Annapolis, and he keeps asking me to come out, and I haven't never played. So I want to try it, and that may be something on the bucket list this summer to try that game.
You can play it.
I think, especially if you're a racket sports guy, I think you pick it up pretty quick. But it's not. The only thing with pickleball is that it's not a power game. Like, it's a finesse. It's way more like dinking than it is like kind of slamming.
See, that sounds like me and B-Man being partners and beating everybody in the DMV.
There we go.
I imagine, knowing Brian and knowing you, that like you guys play for 3 weeks and then you're just a total juggernaut of a team.
Hey, we'll be killing it.
All right, speaking of juggernauts of a team, Game 2 Stanley Cup Finals tonight. What's the Panthers goalie in Game 1 was outrageous.
Yes,
I think he had 32 saves. I want to start here, Locker. You're Canadian. You've lived here a long time, but you're Canadian. Is the whole country rooting for the Oilers? Like, is that pressure, or is that just something that's exciting? Like, how does that work?
It's exciting for the country. I think Canada's obviously, everybody is cheering them on. We haven't had a Canadian winner in 20-some or 30-some years up north of the border. So obviously it's, they say it's Canada's game, and they really are passionate about the game of hockey. A lot of the cities are upset, obviously, when you look at the cities not playing, like a Montreal, like a Toronto, that thought they could possibly, or Toronto thought they could be here. But you look at Edmonton, sort of out of the nowhere mid-season, they fire their coach, they hired Knobloch, they get McDavid and Draisaitl mixed around, different line combinations, different philosophy from a different coach, and all of a sudden, you have Connor McDavid, arguably people will say the world's best player, and the Edmonton Oilers trying to take down Florida. So it's intriguing. North of the border, I know everybody's watching, everybody's tuned in, and they're cheering on Edmonton. So there is some pressure on the Oilers, not so much to start this series, but I'm sure when they head back to Edmonton, it's going to be a lot more pressure.
Do you think the McDavid storyline has any similarities to Ovi's storyline? Because Ovi was so good for so long, couldn't break through. McDavid's younger, I know, but hockey people say he's an all-time great, but until you get that cup, can you be an all-time great?
Yeah, that's a good question. I mean, he's won scoring titles, been the MVP, you name it. He's had the same sort of, 8 or 9 year start without, getting to the final or being part of this opportunity for him to win a Stanley Cup. So he's always going to be considered. He's going to be considered. He's going to be a Hall of Famer even without a cup. But I think when you have the type of star power that they have, especially with that 1-2 punch, and Draisaitl, who's underrated because of McDavid playing there. Draisaitl's a special player, guys. He is phenomenal when you watch him control a puck. He uses the biggest hockey blade in the history of the game, the way he's able to cradle that puck and to shoot that puck. He's a great combo there. But there are some similarities, I think, with Connor McDavid, because ultimately, as a player, you want to win a Stanley Cup, and these superstars crave it more than just about anybody. And I think it's a great matchup between Edmonton and Florida. I personally, guys, pick Florida to win it in 5. I'm a big Florida Panther fan, even though I'm a Canadian. The way they play is really like I want to see the Caps play in the coming years. They're just a team that just plays so darn hard from start to finish of the season. And in that, I'm impressed with. They got through Game 1. You guys mentioned it. Bobrovsky, who years ago they wanted to kick him out of town because he signed that huge, massive contract and couldn't win in FLA. And all of a sudden now they're heaping kudos on him for what he's doing at 34 and 35. He is the real deal. He is a special goalie, the way he prepares, the way he has positioned himself in Florida. It's going to be hard for Edmonton to take him down, I think.
Wow.
Dude, the Panthers.
The stuff he did in that first game.
The Panthers are just so
man.
strong, too.
Yeah.
It seems like, Locker, and I don't pretend to know this like you do, man, but I've really enjoyed, honestly, I think a lot of it was being at the Rangers Caps series. It just got me really hyped up for playoff hockey, and I've been watching a ton. The Panthers are just so strong, even their like third and fourth line. And then that dude Barkov is like, he's like Iceman in Top Gun. He just does everything really freaking well, and there's no mistakes.
Yeah, and that's exactly right. You know, you go from Barkov, then they have Verhaeghe at cap store, then they have Reinhardt, then they have Bennett, you go on. And to me, because of the style they played, and it started day one under Paul Maurice. Paul Maurice is an excellent coach. It started day one in training camp when he said, we want to play this way. We want to get in your face. We want to have, little contacts after the whistles with Kachuk, their leader. And you go down the list of things that they bring to the table. But to me, it's their style. It's their in-your-face style. They never sit back. They're always go, 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 and they put maybe more forecheck pressure than any team in the NHL. They do it through four lines. Then they have their decor that jumps into the play. You know, back in the day in the NHL, they didn't really call defensemen. Back in the 50s and 60s and 40s, they called them rovers. And to me, the rovers, like the Ekblads, some Montours, this Forsling guy that teams kicked out to the curb, and now all of a sudden he's a superstar in Florida, is one of those guys that can bring that offense from the blue line. They're a very special team, and I think they're on the cusp of winning their first ever Stanley Cup. To be honest with you, I think they're the team to beat right now. I think Edmonton has some flaws. Their defense is not playing very well, and I'm not sure how good their goaltending can stand up through a long series.
I'm with you. Now, Brian and I are rooting for Edmonton. We think it'd be cool if the Cup went back to Canada. I just looked up some of these Connor McDavid numbers. Not this past season, but 2 seasons ago. He played all 82 games. He had 64 goals with 89 assists for 153 points. Damn. Now, but Locker, I got to tell you this. McDavid is not the only reason me and B are rooting for Edmonton. We're also a big fan of one of their fans. Yeah. So once they get back to Edmonton, this whole thing might flip upside down if that lady shows up.
Yes, but at the end of the day, have you guys ever been to Edmonton?
No.
It's a fabulous city. It's not very big. They are just about the Edmonton Oilers. They may have one of the best rinks in the National Hockey League, made strictly for hockey, holds about 20,000. The seats are very steep, so you have great viewing angles. They have the ice district outside their rink where they have a full rink outside. When we visit there's people skating outside. But the coolest thing that I did, I think, in the past year, and it had to do with Joe B. I always got to mention Joe B., right?
Of course.
In one of the bars across from the rink, they have the ice zone. And it's a seat made of ice, a bar made of ice, and they serve vodka on ice on the bar tops, and it's solid ice. You have to go through a door, and I think it's around 14 or 10 degrees, and I got Joe B in there, and he was shivering, and it was my favorite time of the year because we sat in there and had a drink in a total ice room.
That's awesome.
It's the coolest thing ever.
I can deal with that.
You know what, Locker? You let B-Mac know and the powers that be over there. Next year, when the Caps jet is headed out to Edmonton, Brian and I are available. We will fly out there with you. We will watch the game. We'll broadcast from out there.
Definitely going to the ice,
and we'll go to the ice house with you.
Well, what we can do is I can definitely get you underneath with the equipment stuff.
That won't work.
That's it for sure. I can sneak you guys on. It's not that long of a flight. It's only 5 or 6 hours.
Yeah,
you guys
it's perfect.
will be fine under there.
Locker, thank you for making time,
All right,
bro.
Lock.
We'll see you
Appreciate
next
you, brother.
weekend at the tournament.
All right, boys. Thank you. Take care.
That's our guy, Craig Laughlin. You can follow him at Laughlin18. Hang out with him and Joe B. and I'm sure Alan May and Koken and all the crew and us, me and B, next Friday at Norbeck Country Club. When we come back, breaking news with Dan Hurley and the Lakers. Nobody go anywhere.
Hey, it's Brian Mitchell here, and I know a little something about performing at the highest level. On and off the field, I've always demanded excellence. And if your HVAC system is less than excellent, you need Rude. For over 100 years, Rude products have been manufactured to the highest quality and have some of the best warranties in the business. So stay cool this summer with the help of Rude. You can live in complete comfort knowing Ruud always provides trusted, long-lasting solutions. To find your local Ruud contractor and get a free estimate, go to Ruud.com. That's RUUD.com. And take my word for it. If it ain't Ruud, it ain't right.
superiority complex, which maybe is apparent here, that number to get Hurley out of a perfect situation, and to come deal with LeBron, that number's got to start at 15.
And Bronny as well,
right?
You know that's package deal,
bro. I think they lowballed him.
Well, see the thing about it when you go into a situation, you already have a perfect one. You don't worry about the low ball because you know you can be comfortable staying where you're at. Now, if they make you an offer that you can't refuse, then that was
not a Godfather offer.
No,
we know that. All right, everybody make a pick.
Panthers.
Panthers?
Money line. Yeah.
Hater.
I am a hater.
I'm kind of surprised it's only minus 130, though.
Yankees.
Anybody going to watch the Pucks tonight?
I'm going
gonna
straight
watch.
again. I'm going face to face with Landfield.
You taking the Oilers?
Yeah.
You going to watch it?
I try.
I'm making wings. I got wings. You want to come over?
Nah.
Game doesn't start till is Bria still in town?
Yeah.
Oh, you're gonna be chilling. Now, has B Mitch done a middle of the night feeding for the grandbaby?
No. Those days are over.
All righty.
I think B Mitch did overnight feeding for his own kids.
I'm taking under 5.5 goals tonight, Jeffrey. All right. Today was fun, man. I feel like for a Monday in summertime, we had some energy.
Parlay the Panthers with me.
What?
Parlay the Panthers for me. I'm taking the Yankees and the Panthers tonight.
Panthers gonna lose.
Makes me like the Oilers.
The cooler. That's the cooler right there.
Thank you to Chris Nocky for joining us. Thank you to Mitch Tischler for joining us. Thank you to Craig Lachlan for joining us. Thank you to everybody that called in.
Yes.
We appreciate you. Minicamp starts tomorrow. We'll be out in Ashburn. Dan Quinn expected to address the media at 12:05. Grant and Danny coming your way next. You made it this far. B. Mitch owes you some gumbo.
Good Monday afternoon. Welcome into Grant and Danny on the Fan. We are live from our Half Street Studios in D.C. We've got tickets to the Giant Barbecue Battle. We're giving those away at 4 o'clock today ahead of the Beltway Blitz. We've got a great guest lineup as well. Commanders mini camp starts tomorrow. ESPN's John Keim joins us at 3 to break down what we should keep an eye on over the next 3 days, starting tomorrow at minicamp. And Mike Florio, Pro Football Talk, 6 o'clock. There's a lawsuit ongoing the NFL is finding itself in as it pertains to Sunday Ticket that could actually have major ramifications as far as making it a lot easier to watch games out of market in the future years ahead in football. So we'll talk to Florio about that at 6 today, right here on the Fan. Danny, how are you?
I'm great, my friend. We the wife and I on Saturday came to the realization. I actually double checked this, and it was correct. You got kids. Yours are almost entering into nonstop activity phase. You're a couple years away from being truly in it before like all the different sporting events and different things. Saturday was the first time in 11 months we didn't have like an official obligation. That we had nothing. We had quite literally nothing on the calendar. I had a stand-up show Saturday night, which was a blast. But that was it. We had a free day. And we wake up with the usual panic, like who has to be where? Who's taking him? Who's taking our oldest? Does he have a birthday thing? Or is he going to this sport? Nothing. And it was amazing. Made me think, maybe we should just take our kids out of everything. Right? Give them no activities. Don't make them well-rounded. Just let's just sit at home on a Saturday for the indefinite future and see what happens.
Be less stressful.
Be a little less stressful.
Might be more fun for old Danny Who.
It was not bad.
We had a good weekend, I would say. One of those summer weekends where we didn't do any of the summer stuff.
Yeah.
We weren't at the pool, right? We didn't get to a movie, anything like that, but some decent time around the house. Kids' cousins came and visited, so they got to run around and play in the basement, which was nice. I did a fire, which seems like more of a fall thing, but my kids really wanted to burn a bunch of stuff in the backyard, so we did that.
Get it going.
That was fun. Enjoyed myself there. But yeah, it was a good weekend overall, I would say. Got out to Nats Park yesterday, saw the boys take 3 out of 4 from the Atlanta Braves.
Yeah, by the way, the Braves do not want to see the Nationals on the schedule. How about that?
2 weeks, 2 series, 4 games apiece, 6-2 for the Nationals against Atlanta. They rip off 3 in a row to end their homestand. But went out to Nats Park yesterday for a few reasons, one of which was to see Jaden Daniels throw out his first pitch. He's catching way more heat than he should for that first pitch, by the way. I don't understand people that don't get how difficult that is. Well, he's a quarterback. Shouldn't he throw it better? No, that's a baseball on a mound. Now, he did not go from the rubber, which I am a little annoyed by, because all I ask for is that you control all the things you can control. I don't care how you throw the pitch. You got to climb up the mound. You got to go from the rubber. Those are my requirements. Anything after that is a bonus. He one-hopped it in. Could have been a lot worse. Most athletes, frankly, do throw first pitches worse. I give him a C. I didn't think it was a terrible pitch by any means. I kind of thought it was, if you don't go viral for a bad pitch, and he certainly didn't do that, you did well. So I think it was a win for Jaden Daniels overall. But I've been surprised to see so many people taking issue with the pitch. Like he should have gone out there and thrown an 87-mile-an-hour fastball on the black.
Yeah, he's catching a little too much Eric Flack. I will say this. I will not extrapolate rather. I don't know what extrap means. That's not a word. I just abbreviated extrapolate. I will not extrapolate any larger meaning as to his football acumen based on that first pitch. I will say I didn't like it. I didn't like that first pitch. You already said it. Put that foot right there on that rubber. Foot to rubber. To be very clear, there should be a touching relationship between the foot and the rubber. Don't do just sort of flip it in there like you're throwing a check down in 7-on-7. Let's go. Come on. Be a world-class athlete. And I'm not saying you got to pump a strike on the black. You don't have to a little arm side run, sinker at 87, a little run back fastball. I'm not telling you that. I need it to look better than that.
See, I disagree. I think it is such an uncomfortable, awkward experience. And in a realm that you have no business, right?
Mm-hmm.
Where, like, if he's uncomfortable or he is anxious in front of a crowd playing football, that's a red flag.
Mm-hmm.
We got problems. If you can't elevate your game because there's people watching. That's not what we're talking about. It's like taking a normal, shy person who's never been on air and just putting them in front of your microphone, Danny, and saying, give us a segment.
Go do it.
It's like taking someone like me who's never done stand-up and throwing them out on stage at the Improv and going, have fun, man. 20 minutes. Here we go. Now. I feel like I am pretty good in front of people. I feel like I am comfortable speaking in public. Doesn't mean I'm comfortable in situations I've never been in. Confidence and comfort comes from familiarity. I don't know if he's ever thrown a baseball from a mound. I don't know what his baseball background was, but it's hard. I did this a few years ago at Nats Park. And the thing that stunned me was how much different it is when you haven't done it in years, throwing from up on top of a big league hill. You climb that mountain out all by yourself in the middle of the field, and now you're throwing downhill, and that front foot is like falling forever until it lands.
Like having a hit
down the mountain. It's different.
Well, I will tell you, it is different at a big league park because there's just more space. So every municipal field, every high school field, I mean, there's a couple exceptions, of course, but there's not this like massive amount of foul ground and the dugouts in the space. So everything looks more wide open. It looks like there's way more room for error. Whereas like you played some college bandbox or a high school facility that's like tucked into a corner, probably inside of a track or something where it's like a multi-use type space, that backstop, climbs right overhead of the catcher, right? That backstop is way back there at Nats Park. So it feels bigger.
I was talking today with Derek Forrest from DC News Now, who we do weekly hits with as part of our show and the station here. And he was asking about Daniel's first pitch. And I remember kind of my point was, when you go out there, you got so many people giving you advice. Every person that comes up to you as you're holding the baseball, getting ready to do the first pitch that you haven't seen in months, strangers, they're going, have you practiced? They ask the same couple questions, and then they tell you the same thing, like, throw it high. Everyone's in your head, right? Everyone's trying to help you and give you advice. And I remember doing this, and it just makes it even worse. But what I told Defo was, if he threw that pitch, in air quotes, just like out on the practice field at the Commander's facility, and we get video of him throwing a baseball back and forth with Terry, and they both have gloves on, and they're 25 feet apart, and he bounces a ball to him like that. Yes, okay, now I'm like, what are we doing here, Jaden? That has nothing to do with the first pitch off of a mound. But my one critique, why didn't you go from the rubber? And didn't anyone tell him to? Where are my guys? Sean DeBarbriere, I got to text him, my buddy over with the Commanders, or Charlie Moulet. Where are these dudes to say, you got to go from the rubber, bro? You get one shot at this thing. And also, I want a little flair for the dramatic. I want the big wind up. I want you to check a runner. Like, show a little a feel for the moment. We didn't get that.
No.
But the pitch, leave the kid alone. He did a fine pitch. One hop.
Yeah, I'm going to disagree there.
It was okay.
Not from the mound, bounced in the left-hander's batter's box, trying to aim it and then like flip it in there. Nope, I can't have that.
But you agree it wasn't terrible.
Wasn't good, but it wasn't terrible. Terrible, and like my bar for terrible is whatever the lady's name is that spiked it, or the mayor throwing it in the dugout.
50 Cent hit the dude in the junk 30 feet away.
Yeah, John Wall. I don't know what that was.
John Walls he might have been worst athlete DC history first pitch.
I would say so.
What was Ovi's like? I remember he threw a first pitch. Was it? I know.
Did he actually like hit a slap shot or something?
He's left-handed. No, he threw it. I don't remember anything about the pitch.
I don't remember it either. So that's probably good that it's unmemorable, right? At the end of the day, again, I'm not mad. I'm not upset. I'm not going to cowherd this thing and say he'll never win because his first pitch wasn't great. I'm not going to do one of those kind of stupid things. I'm telling you, that was disappointing to me. That first pitch. That was disappointing.
You just wanted him to go out there and throw a strike.
Again, it could be up. You could borderline low. Let's not bounce it in a batter's box, and let's touch that rubber. Let's kind of step up a little bit. Let's step the game up just a little bit. Seemed like you had fun though.
I was whelmed. I think it met my expectations.
Underwhelmed.
It is 1 to 10 scale. I'm going to give him a 5 on the first pitch. I think it was a 5.
So 1 is like, again, Wall is 1.
Yeah,
10 is like Nolan Ryan.
1 is like you're turning your head and cringing, and you're going, God, that was so embarrassing.
Okay, so it's obviously way better than that.
10 is like George W. Bush after September
post 9/11. Okay, yeah.
When he goes out there and he just throws it with the world watching.
Pumps a strike, bro.
Back. We are painting on the black. He basically threw the same pitch that Paolo Espino started every game with in his career with the Nationals. Like that velocity, that location, just right into the strike zone. That's a 10.
Okay.
I think he was a 5. Now, here's what I'll say. My first pitch was better than his. That's probably
and respectfully, you're my guy. I love you. I just can't have that.
That's not a great sign.
Yeah, that's my point. Is I'm going to need my future of my franchise, my starting QB, to have a better pitch than my guy Grant Paulson. That's kind of the gently way of saying that.
I think he needs to be a better quarterback than me.
He will be.
He's going to have that
He will
covered.
be. He will be.
I've probably thrown more baseballs off of a mound in my life than he has. Why should he do a better job at the first pitch than me?
The general athleticism and ability to throw projectiles out of his hand.
You
I know
think
it's
it
different.
just translates that way?
No,
I don't
it doesn't.
think it does.
No, I will tell you, like, I'm going to sound like a horse's ass for a second, but just you and me talking. I had a major league caliber throwing arm when I was a player.
Whoa.
Yeah. Okay. I did.
Okay.
Now, I
Look
wasn't
at this
plus.
guy.
I wasn't
50
like
grade over here.
Yeah,
huh?
I wasn't plus. I wasn't like, Ichiro hosing guys for Jose Cespedes or anything like that. But like I was fine in that regard. I can't throw a football particularly well. It doesn't translate. It's slightly different, just the way it comes out of your hand or the motion or whatever. I am far better at throwing a baseball. Now I'm not now, I'm 44. But when I was playing, I was. As a football thrower, just mediocre to even fine. And some quarterback would laugh. If I had to throw out a first pass at some event, someone would laugh at me. They go, that's terrible compared to how he throws a baseball. I understand it's not one-to-one. It doesn't translate exactly. My point is, there's no reason for it to bounce in the left-handed batter's box.
So what was your expectation? Just that he got it there in the air?
That it didn't bounce in the left-handed batter's box, that he would touch that rubber, and even if he's not gunning it, clearly he wasn't planning on gunning it. Let's just hit a guy in the chest. Let's make it on frame. Let's not make it the guy have to slide over like he's doing blocking drills in the bullpen pregame. Let's just throw it decently. Let's throw it better, for lack of a better way to say it. Let's throw it better than Grant. Let's be a little bit better than Grant. That's kind of my bar. Nobody's saying he's got to do a couple shakeoffs and throw the change up.
I think that was exactly what I expected. I thought he would get it there in the air, kind of low, but there's two ways to do it. Either you walk up on the hill and you actually rear back and you let it rip.
Mm-hmm.
And that's where I think disaster can happen. It's high risk, high reward. But the other option is kind of what he did, which is what I did too, by the way. I was not trying to break any records. I lobbed that sucker in. Not like
Who'd you throw to?
Screech.
Yeah, me too.
Yeah.
That, by the way, for little inside baseball, speaking of baseball, for folks that don't know, you and I know this. What they do is, I'm not sure exactly who does it, but somebody will ask all the players, hey, anybody want to catch the first pitch? So when like Katie Ledecky throws it, like Ryan Zimmerman trots out there, or like Max Scherzer trots out there, someone
Yesterday,
meaningful.
Lane Thomas caught.
Yeah. So Lane's like, yeah, I'll do that.
Two-time player of the year for the Nationals.
Yeah, I'll do that. When they go, Danny Rouillet's throwing out the first pitch. Anyone want to do it? And there's tumbleweed that blows by. There goes Screech with the oversized glove.
Screech looking like he's catching Hoyt Wilhelm.
Yeah.
That's a good reference. None of you are going to get.
That's a knuckleballer from 100 years ago.
All I know is anybody who's bothered by his first pitch needs to just take a deep breath today, go out, sit down on the ground, touch some grass, breathe in through your nostrils, and then find like 6 different colors and walk back inside. Find something that's purple. Look for some blue, some red, maybe some orange.
Be patient. It'll come.
and just go back in the house. It's going to be okay, people. But he did what I did. He did the kind of the too cool for school a little bit like, all right, I'm going to lob this in. I don't need to impress anybody. I don't need to show off. I'm just going to get it there. The only difference and the only problem is bounced on the ground first.
It did.
I'd like it to not bounce on the ground.
That's where I'm at.
But I think I probably would have hit a left-handed batter inside, or he would have had to back off the plate a little bit. When you if you went out today and threw a first pitch, there's a chance you bounce it in. I think
there is a chance
because like for all your big talk and bravado here, you get out there and the moment's the moment, man.
Well,
there's a little bit of energy in the ballpark. You're coming downhill off the mound, like you could botch it.
Couple things. One, there's not much energy for me. Like if I like, ladies and gentlemen, from Grant and Danny Rouillet, and it's just a one guy's like, yeah. And that's it. No one cares.
Nerve, sorry.
Oh,
not
right.
like
Okay.
pizzazz and intensity.
Yeah, there's no juice in the ballpark.
electricity.
Yeah, I mean, the bouncing it would be less like, oh my God, I'm so nervous. It would be more, I'm old and stuff doesn't work real well anymore. You know what I mean? Like, So yeah, I might overcook one, maybe squeeze it a little too tight, but I don't know that it'd be like a and again, I know I sound like a jerk, but it's like I've thrown a lot of baseballs, man. You know what I mean? Like I've thrown a lot of BP. I throw plenty. The throwing isn't the part that's in question. It's like, yeah, this my shoulder gives out, or like I pull something.
Did you see Rob McElhaney's first pitch in the London series yesterday?
I didn't know.
So first they had this viral thing that was online for months and months. It was this big ongoing commercial to promote the London series where Rob McElhaney, who's from Always Sunny in Philadelphia.
And welcome to Wrexham.
Welcome to Wrexham fame. He is a massive Phillies fan. So he had this ongoing bit where this commercial was him talking to Chase Utley, will you catch my first pitch? But then he also talks to Bryce Harper, will you catch my first pitch? And they basically decide, like, you have to choose between one of us. One of us will catch your first pitch in London, but not both of us. You know, who do you like more? And it was like, find out when the Phillies are in London, tune in. And then this was the whole selling point.
Mm-hmm.
So yesterday he goes out there and Chase Utley's introduced to come out to catch the first pitch. And as he's about to throw, I don't know her name, but the blonde girl from Always Sunny in Philadelphia walks out and stops him. And she basically calls out Bryce Harper. And now they're both out there. And to start the game, instead of a first pitch, he did the ceremonial double play, which is a 10 out of 10. So like she throws him a ground ball at short. He flips it to second for the turn. Utley turns and throws to first to Harper. And to start the London game.
Oh, that's why everybody was tweeting about that.
He did the ceremonial double play, which I think we need to normalize. I think that's a great way to start a game.
That's a decent bit. So McElhaney is at shortstop?
McElhaney was at short.
Just fielding a room service, little flippy?
Exactly. Flips it over to Utley, who goes to Bryce.
That's pretty sweet.
For the old 6-4-3 double play.
I'm into that.
So I'd like to try that.
Like in Seattle, you bring Ichiro out. You don't throw it from the mound. You go, let's have a ceremonial sac fly.
I'm trying to think who I'd want from my childhood. Maybe like Melvin Mora, Miguel Tejada, or Cal Ripken Jr., Rafael Palmeiro.
I'm going Cal to Billy real quick.
Oh, Billy's in the mix.
Yeah, we're just with the Ripken bros.
I think I'll play second. I'll flip to Cal at short, who can throw to Rafael Palmeiro at first. That'd be a pretty silly double play for your boy.
Pretty steamed up right there.
But I thought that was really, really good theater. As baseball doing the NFL move, we're having our games overseas.
We're doing it.
We're taking the show on the road for the international series. NBA Finals, Danny, 2-0 Celtics up on the Mavericks. Mavericks are in big trouble. They cannot defend Boston. We knew Boston defensively was going to be really, really good, and they have been holding the Mavericks sub 100 last night in game 2. What I didn't quite account for is, as amazing as Luka Doncic has been offensively, and he's been tremendous, shot making, creating, 32, 11, and 11 triple-double last night.
Ho-hum.
He was a liability defensively as he was getting his on the other end of the floor.
Absolutely. Two things are the story of this game to me. Number one, it's really the story of the series too, is Kyrie Irving. They are doing a tremendous job on Irving. Anything Irving wants on offense is everybody standing around. He's ISO, step back, sidestep, this, that, and the other. Has not hit a three within the first 2 games. And I think he shot like 14 for 40 or something through the 2 games. And that's been the story to me, is how tremendous Boston has done defensively. And then the other side, you're 100% right. Luka's going to give it to you on offense. I think everybody knows that. They're willing to accept that. They're going to take it. They're going to make him work hard on the other end and not let anybody get those easy kick-out shots.
The anti-Luka has been Jason Tatum, who's had a horrendous series offensively, but has been dynamite on the defensive end. Celtics up 2-0. And speaking of NBA news, this broke about 15, 20 minutes before we went on the air. Connecticut's Dan Hurley has turned down the Lakers. They offered him $70 million over 6 years to get back into NBA coaching, to go to Los Angeles and try to return the Lakers to championship level. And he has turned them down. I can only imagine he got an unbelievable raise to stay at UConn.
One would think.
Because it seemed to me like, at least on the outside looking in, his flirtation the last couple days was real. But then the quote last night into this morning that I saw everywhere was, the Lakers have made a very compelling case. The rest of that sentence is, how about you guys, UConn? And my guess is to keep him, they had to give him something close to that 70 over 6.
Well, rightly deserved. I mean, he should be among the highest paid coaches in college basketball, if not the highest paid coach. What they've built there is incredible. Has a chance at a three-peat. I mean, it's obviously incredibly difficult. They're going to lose several guys off of that championship team, but they've found a way to reload and be pretty damn competitive.
ESPN's John Keim on minicamp for the Commanders that starts in Ashburn tomorrow. Coming up at 3 o'clock today on the Fan. Next, Caitlin Clark's been left off of the women's Olympic team to represent America this summer. We'll talk about that next on the Fan. Grant and Danny on the Fan. Welcome back. You know, I mentioned probably a month plus ago now, I was in a movie theater and kids came running in with squirt guns and shot, as it turned out, like one of their buddies playing this senior's assassin game.
Yeah.
I didn't know what it was. I was just freaked out, thought it was ridiculous.
Yeah, it's alarming.
Talked about it on the show, and then a bunch of people called in to say, oh, yeah, this is what high school seniors are doing. And to fill people in, apparently it's all over the country. It's happening in mass at this point. But high school seniors are playing this game. They call it Senior Assassin, where the last person to be shot with a squirt gun in the friend group essentially wins. And it doesn't matter where you are. They come find you in public, your buddies, and they'll shoot you with a squirt gun. You get water on you. It's over. It happened again. I was out and about eating outside at Yard House last weekend at the Springfield Mall. Same kind of deal where everyone just kind of, it's very clearly something's happening. Everyone's like looking and it's very loud. And you just see these kids screaming and someone comes up and shoots them with a squirt gun. But I saw today, you had suggested like something terrible is going to happen. There is an investigation into a death that took place of a 16-year-old where they think this game could be involved. And now there was a kid that got paralyzed in Kansas in a shooting in a Walmart parking lot.
Yep.
As a retaliation to this. Now, this sounds like some hothead crazy person actually shot him with a gun to like get even or something. I don't really know, but that's the allegation. But my point is, this is starting to happen where who could have predicted in public at a time where everyone has a lot of angst about terrible things happening and looking over their shoulder everywhere they go and being vigilant, that when you run up with a squirt gun and play your stupid game with your stupid friends, that something terrible could happen.
Without a doubt. It is a combustible recipe, right? I mean, again, it's probably all in the name of innocent. It's probably all in the name of innocent fun. It's makes sense. I understand. It's hijinks and shenanigans. Where it's like a game of tag, but with a little bit of a squirt gun. I'm just saying, when you start to incorporate folks in the public who are minding their business, and as you said, it's the kind of thing where in a place you don't have that kind of expectation, it's probably terrifying for several seconds before you realize what's going on. And when people are afraid, animals are afraid, bad stuff happens.
I don't even know that there's a good place to play this game, but maybe in
a water park, like a duly designated zone that's roped off, where it's like squirt guns go here,
right.
Fine.
Which I understand and I agree with, but the actual game is the sneaking up and the finding where someone is and going and locating them with your phone and all this stuff. I don't think you can actually play that game and have it work in today's day and age. It's just not going to be okay. So people should stop doing it. But I know that it cannot be done in public, and that in a movie theater where it's dark and where there have been tragedies and mass shootings, you can't do it there. I know that when people are eating outside and that there are, dozens and dozens of people roaming around, and you come up and you scream and you start taking out your plastic real gun looking squirt gun and you start shooting at someone, it can't be done there. And terrible things will come from this.
Yep.
And it sounds like they already are starting to. But have you experienced or seen in public anything like this yet? I mean, twice in a couple of weeks for me is enough.
Yeah. So I saw at like the local high school that's like a sports hub for youth sports on like one of the weekend days, right? So the high school isn't using it, but like every kid, there's football, there's flag football, there's soccer, there's baseball, youth lacrosse, different fields. Somebody's older brother, and it was far more innocent. It was a lot less like screaming craziness. It was somebody just walked up and the guy was like, "Oh crap, I'm caught," and hit him with a squirt gun. Far more innocent, a lot less awful than the ambush somebody in public kind of crazy thing, make bystanders panic type feel to it. But yeah, I was like, I think that's what that was.
Maybe it's just where I've been at the time, but it is not fun to realize what's going on after the fact. To be a movie theater, mall, like those aren't great spots.
Exactly right.
Maybe just leave people alone a little bit. The Indiana Fever guard Caitlin Clark, the #1 pick in April's WNBA draft, has been left off of the Olympic team. The U.S. women's basketball team has been put together to go to the Paris Olympics this summer. And Caitlin Clark was not named one of the 12 members of the team. Now, the full roster has not been announced yet. All we know is that Clark did not make it. I give her a lot of credit, by the way. She seems to always say the right thing. When someone cheap shots her, she does not make it personal or take issue with them. When she's in the middle of a controversy she wants nothing to do with because she just wants to be one of the girls, she kind of says something that is pretty routinely going to diffuse the situation. And what she said when asked about this over the weekend was, I'm excited for the girls that are on the team. I know it's the most competitive team in the world, and I know it could have gone either way. Me being on the team or me not being on the team, I'm going to be rooting for them to win gold. I was a kid that grew up watching the Olympics, so it will be fun to watch them. Honestly, no disappointment. It just gives me something to work for. It's a dream. It is amazing to me that she is not on the team. And what's comical about it is people want to debate if she's one of the 12 best players. And, well, who would you take off the team? Anybody.
Anyone. Throw a dart.
Do people not understand how much good she could possibly do by being on the team for women's basketball? Isn't that the whole point?
Whoever's in charge should lose their job today. 100% serious. Whoever gave the go-ahead is beyond foolish. Here's the thing. It's just a couple things as a side. Because what happens here is the women's basketball hardcore fan, of which I am not one, by the way, who knows more than I do, will say, like, well, this person's a better player than she is. Congratulations, you know more than I do. I don't care who's a better player than she is. The United States women are incredible. They're going to win the gold medal. They're awesome. The rest of the world doesn't have the structure that we have. The rest of the world plays men's basketball. The rest of the world doesn't have AAU all the way through college ball because we have Title IX, where women have more access, more ability to play, longer to play, etc. Okay, I know the pro leagues are different than the WNBA is, but I'm telling you, the U.S. is eons ahead. They're where the dream team from 92 is now in relation to the rest of the world. They're going to beat the brakes off everybody, with or without her. That's not the issue. The issue is they have been handed a golden goose. And since they've been handed the golden goose, they've gone, I hate this goose. I wanted all the gold, but not from this goose. I don't like it this way. This way isn't as good. No, I resent the golden goose. Let's talk trash about it. Let's have veiled shots at it. Let's be annoyed at the golden goose. Hey, here's another chance for the goose. Here's another chance to showcase wall-to-wall coverage for not only her, but by extension, women's basketball in general, to get the violent shove forward, to get you everything that you have wanted and expressed for years. It's here. Nope, not for us. Idiots, buffoons, morons. Absolutely incredible that they would make this decision. She may end up on the team because of, stuff happens. She's an alternate, someone gets hurt or turns an ankle
I think
or the
she
timing
will
or whatever.
end up on the team.
But it's not because they know what they're doing.
By the way, she had 30 points, 7 3-point field goals in her last game. She's averaging 17 points, 6 rebounds, and I think like 6 assists or whatever. She's really, really good. Like, it's not like she's not playing well or she's not a star. She can't help you. I bet she could. Now, that's not the argument, and that's not really the best conversation. I agree with you. But my point is, it's not like you're putting me on the team.
You're not putting a YouTuber. You're not putting a pop star
Right.
on there. You're like, this is clearly someone that can play.
The all-time best scorer in women's college basketball. One of the best players in the WNBA right now. Now, someone who watches all the time and refers to it as the W can tell me she's 11th, not 2nd, or 14th, not 5th. I can't do that. So that's fine. But the point is, as you said, here's the medals that they've won. This is when they've taken gold. 2020, 2016, 2012, 2008, 2004, 2000, 1996. They didn't in 1992 somehow. That was a bronze medal year. I'd have to go back and dig in on that. Then 1988 gold, 1984 gold. You roll out the basketball and you win the gold medal. To not have her on the team is to say, we don't want more eyeballs. We don't want more attention. We don't want casuals to watch. There is a strange disdain for newcomers when you've clamored for newcomers. I've never gotten this about what I'll call like fringe sports.
Yes.
Sometimes my buddies and who are hockey fans are this way.
Mhm.
Okay. Where
I talked about this when you were out, by the way, this very phenomenon where it's like, I want more attention. Here's some. No,
right.
not you.
It's a
Okay.
dismissive. You don't really get it. You don't have the knowledge. You're not on our level. This is definitely the case with people in the fighting game.
100%.
Like mixed martial arts is this way. You know, you're watching a fight and you don't know who's in mount and what that move was.
So that was a reverse Kimura, was it?
He wrestled in high school, man. And it's very like you're one of the group or you're not. I always refer to it as like, if you remember when the Red Sox got good after years and years of not being good back in 04-ish or whatever, there was the group of the fan base was referred to as like the pink hat.
The pink Red Sox hats, yeah.
And it was the pink hats, and I don't know what the gist was, but that was kind of how they determined they were the casuals, like the pink hat wearing fan or whatever. And for me, what has been so baffling about this whole Caitlin Clark discourse at the WNBA level is this is all such a win. This is all so good that it's on our menu. It's on our purview. It's in the windshield. We're looking at it. We're paying attention to it. But for them now, when they field this team that will go play internationally with the world watching, to say the most popular athlete in America right now, this second, and might be fleeting, but you can make the argument, in my opinion, she is the most popular, certainly the most talked about athlete on the planet over the last 2 weeks. Fair?
Yeah.
You're saying no, thank you? What are you thinking? And people want to talk about, well, is she one of the 12 best? I don't know. And also, you're missing the point. Who cares? Oh my God, who cares?
I think it's pretty simple.
Isn't this the whole point, the opportunity right now? This is a strike while the iron's hot and elevate your sport situation. Take it from where it's been to where it might be able to go and ride her shoulders the whole way. Hop on her back and let her carry you.
But if you remember the Dream Team, they put Christian Laettner on the team over someone like Shaquille O'Neal or even a couple others because he was a two-time national champion, college player of the year. He was incredible, right? And that was, if you want to do it almost ceremonially, you can do that. Again, I would feel bad if you were the player that got bumped off for someone that you might be better than at this stage. Like you put more into the WNBA than she has as a rookie. I'm sorry. This is a greater good situation. You said it very well. Strike while the iron's hot. I'm sorry. She's dragging this league, which has been on the fringes, into the mainstream. There has never been more WNBA discussion since I've lived than is happening right now. Good, bad, or indifferent. That's all positive. And she's basically, as I say, she's picking she's like Magnus ver Magnuson, a strong man, grabbing a big rope and pulling this whole ship they're all rowing against her in terms of getting popular and having people buy their jerseys and know who they are because they had their little fiefdom and they wanted more. And she's like, I'm going to get you guys more if you just come with me. They're like, no, I hate this. Not this way. Well, kicking and screaming into relevance.
I would say not all of the players or the WNBA thinkers are doing that. I think
sure not.
some.
I'm sure enough people in positions of power, enough people that are influential are doing this. And it's outrageous to me.
Did you see the crowd Friday night at Cap One Arena?
You mean the sellout, the biggest WNBA crowd ever? That one? Yes, I did.
20,000 plus people.
I saw it, yes.
The Wizards can't do that.
No, they cannot. Not even when the Lakers are in town.
They cannot.
Not even when Golden State's in town.
But don't put her on the Olympic team. 800-636-1067 is the number if you want to join us on Grant and Danny on the MGM National Harbor listener lines. What do you make of Caitlin Clark being left off of Team USA as the women get ready to play in the Olympics this summer?
USA roster. Caitlin's not on it. What was your reaction when you saw that list come out yesterday?
Yeah, a little disappointed, of course. She's my player. That's the hardest team in the world to make, right? Like, that is a tough team. She's young. She's going to have so many opportunities in the future.
How did you coach her up through that, or did you talk to her at all through that to make it more of a motivating factor than anything?
Yeah, we talked actually on the bus. She got the call on the bus, and she texted me to let me know. And, I just tried to keep her spirits. I mean, the thing she said was, "Hey, Coach, they woke a monster," which I thought was awesome.
Is there any silver lining? And she'll get a little bit of rest. She'll be able to work on some things in that 3-week break.
Yeah, I think that is the silver lining. Like, she is going to get some rest.
That is the head coach of the Indiana Fever, Christy Sides, when asked this weekend about her star, Caitlin Clark, not being on the women's roster headed to the Olympics to represent Team USA. 12 players made the team. She was not one of them. She's the biggest name and the biggest star in women's basketball. And right now, among athletes in any sport, men's, women's, in the world, she's probably the most talked about. Seems like it would have been a golden opportunity to have her on that roster, whether she starts or not. There's going to be plenty of opportunities when you're up by 1 million on your way to yet another gold medal. That's essentially just an exercise in rolling the basketball out and going and winning the gold, because the American team is so much better than most of the other teams around the world in women's basketball. Probably would get on the floor, and you would have her involved, and it seems like that would be a really good thing to continue to grow the game. They chose not to have her on the roster.
Just astounding. And again, you I think the coach said it, and you said it very well. I want to be very clear about this. Team USA is going to be excellent. They are awesome. Our women's basketball program, from start to finish, going all from grade school all the way through high school and college, the rest of the world doesn't play college sports. Again, it's a huge advantage that we have over a number of countries, simply because of our structure and because of Title IX and because of access that women have and opportunities. It's fantastic. Our Team USA women are going to be awesome and dominate. That's not the point of this. The point of this is they are rejecting, whoever's in charge of this, I don't know the names of the decision makers, they are rejecting this unbelievable opportunity to maybe sacrifice a little bit, in theory, which I don't necessarily buy, but you could have that debate. That's not what I'm having. But you could sacrifice a little bit, perhaps, of team quality on your 12th person for an unbelievable bit of exposure to grow this game, which is really the whole point. That's what you're in charge of. You're the steward of it. Grow it. And they're going, no, thanks.
Let's go to Cornell in Upper Marlboro on Grant and Danny. How are you?
I'm doing fine, man. I was listening to Rebecca Robo this morning, and she mentioned that they had selection of women that have been practicing since 2022, and that unfortunately, because Caitlin wasn't able to join them because her seasons went long, and they were saying that she's never made a practice, so therefore it wouldn't have been right for her to just come in when people have been practicing for almost 2 years. That was one of the reasons. And then someone brought up about the chemistry issue. There's some dissension amongst the other women in some areas. And
that one they got to get over.
So I appreciate it, buddy.
I'll jump in on that one.
Yeah.
That one shouldn't apply or doesn't matter. I'm sorry that you don't like that she gets attention and it is so famous, which is essentially what it sounds like you're alleging. Now, the first part where she wasn't practicing, she hasn't been a part of whatever kind of preparations they've been doing off and on for a couple of years. That's a real discussion. And now you've got to weigh the potential good of having her in as the 11th, the 12th woman, or keeping her out so that you don't rock the boat because she wasn't a part of this thing over the last couple of years. I don't know when the last time they got together and trained was, but it won't be in the months leading up to whenever they show up together and she would be there, because there's been a WNBA season, a preseason to the WNBA. So it's not like they were just training for the last 7 weeks together every single day. This is also not that uncommon. Like, the teams get together, they have tryouts, they have practices, they go their separate ways for months. And the teams is always, guys get hurt, for the men's roster, women get hurt. You're going to come and go. If someone gets replaced, and I'm sure this has happened, from that roster, they'll go find 1, 2, 3 women as need be to put on the roster as they go. So it's not like it's an unprecedented thing. Even if it was, I would still say break glass in case of emergency. This is a very unique circumstance, and an unbelievable amount of good can be done for the game.
I think it's pretty simple. They've done this for the number 1 pick before, by the way, who doesn't have a ton of international or WNBA experience. I was reading an article about it. Brianna Stewart, Diana Taurasi, years ago, they hadn't played in the WNBA much, and they made the Olympic team because it was, hey, this makes sense, or this player's wanted this, notoriety coming off a really successful college career. There's never been anything like this.
Precedent for it.
Yeah, there's never been anything like this.
Nick's in La Plata on G&D. What's up, Nick?
What's up, guys? Big fan of the show. I just wanted to first off acknowledge that obviously Kaden is an amazing player, but just from a competition aspect, I don't see how you take someone off who is very well eligible to play on the team and compete, and then put her on there who may not be as good. And I know you guys already addressed this point, but okay, so you put her on the team to further or grow the sport. So then it's like, okay, so do you play her to further and grow the sport? Because now people want to see her play. So does the coach?
Yeah, they'll be up by 20 a few times.
Now, I understand your
into the
point in general. If this is a razor-thin margin where they may or may not beat Australia or something like that.
Thanks, Nick. We appreciate
it.
it.
I appreciate you, dude. Like, I understand the point in general. And in general, I would subscribe to Nick's way of thinking, by the way. But again, this isn't a sideshow. This isn't like a music artist who also wants to play basketball, and you're just putting them on as some sort of weird cursory. She can play. There are a number of women who are not going to make this team that are excellent, that if one of the starters or members of the roster go down, they'd be able to fill in admirably, that aren't Caitlin Clark. The point is, this is not as if you're putting some schlub off the couch who's got a million Instagram likes because they're hawking some nutritional thing. This is the world's biggest basketball celebrity right now, and they're choosing not to include her on purpose. It would stink if you were the last person to not make the club. But it stinks for a dozen or more women in this pool right now who probably deserve it. And I put that in quotation marks. Everybody deserves it. This is not a fairness thing here. This is a golden opportunity, big picture, more than one person's individual feelings and slights that we're trying to protect here. People are going to get told no regardless. You have this unbelievable opportunity, and they're like, no, not on our watch.
Well, there's also this weird thing that I haven't really experienced in other sports where it's being viewed as, well, this is good for Caitlin Clark, but not for the sport, which you don't see that in baseball. When everyone's fired up about Shohei Ohtani, we don't go, well, this is good for Shohei, but not Major League Baseball. I got a guy tweeting me going, name the other players on the Fever if she's been so good for the league. I can't.
Yeah, I can't. I'm not interested.
I don't watch the Fever. I don't know anything about the Fever other than Caitlin Clark. And he's like, well, then she's not growing the game. 20,000 people at Capital One Arena.
TV ratings, attendance. TV ratings and attendance.
There are people watching. There are people going. There are people paying. That is growing the game. But we just don't do that in other sports. Everybody just likes Tom Brady. They don't like football. I don't get what it is about her that's different. But this argument that he's making is everywhere that I see, that basically it's not about the WNBA, right? It's not about women's basketball. People just like her. These are Caitlin fans. They're not basketball fans. We don't differentiate.
Yeah, they might see some basketball at some point if they're watching her. They might end up seeing it. And that's the whole point.
Commanders mini camp out in Ashburn gets going tomorrow. We'll talk to John Keim of ESPN about that next, right here on The Fan. As the exclusive sponsor of our show, the law firm of Kandori and Murad can guide you and your family in the right direction. They'll help you draft a will, set up a trust, create a healthcare power of attorney. Schedule a free consultation with their estate planning attorneys at kmlawyers.com. Be sure to tell them Grant and Danny sent you to get a discount. kmlawyers.com. We are live all over DC on our flagship 106.7 The Fan. We are live in Richmond over the air right now on AM 910 and FM 105.1. And of course, you can take us with you wherever you go on the Odyssey app. If you want to watch the show, we are streaming in high definition on YouTube on our 106.7 The Fan page. So you can go check us out there via video. Let's go to the BetQL guest hotline. Bet smarter to beat the books. Download the BetQL app. Visit betql.com. Our buddy John Kine of ESPN.com, who covers the Commanders, joins us. John, a lot of different directions we can go in ahead of mini camp tomorrow. But can you set the table for us? It's 3 days. What is expected to be covered by the staff, and just how significant are the next 72 hours when they get going here?
I mean, it's a continuation of what they've been doing in the OTA, so a lot more install. And when you have this many new people, new staff, new players, I think all these installs are very important. So, typically, you know this, like a lot of times that third day gets canceled because, this group has put in a ton of work, great attendance through the OTAs. There's that reward at the end of the week, but because it's a new situation, it wouldn't shock me if they keep that third day just because of how much they have to install. And so I think that's where the big part is. And just, you go through, like, they've been able to go through situations, like we've watched them run the no huddle. We've watched, a lot of situational stuff, which is teams do, but that's what they've been doing now. And so I think they have to get through more of that as well. So yeah, it's a big week too, because then it's the last time they see them before they report back in July. So you need to make sure that you're in a good spot at the end of this week.
This is also the first mandated work, but I don't know that that matters for them because they've had full attendance already, right?
Correct. Right. That's a good point. It's mandatory. The other stuff obviously is voluntary, but they haven't had guys skip. So they haven't had that storyline this year.
John, I haven't seen anything on this, so forgive me, but how has Jaden Daniels handled learning everything brand new? Obviously adjusting to life in the NFL, but like he's learning a new offense, learning a new language. Everything about it is new and different. How has he handled it so far?
So far, good. And so you can only go by what you hear, right? And so what you're hearing is a lot of good stuff about him, but it's the stuff that you heard about him during the draft process as well that, I've had people close to him describe him as a football nerd. I think, at LSU, he was a guy organizing meetings for receivers, coming in at 5 to 6 a.m. to watch film and all that. That has carried through to here. And what you don't see, you hear guys will talk about like, he's always the first one in, but he's certainly one of the first ones in the building and watching film and all that. But what you don't see is somebody who's hesitant a lot of times. And that's often a clue for a rookie quarterback. Where are they at with things? And I think when you talk to guys about how he's calling plays in the huddle, which can be a stumbling block for rookies because you're not having to do that as much in college, if at all. And it seems like it's going pretty well there. I think we'll get a better sense of that once you get into a situation where it's a more high stress situation, right? Then you get a better feel for that. Or when you get to some of these joint practices in August, that's going to be a great feel for where he's at in the overall development. But so I think it's, by all accounts, it's been good so far. And to me, the key is you can be fooled a lot by what you see in the spring and even in the summer. But what you also look for is what you're not seeing, which was him like in 7-on-7s. You're not seeing him run a lot, right? Which you don't want to see that, but he's not having to do that as much, which tells you that he's getting through his progressions, getting a read and getting the ball out. Sometimes you might force a little bit, but he's getting the ball out. And so like, that's the stuff you kind of go on as far as like, where's his learning at? Well, you can see it reflected in terms of how he's conducting himself on the field. Not always perfect, but that's been a good start, it seems.
ESPN's John Keim with us here on G&D. What's he struggled with? Doesn't mean he'll struggle with it forever, but where have the hiccups been?
Yeah, and I think what you definitely see sometimes where maybe a little bit of indecision on a certain look, for example, and maybe they throw a look that you have maybe you're not expecting a cover two. They throw cover two or even a Tampa two, so you get the linebacker drop into an area. Maybe that surprises him a little bit, and maybe you have to eat it there, or there's some indecision there, right? So I think little things like that, and that's it's really the hard part is, again, there have been times in the past, some quarterbacks here in the past, that you don't know if they're making the right reads or not. You see the completion, but you don't know if the read is right because the coaches only know, right? Or the teammates know. But in media, you just see a completed pass. So that's what you go on, and you can get fooled in the pass. But like I said, so there is the occasional indecision that you would see. And I think sometimes in those situations too, you'll see a Zach Ertz come up to him after their series is over and just kind of chat with them, or him talking to Kingsbury, a lot about what was going on there. So, but that's been it. And it's, and the other part is you're not seeing a live pass rush. So everything is covered around that. Like once you see him in the pass rush, when there's a live rush where you have to make an even quicker decision or you might get pummeled, then we'll get a good feel for that. But I've seen him go through the progressions a couple of times, and, you look in left, get to the middle, get to the right. Now the ball's coming out. And so, but the indecision at times, which not surprising, but that's sometimes what you'll see.
Okay, speaking of pass rush, and John Keim of ESPN is with us on Grant and Danny mini camp tomorrow. We'll have the coverage throughout the day here on the Fan. Johnny Newton and the boot. He's now out of that. Yeah. We know. I think he was one of the guys I saw at Nats Park walking around yesterday. They had most of the rookie class out here as Jaden Daniels threw his first pitch. Do we know what his recovery timeline is like?
Don't know yet.
Okay.
Not sure yet. Yeah, and that's something that we'll hopefully get a better feel from Dan Quinn.
But do we even know, there's no thought that he wouldn't be ready for the start of the season, right?
I don't think so, because based on I have not heard that.
Okay.
So based on the timeline of the other surgery that had his other foot, which was the same surgery, he had it sometime in January, and then he had his personal pro day in early to mid-April. So and I don't know at what point he had it in January, if it was mid, late, whatever. So that gives you a little bit of a sense of when it is. So if you have that procedure in early to mid-May, he would be, at worst, he'd be back at some point in training camp. So that's what I would expect. But that's just my own math and trying to piece it together. But we should get a better sense from Dan Quinn this week, as far as, because it'll be asked this week, because now it's, it's the last chance to talk to him. So we'll ask Dan Quinn about that this week.
John, barring injury, which is always probably pretty stupid because it's the NFL and football and the stuff happens, but without injury, you got to risk the entire Keim fortune on one of three choices here. Okay. Who plays the most games at left tackle for the 2024 Washington 53? Cornelius Lucas, Brandon Coleman, or a guy that's not on the roster yet?
Oh man. Is he in the heart? The only known part is Cornelius, but Coleman was drafted for a reason. They seem to like him. We haven't seen him in pads. So I would say if you broke it down, maybe it's, I don't know. I think in August, we'll know far more about Coleman. I just have no clue with him. I know he's a good athlete, know he has good length, but have no clue. I could see Cornelius playing 7-8 games there, and that may ultimately be more. And would Coleman play all the other games? I don't know. So I hate to even put my money on Cornelius. I'll tell you what, man, I'm looking for somebody else's money to put on that one, because I don't have a good answer on it. We haven't seen, I know his college coach feels like he's more of a left tackle, and that's where he did his best work at TCU. So, but what does that mean here? We don't know. And even the coaches say they haven't seen him in pads yet. So I know what Lucas can do. The hard part with the third choice with the field is who becomes available. And I don't know that you're going to get that starting caliber left tackle coming in free in August, because I was going over the list of guys who might be available, or teams that took tackles, and like, would they have an excess? And there are a couple teams that have, like, you know, maybe like the Jets drafted tackle they got Moses in a trade, they got, you know, Tyron Smith, but I don't know that they're inclined. You know, Moses is not a left tackle, so are they inclined to release Tyron Smith? I don't know. So there aren't, you know, well, here's the other guy to watch would be, to me, what do they think of DJ Humphries? Because Kingsbury had him in Arizona. And, you know, but he had the torn ACL. When does he become healthy? So is he even an option? I don't know. But you'd have to, because they're so big on familiarity. But, man, this is a long-winded way to say, I don't know. And I hope I don't have a big fortune, because I'd lose it on this one. But right now, you'd have to put it on Cornelius, because he's the no.
Right.
But I think, you know, I'm really, really curious to see what Coleman can do, because he does have good feet and he does have the length. It's just a matter of how quickly do you adapt to playing that position in this league. And, you know, typically it's hard for a third-round pick to come in and start at left tackle like that. So kind of figure he might be a midway through the year guy.
I'm reminded of an axiom that if you have two quarterbacks, you don't have one. And I think that works here, because no answer is literally an answer, right? I mean, but by that answer is the answer that maybe they got work to do.
They got work to do.
How about Sam Cosmi? PFF ranked him the number 3 guard in the league going into this season. And their rankings or grades or whatever, that's not really the point.
Right.
This guy's not talked about as a star, and it looks like he's played at that level. Do we need to start talking about him maybe being the best player on the team?
Best player on the team, I don't know. But a really good guard, absolutely. I thought he finished really well too. Like, his last part of the year was really good. So, like, I saw that too, and it's like, okay, well, it didn't surprise me. You know, I thought I was a little bit surprised at how high they had him, just because I haven't watched him in relation to other guards. I just know that he had a really good finish to that year, and that he can be a very good guard.
And the reason I asked John about, like, best player on the team status, there's nobody else on the team right now that ranks in the top 3 at their position.
No, there's not. And, but, you know, I think going through it, I mean, he might be I guess if you say the highest rated player at his position, yeah. A year ago, clearly would have been Payne or Allen, right? But they didn't have those kind of years. But could they do it again? I think one of them probably could. But yeah, no, I think I was actually, when I saw that, like I said, I was a little bit surprised how high it was, because I just didn't know. But I'm like, well, then clearly people were paying attention to how he finished, because he did finish well. I mean, he's a good player.
John, this group of coach and head coach and defensive coordinator, really good track record working with secondaries. The pelts on the wall resume speaks for itself. That's good, because there are guys that I've got questions about. Quan Martin, I thought, played some and played better in the second half of the year. Dubious honor, because he was unplayable in the first half. And Emmanuel Forbes is now their kick returner, ? What's the future of the guys that are kind of inherited here as part of the secondary? And you can throw in St. Juste there as well. How do you see this corner position shaking out, and how comfortable should we be?
I think that's, to me, it's right there with left tackle, where you just don't know. And for a lot of reasons. I mean, first of all, like, Quan Martin's been working at safety with Jeremy Chin. He's a guy that I really liked how he finished. His last 3 or 4 games I thought were really good. And I think he's a smart player, communicates well. You could see, like, he had a game against the Dolphins where he's covering the 49ers. We covered different players. He covered McCaffrey, covered Kittle, covered, I think it was Ayuk, and did a good job in each of those, with the situations he was in. So, like, I think he can help them. I think he fits with what this defensive staff, how they want to use guys, and the versatility he has. So I feel pretty good about him. With Forbes and St. Juste, I don't know. And, you know, when you look at, like, Quinn's past with corners, he likes the big corners. Well, St. Juste is 6'3". You know, he does, like, last year they talked about this, but you even go back and look at his 3-cone stuff in the combines when he came out, he has good short area quickness. So that is a good help. He is not coming off a good year, though. And for, you know, you can look back and say coaching wasn't great, and which is all true, right? but we still like, what's the player's responsibility in all that too? Because there are a couple times where it's like, that's not the technique they're asking to play. So why are you doing that? And you made it, so there are things like that. So, but if you hear the same, a better message over and over again from a different staff, maybe that sets in differently. So I think they're intrigued by him. Forbes is going to be very interesting because he does one thing they love, which is take the ball away. At least he did in college. And that's going to open anybody's eyes. He's not a big guy. We know that. He does have good length. And that's one thing that I think it was Quinn or Witt was talking about last week with him, was the length is what they really like. And he's, again, not big, but good length. And so, but the question for him is, will he improve the techniques enough, footwork and all that? Even Darryl Green was talking about that last year. Can he improve that enough to become a consistent player for them? Because otherwise, then you're looking at like a Mike Davis coming in there to play there, and they've rotated. When we've watched them, there are some times where Forbes is working with the first guys, and sometimes it's Davis. But I look at that and say, because there's so many new things with new staff, new scheme, different way to apply pressure, et cetera, what's the trickle-down effect on those guys? But I'd still say, even with all that, I'm not assuming that there's this automatic improvement because they've got to show it. And I go in there with camp thinking the questions I have are what's the corner situation going to be like, and then who's going to man left tackle.
John, we appreciate you. Enjoy practice tomorrow. It's always nice to actually have real football to write about this time of the year. So enjoy the day.
I will. It's nice to, after the last few years, it's nice just to talk about football. Trust me. So thank you guys.
Are there any investigations you want to catch us up on, or are you good?
Jeez, it's too soon for that, man. Thanks.
Any statements you've got to go read? John Keim,
See you, brother.
ESPN, covering the Commanders with us on Grant and Danny. Tomorrow, mini camp begins. Typically, they don't have the third day, as he referenced. They'll just can that. It'll be a congrats to the players on your hard work for 2 days. But potentially Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday. So we'll have it covered throughout the day here on The Fan, including on our show tomorrow. Next, speaking of tomorrow, EA Sports is going to announce who will grace the Madden cover this year. It's unknown who that's going to be. I want to take a stab at our guesses. Really, the conversation is, who is the most recognizable face in the National Football League right now? Problem is, a couple of the best quarterbacks have recently been on the cover.
Yes, you got to strike a couple of those guys, right?
So it can't be Josh Allen, Patrick Mahomes, a few names like that. Who do you put on the cover of Madden this year? Who's the face of the league? We're Grant and Danny. Thank you, Toby. Welcome back, Grant and Danny on the Fan. Tomorrow, EA Sports is going to announce who will be on the cover of Madden when it drops in August. Question becomes, who's the poster boy in the National Football League right now? Last year, John Madden was back on the cover posthumously after we tragically lost him. He was on the first 11 covers of Madden before they put players on the cover, starting with Eddie George.
I thought Garrison Hurst was first. You got an article that says differently?
I'm just looking at all the covers in front of me.
I believe it.
Why Garrison Hurst?
It was random, but it was before that was a thing. It was, it used to be Madden doing different stuff, holding the video game, sometimes a football, sometimes thumbs up. I could have sworn that was the answer to that trivia question. I may have been misleading people at sports bars for years.
NFL.com is why I'm just kind of scrolling through all the covers. They've got Eddie George listed in 01.
There you go.
After Madden in 2000. But I'm not promising you that they're right either. But before that, we had Patrick Mahomes 2 times in 3 years and Lamar Jackson after his first MVP in the sandwich year. Now, he's coming off the Most Valuable Player award, so I guess they could go back to the well with Lamar. But if you look at the recent players, it was Brady and Mahomes. I hate the tandem when they go
that's not for
multiple players. You got to pick one guy. Then you had Lamar, Mahomes. Believe it or not, back in 2019, Antonio Brown was on the cover before we completely lost him to the wild side. 2018, Brady. 2017, Gronk. Odell Beckham Jr., which seems odd, but he was a superstar in the biggest media market in the country outside of LA. Here on the East Coast in New York, 2016. Richard Sherman in 2015. And then before that, you were going like Barry Sanders, Calvin Johnson, Drew Brees. Peyton Hillis had a year where he was on the cover.
Peyton Hillis, dude.
Which is staggering. Got to be the most random Madden cover ever. Was a one-hit wonder at running back for the Browns.
In 2012, no less. That is wild.
So who would you put on the cover this year? Who is the face of the NFL? If we're saying you can't go Mahomes for a third time, you're not going to go Lamar because it was only a few years ago. And Josh Allen was recently on the cover. I was told at some point, although his picture's not here, but he was on a cover.
He's on the cover of Madden 24, which is this past year's Madden.
Okay, so Madden was 2 years ago.
Correct.
Madden was in 23.
Gotcha. So I don't have the updated Allen picture. All right, so Allen was last year. So then who is on the cover this year?
So I got a few nominees, and we can discuss those as we go, but I think I got this one. Now, I'm not guaranteeing it, but I feel like I got it. I think they go with Taylor Swift's boyfriend, Travis Kelce. I think it's a Travis Kelce cover.
So Kelce is one of the most guessed players right now for the reason that I'm guessing you're going to hint at, which is there is some mainstream notoriety.
There's some
right
buzz. And what we like to do is capture that and use it. You see what I'm saying? Instead of hating it and not including it, I think they want to capture it.
Well, you could take him out of the game altogether. We could go full U.S. women's basketball team philosophy and just not have Travis Kelce in the game for fear
like that
some Swifties might pick up Madden and play.
There we go. Yeah, we don't want new eyeballs. Not on our thing.
So Kelce.
Travis Kelce, that's my idea.
I've got 2 thoughts. One, Christian McCaffrey, who is a blast to play with.
That was one of mine, yeah.
Catches footballs, both out of the backfield, lined up as a receiver, one of the best just straight running backs in the league. If you take the ability to be a pass catcher out of the equation, would still be a top 5 player at his position. Recognizable, second-generation player, was a superstar last year, rushing touchdown every single week for the San Francisco 49ers. So I like that one. The other would be Joe Burrow. But the timing is not right for Burrow, I don't think, because Joe Burrow got hurt last year. This is about as unsexy a time for the Bengals as there has been in the last 5 years. Because of the Burrow injury, they regressed, took a huge step back. So you could almost wait until Burrow plays at an MVP level again, and then he'd be the perfect answer. He probably should have been the guy on the cover over the last couple of years when they got to a Super Bowl when they played an AFC championship game, but he wasn't. So I'm just thinking it's been Allen, it's been Mahomes, next in line in the most popular, beloved quarterbacks. I think you got to go Joe Burrow.
Stands to reason. I thought of Justin Herbert because maybe it is more of his time, even though he ended last year with an injury as well, not as significant as Burrow's wrist thing. We know nobody's going to be fine. So I thought of those guys as well. I went non-quarterback for a couple nominees. Let me throw those at you. Don't like them, we throw it right back.
I got a suggestion here that's a non-quarterback. Let's see if he's on your list.
Okay.
Andrew's in Damascus. Andrew, who should be on the cover of Madden? Who's the face of the league right now?
Well, as a Packers fan, it hurts to say it because I'm sick of watching their receivers do so well. But Justin Jefferson is about as exciting as it gets in the league, I think.
He's my favorite NFL player outside of DC right now. And certainly among non-quarterbacks, he's my one seed. I think the gritty for the post-touchdown celly, the first down, point down the field that he does that all the receivers are copying now, he's got panache. He's got a little pizzazz. He's got some juice to him. He was on pace to go 120 and 1,800 again when he got hurt last year. Think about that.
Yep.
And he did that already once. He caught 128 balls for 1,800 yards and 8 touchdowns in 2022. I could see Justin Jefferson on the cover.
I could too.
Vikings have great uniforms. Like the purple just pops like Lamar when he was on Madden. I could absolutely see that.
That was one of my potential nominees. What about a little Myles Garrett? What about a little best defensive player in the football, Mr. 20 sacks? Well, Myles Garrett.
Is he a needle mover enough? Great player.
Yep.
DPOY every year kind of guy. Is he recognizable enough? Like, does the average NFL fan, when they see him, now he'll be in uniform wearing 95 and orange and brown.
Mm-hmm.
That's a pretty good tell.
Yep.
But how many people go, oh, it's Myles Garrett? I think Justin Jefferson, as soon as you see Jettas with the gold fronts and the locks hanging, he's got a unique hairstyle.
More recognizable,
and,
certainly.
Yeah, and just the purple uniform, like you know exactly who that is. I don't know if Myles Garrett's on that list. Also, I hate to be this guy, but I'm going to be this guy.
Uh-oh.
Has it been enough time since the worst moment of his life when he almost killed Mason Rudolph? I think he's a really good dude. I've always liked Myles Garrett, but I don't know. Is the statute,
I didn't think about it until you said that. So
statute of limitations for him bashing a guy over the head with a brick, has it been enough time yet? Or swinging, I don't know if he landed, swinging the brick at least. And I'm a Myles Garrett guy. I'm asking the question.
Yeah, I don't have
know
an
the
answer to that.
Like, a lot of people have said to me on Twitter, you can hit me up at Grant H. Paulson. Danny's at Funny Dana. I'm sure it's Dana.
Dana, what's your Twitter?
Tyreek Hill. I don't know if Cheetah's the guy I'm putting on a poster if I'm the NFL. I don't want a whole lot of people digging in on Tyreek Hill. Let's just watch him on Sundays. Let's clap when he has big catches and yards and touchdowns. That guy likes to get into some things off the field, right?
There is a searchable history there. Yeah.
There is a difference between the celebration of an outstanding player and then the let's make him the face of our thing. Justin Jefferson? Sure. Christian McCaffrey? No doubt. Tyreek Hill? I don't know if I'm giving him that status.
So here's the other guy, bit of a dark horse candidate, I think. All he's done is produce at an incredible level. And he plays for the most needle-moving team there is. How about CeeDee Lamb on the cover of Madden? A little CeeDee Lamb. Again, not as like easily recognizable. He's only in his mid-20s.
If you're going to go with a moderately obscure wide receiver, go Jamar Chase.
Well, but again, he plays for the Cowboys. Had 1,800 yards last year with 130-some catches. A couple straight years of that. Unbelievable production. Again, I think it's Kelsey, but I'm just basically saying that's a nominee to me.
CeeDee Lamb is really interesting. I think if you go Cowboy, you go Dak. And that wouldn't even make sense.
That wouldn't make sense.
But you're not going to skip over Dak to go CeeDee Lamb, I don't think. Watch now, it'll be CeeDee Lamb somehow. Sean's in Falls Church has an idea. Sean, who should be on the cover of Madden? We're going to find out tomorrow who gets the cover.
Thanks for taking my call, guys. Appreciate it.
Hey, buddy.
Thanks. I would go with a team that isn't necessarily big market, but at the same time, a guy that is probably hottest right now with the Rookie of the Year that he just had, C.J. Stroud.
Oh.
Another option would be, I know a fan favorite of your guys, Mike from Hagerstown, eating ravioli in the morning, watching Nats at night. I think he's a guy I want.
That's a good idea. Mike in Hagerstown on the cover of Madden.
Using his bowl.
The bowl that he uses to make his food.
Amazing.
I think would make perfect sense. And if you load the game on the opening credits instead of like a song or the traditional way you kind of get into the game, you just hear Mike in Hagerstown complaining
about streaming
services. I think that's the right way to do it. Got a lot of tweets coming in at Grant H. Paulson. Dean says, I see Lamar on the cover. Again, he was just on the cover a few years ago. Now, it was right after he won MVP and he won again. So they could run that back, but I just think there's too many.
They were
good
kind of
players.
doing it if they were doing it as if you were on recently, you can't be on again.
He says maybe Stephon Diggs. I think the arrow's trending down on Diggs from a popularity standpoint.
Agreed.
How many quarterbacks do you get mad at? How many fits do you throw? How many new teams before we just go, maybe it's you, bro? Let's go to Ben in Fairfax on Grant and Danny. Hey, Ben.
Hey, guys. I like that CJ Stroud call. I didn't even think about that.
That is a really
That's a good one.
I think that could be sexy, too. Everybody loves Stroud.
Yeah.
Nope. Everybody hears that name, and it's just like you smile, right? Good dude. Great rookie season. I think that could play.
But when you think of like middle America and reaching new people or building the next fan base, along the same lines, Jared Goff bringing the Lions back to relevance and what the next 5 years might be like for them, that could be a good reshaping of America's team right there.
They are a little bit of America's team, post Hard Knocks with the cologne. The problem is you want people to buy Madden. And so if you want people to purchase the product, you're not going to put Jared Goff on the cover of the product, just as a general rule.
Yeah, it's trying to entice people to purchase it. That's the main part of the strategy.
Yeah.
Right there. And that's more of a repel the people.
Had we have said, who could they put on the cover so that people see the cover and they go, why'd they pick this guy and who is he? Then Goff would probably be a really good answer.
Yeah. Like who find me the perfect cover guy. If the perfect cover guy has been carried to relevance by two offensive geniuses, and independent of that has been terrible. Jared Goff, that's a great cover.
Let's go to Vinny in Seat Pleasant. How are you, Vinny?
Hey, Vinny.
How's it going, Grand Danny?
Hey, buddy.
Appreciate it. First time caller. Listen to you every day.
Well, thank you. That's sweet.
With open arms, my friend.
Appreciate you. I'm going to go ahead and shake it up a bit. You know, how about we place one of the best punters in the NFL that we know very well, Tress Way. Put him up on there.
Tressler.
And have him bless the cover.
America's punter.
America's punter.
That's the answer.
Could you imagine, by the way, if Tressway got that call?
I'd be so excited.
Like, dude, you're going to be on the cover of Madden.
Jaden Daniels, you can have my number. It's fine. I'm going to get the cover of Madden.
You can find my number on Madden.
And he's not wearing a number on the cover. It's just a blank jersey. Or he's just in a sweater. It's just Tressway in a sweater posing for a picture.
Like a golf attire with like a golf glove on.
Two thumbs up.
What am I posing it for?
Love that. Double play is next. What's going on in our lives? Nothing to do with sports. At 4 o'clock ahead of the Blitz in 20 minutes, we're giving away tickets to the giant barbecue battle. You better be listening. if you listen to this show, you might like barbecue. And if you like barbecue, you're going to want to go to the Giant Barbecue Battle. We've got tickets we're giving away at the top of the hour. Be listening at 4 o'clock. It is time for our double play, driven to you by your local Washington area Honda dealers. Stop in for a great deal on the rugged and capable Honda Pilot. Contact your local Washington area Honda dealers today.
Take you back just over 10 years, my friend. My oldest had just been born, and you remember, I don't know if you guys have anybody out there as kids. I know you do, GP. When your first one is born, you don't really know anything, right? And everybody's very nice to you. They bring you food or whatever, and you're like, you don't know the rules. Like, can I bring him outside? Can I bring the kid on a walk? And then pretty soon you kind of figure out the rhythm of it, right? So my oldest had just been born. Wife and I are kind of holed up in our place for a couple of weeks, and I was already fat, but I was getting super fat, and I could feel myself getting fatter, Tommy Boy style. So I said to my wife, I'm going to leave you with our newborn child. It's the first time I'm doing this, and you'll be able to do something soon. I'm going to go play some basketball. I don't know if you remember this. I told the story on the air. So I went up to the local gym. It's open on Tuesday night. No one's in there. So I'm just jogging around, shooting it, going to get the rebound, shooting it from where I go, get a little cardio in, run around playing the ball. Fine, no problem. I was about to leave. 5 young people come in. They're in their early 20s. They're about Ryan's age. This is a decade ago plus. And they go, hey, man, we need one more for 3-on-3. Can you play? I went, yeah, fine. Begrudgingly. Early in the game, shot goes up. I'm going in for the rebound, bounces over my head towards the sideline. I'm going to try to stop, pop, turn around, chase it down. I feel this really nasty kick to the back of my left leg. I go, what the bleep? That's a bleeping foul. But louder and angrier. I roll over and no one's within 25 feet of me because I just torn my hamstring from the bone. And that's what it felt like. I had to hobble home in shame. That was the last time I played pickup basketball. In this cellular phone right here that I'm holding up for the folks on the YouTube, 1067 The Fan YouTube page, I received an invitation to play pickup basketball for the first time. Since then, I have accepted, and I'm now terrified.
Wow.
I'm regretting it to the nth degree. I can't back out now. I asked for permission. I was like, hey, to my wife, is it okay if I do this? Because I know everyone's very busy.
How old are the people you're going to play with?
Around my age, but they play. They play a lot. These are suburban
How
dads.
athletic?
I think there are probably a couple real ball players in there, like basketball players.
Why are
in the group.
why are you going to leave the comfort zone of pickleball? You know you're not going to get hurt playing pickleball. Unless you try to kick a dried worm. Then
I was going to say that happened. You brought it up. We should never forget that, by the way. That's how I pulled my groin.
Like, does the idea of basketball appeal to you? Does it sound fun?
That's why I said yes. I was like, oh, I'd love to do that.
Are you playing full court?
I don't know. I've never been in the venue. I don't know who it is. Like, my friend is one of the people that helps organize it.
Okay.
And I've been told that I'm on the in case of roster. They've got a group that they play with. In case somebody can't, I'll hit you up.
You're definitely going to do old man game stuff. Are you going to wear wristbands, headbands, stuff like that?
Well, I do sweat a lot. I'm going to wear my sausage casings on my legs to try to prevent injury.
No, you're not.
Yeah. Oh, yeah, I have to do that. Are you kidding me?
That's so bad.
You know them.
That's
so what
gross.
I do is I do full calf sleeve, a lot of compression. Have to have that. That's just for the calves.
So embarrassing.
Then you do the quad / groin ones that go all the way up. You know what I'm talking about? All the way. Not just like the sleeve. It's not like, oh, I'm a shooter sleeve. This is it's keeping all the gross meat in there. You know what I mean?
So why do you wear those?
To try to prevent some injury. It helps with circulation, the compression. There's some science in there.
It's not just to look cool. Look like
It
Allen
certainly doesn't
Iverson.
look cool. Say that.
Right. But you're going to play.
I'm going to play.
Are you going to wear a headband?
Yeah.
No, you're not.
Yeah. Because the sweat.
Don't wear a headband.
I got to wear a headband.
What if you didn't?
Then I'd get sweat in my face, my eyes,
Oh,
and stuff.
man. Can you take a picture for us?
Happy to take a picture for you guys.
Or can you let me come take pictures and record it?
I mean, it's right after the show tomorrow night. I don't think you'd make it.
What time are you running?
7.
Where at?
I actually have to get the location.
But like Fairfax or
Yeah. It's somewhere not far from us. It's one of my neighbor's buddies, and they're telling me like, yeah, you come play.
So this is
they
DC
do this
people.
No,
This is the new, like, you've moved
Yeah.
out to Virginia. These are
Mhm.
the new neighbors.
Yeah, and that's part of why I want to do it. But the other part is I haven't played in a long time, and I love the game, and I'm very basketball mode.
For the love of the game.
No, I'm saying I love hoops. I always have. But I'm like, that was probably a mistake to have said yes to that. Because you know what I mean? Because I
think
was
you'll be fine.
I expressed interest.
Ideally, you'll play 3-on-3 half court or something like that. Because you guys are old.
Everybody's so old. But the way they made it sound was, it's fun. But you notice I didn't say, oh, dude, it's fun. It's fun. Like where it's going up, and it tells you that it's competitive.
Well, you would love that. You are so competitive.
Yes.
I saw Franny at Nats Park the other day, yesterday, I guess. And we were talking about pickleball.
Uh-oh.
And he was joning about how if you hit a bad shot, you like scream and curse and make a big scene. And he was kind of comparing you to the guy that all the players on the team in baseball like get annoyed at, because when he strikes out, he makes like a huge ordeal and everyone has to be on pins and needles because, like, oh, God, Danny struck out. Oh, we're sorry. And like Franny was joning about how, like, seriously you take pickleball.
Yeah.
So I think if the league is competitive, I think it'll be perfect for you.
Well, first of all, everything he said is accurate, by the way, about me. That's totally correct. It's a chore to play with me in pickleball. But for this, I don't want to say this the right way. I'm not good now. It's not like I was ever really good at basketball, but like I'm really now especially not good.
But you're still going to scream and curse when you miss a shot or you leave it short or something.
But if it's competitive, then they'll I'll be the guy that hey, Tim's got a matchup. Danny's on him. He can't check Tim.
But this
See
could
what I'm saying?
sure, of course. But this could be your new thing where you do 3 hours of basketball a day and you get better at it.
Oh, I can't do that. No, there's a limited ceiling for basketball. There's very little upside here. Pickleball, I can get pretty good. Basketball, there's a very, very low ceiling.
So when do you play? Tomorrow night?
Tomorrow night.
You don't know, full court, half court.
I don't know the scene.
Mm.
It was one of those things where
And you're doing shtick about wearing a headband.
No.
There's no way you have a headband.
I do. I'm going to wear it tonight. I got
He's going to look so old.
I have
He's
a pickleball
doing
event.
full leg compression with a headband.
I have a pickleball event tonight where I'm wearing it because it's inside and I get really,
You
really
wear
sweaty.
a headband in pickleball?
Not all the time, but for this one I'm gonna, because it's inside and it gets so hot in there.
And
So I'm
you're
gonna wear that
aware
one.
of what that looks like.
It looks like a guy trying to keep sweat out of his eyes.
That's one way to put it.
That's what it looks like.
I mean, it is such a goofy look.
It's not. It's
A
just a headband.
headband?
Yeah, that's what they're for.
They're for Keon Dooling to wear while he's dropping 26 in the NBA. Not for you to wear running around on a pickleball court.
Do you want sweat in your eyes or not?
Is the alternative that I have to be seen in public wearing a headband as a 46-year-old white?
First up, 44. How dare you?
Sorry.
We prioritize certain things. I don't prioritize like how cool I look anymore. I need the sweat out of my eyes, man. These eyebrows are doing a lot of work up there. They're bushy.
These eyebrows.
Yeah, I mean, I know I look like Sam the Eagle from the Muppets. I get that, but I need more. I need protection from the drip down into my eyes. I can't do it.
Man, it's just funny when I don't know when we became these guys, but like you're gonna be the old sweaty headband, full compression sleeve guy playing a pickup basketball game, like trying to do a turnaround hook in the lane. That's what you're going to be.
Not on my arms necessarily. On my legs though, to try to prevent some injury.
Of course.
Yeah. I have to do that.
Beltway Blitz is next on Grant and Danny. We are
Nervous.
giving away those tickets to the giant barbecue battle as soon as we come back. Sponsor of Grant and Danny is the law firm of Condori and Murrah. They'll guide you and your family in the right direction and help you draft your will, set up a trust, and create a healthcare power of attorney. Schedule a free consultation with their estate planning attorneys at kmlawyers.com. Be sure to tell them that we sent you at G&D, and they'll give you a discount. kmlawyers.com. Caller 10 as promised throughout these first 2 hours. Call right now at 800-636-1067. Be the 10th caller. You're going to win tickets to the Giant Barbecue Battle. We got a 4-pack for you. 32nd Annual Giant BBQ Battle, June 22nd and 23rd. Historic Pennsylvania Avenue. Family fun for everybody. Over 1,000 free food and drink samples. Giant Corks to Cap tasting tent. Monster Energy Extreme Sports. Live music on the Pepsi Taste More Summer Stage. So much more. thefandc.com/events if you want information. Let's kick off our Beltway Blitz. We'll cover the NBA, the Commanders. We start on the diamond. Break up the Nats. 3 in a row over Atlanta. They took 3 out of 4 from the Braves in series in Atlanta last week and in D.C. over the weekend. Andrew Golden covers the Nats for the Washington Post. Seem to have Atlanta's number, huh?
Yeah, when you have good pitching and you're able to, you can compete with anybody. And that's what the Nationals have shown these past 2 series against Atlanta when they can pitch and get strong starting pitching from the front end of the rotation. Then they have the bullpen to shut it down. So I'm really impressed. With what I've seen from the team. The offense has been able to get timely hits when they needed it.
So I know Ruiz homered in this game, Andrew, but I've been a little frustrated of late where it's like, it just feels like he'll take this C- hack on an off-speed pitch out of the zone on the first pitch or something like that, just end his at-bats, almost like compromising, trying to get him over or get his at-bats over with as soon as possible. I wonder what the feeling is like kind of internally. I mean, his bat-to-ball skills are so good. He doesn't swing and miss all that often, and that's great, but it seems like he's still giving away at-bats a little bit too much.
Yeah, for sure. I think that's obviously the knock on Ruiz, right? Is that like he's really great when he connects on the pitches in the zone, but like you said, he early in counts, like there have been countless times, in the past couple of seasons where the Nationals will have a good rally going and they have the pitcher kind of on the ropes and they'll swing a first pitch breaking ball in the dirt somewhere, and then grounds with a double play when he could have driven the ball. So I think the key for him is find the right pitch, being more selective, and maybe just even taking some pitches earlier in the count. And obviously you don't want to find yourself behind in the count, but it feels like a time that he's chasing pitches that he shouldn't be chasing.
Andrew Golden of the Washington Post. The Nats are skipping Patrick Corbin. They have the day off today, first time in 18 days. And now with a Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday series against Detroit, they're going to go right to the kids. Parker and then Irvin and then Mackenzie Gore will follow. What does this tell us?
It just tells us, I think that trio gives the Nationals the best chance to win, right? Like if you have that trio of those 3 young guys, they're your best chance to win right now. I think that's what the Nationals know. And obviously skipping over the start gives Corbin some time to maybe figure some things out. Obviously he hasn't been great for the past couple of seasons. Obviously since 2019, that's not a secret to anybody. So I think it's obviously just your best 3 pitchers with your best opportunity to win a series and keep your momentum going. So I think that's what that tells me. Doesn't necessarily tell me anything about necessarily where he fits in the rotation. I still think he'll be in the rotation, just not. Just obviously those are the 3 guys that give you the best chance to win.
Andrew, you've been covering this team for a little bit now. Your colleague at the Post, Barry Svaluga, wrote a wonderful piece chronicling Steven Strasburg and kind of what he was going through here over the last couple of years with the resolution that we now kind of all know about. My question for you, someone who's there pretty much every day, how much did you see of Strasburg? Just sort of generally around, and kind of what was the vibe?
I rarely saw him around, honestly, in my time covering the team. I covered his last start in Miami, and that was kind of supposed to be, him returning, and there was kind of this joyous feeling, the smile on his face, and he was so excited that he pitched in that game. And obviously, as Barry chronicled what happened after that, he just never really could figure it out again with his health. And I rarely saw him after that. I can't really remember a time that I really saw him. A lot of times you would see his key to get into the clubhouse and get into the stadium. It would be in his locker. His locker would have letters in it, but obviously not a ton of stuff there, and nothing ever really moved from his locker. And so it was kind of sad, obviously, seeing this franchise figure and somebody who meant a lot to the franchise not really being there. And so it was tough because obviously in my time, I didn't really get to see him a ton, especially after that 2022 season. So, but definitely wishing him all the best in his future endeavors and the rest of his career.
Yeah, we're going to be talking about the story, the exit interview Barry wrote this weekend about Strauss and the sit-down interview they did in Tyson's before Strasburg seemingly headed west here and said goodbye. But he and the organization are pretty obviously at odds. He's not that happy that they wanted him to be around when he was hurt. Seems like they're not that happy that he didn't want to be around while he was hurt. How do you think this ends and when?
I think over time, I'm sure this will all heal. But obviously, it's very tough and kind of an awkward situation for both sides. I don't think either side wanted to end this way, but it's definitely not the ideal ending that it wanted. And I think it's going to end. I don't really know what there really is left to be resolved at this point. Obviously, I think just like over time, the hope is that time will heal the wounds. But it's obviously just a situation where obviously both sides had some disagreement and didn't see eye to eye on stuff. So it's kind of a sad ending for obviously was such a memorable career for Strasburg and DC. It's definitely awkward and definitely disappointing.
Andrew, one more baseball one, kind of almost our weekly check-in here. Timeline, Cade Cavalli, timeline, Josiah Gray.
Yeah, Josiah Gray threw in his first rehab start the other day, and so he's supposed to make his next start with Harrisburg on Sunday. If everything turns out well for him to start either day. And then Cade Cavalli, he's still throwing. I saw him in Nationals Park just last week, and he's supposed to be going out for his next rehab start soon. So I would assume that Josiah Gray would come back sooner than Cade. I was going to be careful with Cade. I think he's on track for July, what Davey said, and so I think he's kind of ahead of schedule a little bit. And so I expect to see Cade maybe in July at some point. I expect Josiah Gray back a little bit sooner.
Andrew, excellent. Thank you, buddy. We appreciate you.
Perfect. Thank you, guys. Appreciate it.
You got it. Let's talk about the NBA Finals. Maybe we'll sneak in a thought on the Wiz at some point as well. Linnell Willingham, you hear him in the evenings on Overtime here on 106.7 The Fan, breaking down the NBA. Linnell, 2-0 for Boston now over Dallas. What has been the biggest key to the Celtics basically not breaking a sweat and taking a 2-0 series lead at home?
Yeah, they have been really good defensively. In game one, Luka Doncic was able to get off a little bit. You saw him, really getting his bag offensively last night. But Kyrie Irving has been a no-show to this point. Just 14 points on average between the two games. He's 0 of 8 from 3 and shooting just 35% from the field. Surprisingly for Boston, it's not Jason Tatum. It's not Jaylen Brown. I really look at some of their role players. I think Drew Holiday, to this point, through the first two games, guys, has been the MVP of this series. What he's done defensively has been huge. And then last night, sort of an offensive explosion, helping out when Jason Tatum and Jaylen Brown both kind of struggle from the field. But Boston and what they've been able to do on the perimeter defensively, throwing different bodies at Luka and Kyrie, it's really thrown off their rhythm. One adjustment that was made by Boston last night is them kind of throwing a second defender, but having him what they call hedge, and then get back and try to make things more difficult for Luka and company and throwing them off his rhythm. This series looks all but over through the first two games, guys.
Yeah, I agree with you. Drew Holiday, just a winning basketball player, man. Just whatever is needed, he does that. I've been really surprised, frankly, that they've been as effective as they have on Kyrie Irving. Go into what you're seeing there on how they're doing it. I mean, you listen, he's not going to go 3-pointless for the entire series, et cetera. Maybe home cooking in Dallas, he'll be better. But it looks like that's more the idea, knowing that Luka's going to hurt you, but you can't let him kill you by getting these other guys easy looks. I think they've been outstanding on Kyrie.
Yeah, they have been. And the one X factor in all of this is our old pal Kristaps Porzingis, Kyrie Irving not really able to get all the way to the basket because Big KP is down there doing an excellent job with rim protection. But I just highlight the different guys that Boston can throw at you on the perimeter. Derek White's got good length and strength. Drew Holiday, as we mentioned, a guy with championship pedigree and really has done a good job on Kyrie Irving's initial move. There were a couple of times in transition last night where you see Derek White or Drew Holiday guess correctly as to which way Kyrie Irving is going. That has really impacted him. But then also, it's Kyrie Irving, one of the best shot makers of all time, guys, just not making shots. I give credit to the trio of guys that they're throwing at him. Jaylen Brown has spent some time on Kyrie Irving as well. But I don't know. Hopefully, for Dallas' sake, when they go back home for these next two, Kyrie can find his rhythm.
Updated odds for the MVP of this series: Tatum plus 110, about even money. Jaylen Brown, who's been excellent, plus 185. Luka coming off the triple-double, plus 650, but obviously the Mavs would have to turn this thing around. And then Drew Holiday, who you referenced, is 7-1 after his masterpiece yesterday. I mean, I know you said Holiday might be the MVP, but who do you actually think would win it when we get down to actually voting if things play out the way they have so far?
I know it's going to be interesting, guys. Remember when Andre Iguodala won the Finals MVP back when the Warriors won their title, and it was like, it's Andre Iguodala. He's not the flashy scorer, but he's doing all the little ancillary things. I think it would be Drew Holiday. If not Drew, I would probably go with Jason Tatum as well. And I know folks are going to raise their eyebrows at that. Even though the shot wasn't falling for Jason Tatum, you see him doing all the little things, digging in and crashing on and getting defensive rebounds. You see him guarding the 5-man at sometimes and getting his teammates involved. That's the one thing where I think Tatum has really been effective. It's just playing basketball the right way. I know it's not sexy to the naked eye. He's not going out and shooting bad shots over defenders. He's getting his teammates involved. What he's really doing, what I think has really been the key to this, is Dallas has nobody on the perimeter right now that can stay in front of Jason Tatum or Jaylen Brown, and they're driving, causing the help defender to come, kicking, and it's rinse and repeat. They've gotten easy looks, each time doing it.
All right, you are now the brain trust for the Wizards. It's Linnell Winger and Linnell Dawkins. You're having a meeting among yourselves. You're on the clock at number 2. Who are you taking?
Yeah, it all depends what Atlanta does with that number 1 overall pick. It felt like for the past month leading up to the lottery that Alex Sarr out of France was going to be the guy that was locked into that number 1 spot. A big man that's got the ability to step out and hit the three-pointer, which is something that's crucial in today's day and age. But right now, as we sit here today, it feels like another Frenchman, Zachary Richichet, 6'10" wing, 18 years old, and has just a ton of upside and potential. That's kind of what you're banking on here when you pick this high in the draft. But I think it can go either way. There may be a sneaky prospect that isn't being talked about a lot that the Wizards may have interest in. But right now, it seems like it's either going to be Alex Sarr or Zachary Richichet. And if I had it my way, if I was Linnell Winger, Linnell Dawkins, I'd probably go with the 18-year-old Zachary Richichet. I think at 6'10", his ability to guard multiple positions and then arguably the best catch-and-shoot player in the draft as well. I think he comes in right away and gives Washington another long, versatile wing.
Linnell will be listening to Overtime tonight. Thank you,
Thanks, buddy.
Yes, sir.
Check him out when we are done. That's Linnell Willingham on our Beltway Blitz. Let's talk some football. Mini camp tomorrow in Ashburn, day 1 of scheduled 3 this week. Johnny Cakes Allville of the Sports Junkies joins us. Cakesy, what's the Jaden Daniels energy like for you guys? Are you sensing excitement? Danny and I keep waiting for the juice, and we're just not getting it.
I think it's relatively high, but I think that relative is compared to like an RG3 from basically a decade ago. I don't think it's quite at that fever pitch like we had for Robert Griffin III, but I mean, there's definitely optimism. I mean, he's the number 2 pick in the draft. He probably would have been number 1 had it not been for Caleb Williams coming out in the same year. Some people had him higher on their boards than they had Caleb Williams. So look, it's the Commanders' latest attempt at finding the savior, the franchise quarterback. Hopefully this one hits, and he's the guy for the next 10 or 12 years. That's the cornerstone of the franchise. So there is buzz. It's not RG3 level buzz, but there's some buzz around Jaden Daniels, no doubt.
Yeah, maybe that's what I'm guilty of. Being on the beat at that time, being around it every day, maybe I was too close, but it's never going to be that again, I guess, right? Like, I'm going, where is the energy? I want more excitement. I want people to be more jacked up. This guy is maybe a better prospect than Griffin was. He just did something in the SEC nobody's ever done before, and it's coming off the Heisman Trophy. But maybe that ceiling of the 2012 fan base is just gone.
But for me, that's okay, Grant, because I think part of the reason there was such buzz around RG3 was he was let's be honest, he was more of a me guy. He was, an RG me was one of the nicknames tossed around for Robert. And you're not going to get that from Jaden Daniels. He seems like a really humble, down-to-earth guy. He already has respect of his teammates, and he hasn't even played in one regular season game yet. So I think that's part of it. They just have different personas. They have different auras around them. So I think that's part of the reason there might not be quite as much buzz because, like when they went out to that event last week at a charter school in D.C., like he wasn't the focal point. He was part of the rookie group. It wasn't just Jaden Daniels and 7 or 8 other guys that got picked by Adam Peters. It seems like more of a collective, more of a group thing. And I think that's good for the team.
Johnny Flakes, you are a known watcher of the NFL. And
This is true.
you have been known to understand that this league is about offense and quarterbacking and scoring more
Yes.
points than people.
Because I'm very correct. I like being correct, like Danny Rouillet, and I'm very much into offense. I'm into NFL teams scoring. Let's just throw out a few numbers between like 26 and 30 points per game. That's where the league is.
Just to fight to 30, looking for 5 scores, 3 touchdowns, and a
that's
field
all.
goal
That's
gets
all I'm
it done.
looking for.
I'll take my chances. So my question to you is this: as a man that gets offense and gets it, this league's about offense. Did Washington do enough to build its offense this offseason?
Did they do enough? They tried to add to the offensive line with Coleman, which I like. They bring in, I think one of the keys is going to be Zach Ertz. Are we going to see close, not the Zach Ertz that terrorized Danny Rouillet about 7 or 8 years ago when he was wearing the horrible green of the Philadelphia Eagles?
That is correct.
We don't even need that. Like, how about, and I always overestimate skill position catches for Commanders receivers or tight ends. I threw out a number I kind of got laughed at the other day, 55 catches for Zach Ertz if he stays healthy. And I think that's a huge add for Jaden Daniels, for a young quarterback finding his way, a tight end who really knows Kingsbury's offense to kind of guide him along. And oh, by the way, he also has Austin Eckler to dump the ball off to in the backfield. That could be a huge add. I'm going to go with, yes, I think they've done enough to surround Jaden Daniels with talent.
Cakesy, before we let you go,
yes, sir.
Coming up next on the Grant and Danny radio program, we're going to tackle a topic about the post last week. And that poll they put out about the name, being hated essentially. Everyone slept on this, but I thought maybe a bigger story. They also asked DC sports fans if they like each team, and the Commanders were third in that polling in terms of most popular team in town, behind the Nats and the Caps. Do you buy that the Nationals and the Capitals have moved ahead of the Commanders in terms of popularity among sports fans in town?
I could buy it just because they've been so bad for 30 years. Yes, I could certainly buy that. I mean, the Nats, people didn't expect much out of them, but they've been scrappy. I believe now, 5 games under 500 with kind of a piecemeal roster put together by Mike Rizzo. And the Caps, they've had sustained playoff success aside from missing the playoffs last year and getting swept this year, though they did make the playoffs, I would like to note. So yeah, I could see them slipping behind to third in popularity. Now, if Jaden Daniels hits the ground running, I guess kind of intended that pun, and they win 9 or 10 games, you're going to see this team surge in popularity. But look, they deserve to be third on that list because of the recent success, the Stanley Cup win and the World Series win of the Caps and the Nats. They deserve to be bumped down.
Cakes, thanks for the time as always, buddy, and congrats on this new show that you're a part of in the mornings. You guys are going to make it, I think.
I hope we can just get a following and hang in there for a little while.
Just 30 years of that.
You guys just
try to do that. We're just trying, man.
Get an insulated group of listeners that will be loyal to you for many
just
years.
a fortress.
We're trying, man. We're grinding over here.
Do
just
what
a
you
grind.
can. It's cute to watch from afar.
Cute.
All right, boys.
That's a great bit.
See you,
See you, Flexi. Like, it's adorable. They're trying.
These guys and their effort. Johnny Cakes Allville and the Sports Junkie, 6 a.m. to 10 a.m. each and every morning. Do you believe what the Post poll found, which is that the Commanders are the third most popular team in town now to the Nats and the Capitals? Let's get into that next.
I could buy it just because they've been so bad for 30 years. Yes, I could certainly buy that. I mean, the Nats, people didn't expect much out of them, but they've been scrappy. I believe now, 5 games under 500 with kind of a piecemeal roster put together by Mike Rizzo. And the Caps, they've had sustained playoff success aside from missing the playoffs last year and getting swept this year, though they did make the playoffs, I would like to note. I could see them slipping behind to third in popularity. Now, if Jaden Daniels hits the ground running, I guess kind of intended that pun, and they win 9 or 10 games, you're going to see this team surge in popularity. But look, they deserve to be third on that list because of the recent success, the Stanley Cup win and the World Series win of the Caps and the Nats. They deserve to be bumped down.
That was Cakes from the Junks with us on the Blitz just a few minutes ago, discussing the Washington Post poll that suggests the Commanders have become the number 3 team of the major 4 clubs in DC sports. We'll get into that in just a minute here on Grant and Danny. Welcome back. You're listening to The Fan. Danny, are there ice cream trucks anymore?
Oh, yeah.
Whoa. Hear me out. There are trucks that drive around that fancy themselves ice cream trucks, and they hand out little frozen goodies.
Okay.
I have not seen a soft serve ice cream truck in years and years. And to the point where, now it's become a thing where my kids, they scream, they hear the guy knows to come to our house.
Oh, he knows.
He comes to
They know
our
what to do.
driveway.
Yeah.
Just about every single day. My kids run outside. If I'm not there, they just make conversation with him and put it on layaway. I don't know exactly what's going on here. I know that they get ice cream every single day, right? This dude knows where to go. But it's all the frozen treats. It's they want a Ninja Turtle pop,
Sure.
or they want a, what are those? The bomb pops,
Yeah.
the rocket boosters,
Of course.
and
Right,
this
right.
and that.
Declare this, good humor that. Totally.
What I have tried to explain to them, though, is when I was a young warthog, a real life soft serve ice cream cone was available in the back of these trucks where they slide the little glass window. You go up and you'd say, I would like a swirl cone, please. And they would do that. Or, God forbid, a scooped ice cream service. I know that you can get one for a party. I know that they're out there. I know that they exist in the world.
Okay.
When's the last time you seen one in the wild? When's the last time a real life ice cream truck was available to the Rouilles?
Last week.
No chance.
Yeah, they're everywhere all the time.
No.
I don't know how to say this. Yes. I'm sorry that it's not going your way right now.
Yeah.
But we belong to our little local community pool, right? There are rival ice cream trucks that they're like dueling for territory. The guy that comes by with all the pops, like you're talking about, right? He's got his eclairs, his good humor bars, all the different things with the ice cream truck guy. So I need a different name for it. I know exactly what you're talking about, the distinguishing.
So we're at the pool all the time.
Mm-hmm.
That guy sets up shop at the pool every day.
Yeah.
Just about.
So he's there more.
But he's the only one that's there for us.
Mm-hmm.
There's no ice cream truck. I haven't seen an ice cream truck since I was a kid.
Yeah. So the should we call it the soft serve truck to distinguish? Because I don't have a better name for it.
How about we do?
You know what I'm trying to say, right?
Yes.
The difference between.
This is a great point.
Yeah.
I think we should the term ice cream truck should be given to the guy doing it correctly with actual ice cream.
Okay.
We will call the other person, which is the guy that comes to my house where my kids scream, it's the ice cream truck. We will call him
Frozen treats truck?
Yeah, let's call him the frozen goodies truck.
The frozen goodies truck. So frozen goodies truck is probably 5 or 6 out of the 7 days that people are doing stuff in the summer. Ice cream truck guy was there last week. Sometimes it's for special events. Other times they're just out and about in the wild. Little League parks. Anytime there's like an event like Fairfax Square or whatever. I mean, always. You see them. They're harder to find.
Wow.
They're rarer than the frozen treats guy, but you see them.
Must be a Lorton thing. Yeah, I mean, we got to get on the Fairfax level of having an actual ice cream truck guy.
So I bet you if you were doing it I used to do stand-up down there. What used to be the Lorton prison, they turned it into like this art center. There's a million different events.
It's beautiful over there.
It's gorgeous over there. So I wonder if there's an event going on there where it's like
But
the
again,
Lorton Festival. Someone's going to be there.
Doesn't count. That's like that's like a cheeseburger truck coming. I'm talking about in the wild. I'll give you a pool, even though that's getting a little bit cute. But what I'm referencing is that there is an ice cream, or we're calling him the goodie truck. He comes through the neighborhood just about every single
got you.
summer weekend day.
Mhm.
Do ice cream trucks make neighborhood calls? Has an ice cream truck come through your neighborhood? That's kind of what I'm trying to get at.
I see what you're saying.
The goodie truck will drive by your driveway every now and then.
So they're trying to maximize, and you wouldn't do our suburban neighborhood because it's like not enough concentration of houses, right? If you've got a million rows of townhouses, or like people are condensed, or you're going to a park, he's trying to cast the widest net he can. So the ice cream truck guy, not the goodie truck guy, ice cream truck guy's like, there are 100 cars in this parking lot. I bet you there's a bunch of kids in there who are going to clamor for their parents. So he's going to go there. He's not going to swing by the old Hooray residence.
Totally. But I live in a neighborhood with like Lego houses where everyone's 5 feet apart, single family homes, but they might as well be townhouses. Across the street, there's townhouse neighborhoods, whatever. And you would think there's enough business there that occasionally someone would come through and blare their music. But I don't see it. But I know they exist.
Yes.
I know they're out there because at events you can still get ice cream from a truck. But I wonder what the logic is on not making neighborhood calls.
Here's again, I'm not in the ice cream truck business, so I'm talking out of my tuchus here. Here's my thought. I bet you it's just more expensive to do all things real ice cream truck, like we're talking about bringing the vats to freeze and keep them scooped, to do the soft serve machine.
The soft serve machine, which if it's like McDonald's, it's always broken or whatever, right? I get that.
Yeah.
But when I was a kid, and maybe it's just comparing it to a time where everything was simpler, better, cheaper.
Yep.
That was the thing. There wasn't really the sweets guy, like the guy with all the pops and stuff. You might find those. But I remember the lady that drove it. Kid played high school football. If I called up my brother, he would know the kid's name. It was his mom that drove the truck. It would sit on the side of, like, I think it was called Indian Town Road when she wasn't out driving in King George near Dutchess. Like, we knew exactly where to go.
And they changed the name to Commander's Town Road?
They did, actually. They haven't yet, but they will. I haven't been home. It might have a new name.
It might.
I haven't been back to KG in a few years. They might have changed the name. But I don't know, Danny. I'm a little worried. That's all I'm saying.
I know what you're talking
I want
about.
my kids to grow up in a world where they can eat some soft serve ice cream out of a window.
Where the guy slides it and Mr. Softy's there. I get it.
And they also refer to that guy as the ice cream guy.
I know.
And it's annoying that I have to go like, well, guys, this isn't really the ice cream guy. These are just frozen treats like you would get out of the slide cooler at 7-Eleven.
Yeah.
And they've got 40 types. They're all pictures right there on the side. And they love it. My son points to Leonardo, the Ninja Turtle, and wants that. My daughter wants the unicorn thing. My wife comes out and gets a cookie witch with the cookies on either side.
Oh, the chip witch, dude. So good. Now, there's so many specialized, because the food truck phenomenon is real and it's here. It's not going anywhere. So there are tons of those like individual, trying to think of an example, like the Ben & Jerry's truck. That's not what you're talking about, right? That's more like a special food truck. You're going to go to the bullpen before the Nats game on a Sunday or something, and then they might have a special food truck day there. So that's not that. You're talking about the dude that's roaming around just hoping for business.
1,000%.
That's what you mean. I know exactly what you're talking about. They are far more rare now, I believe.
So now you're coming around a little bit to what.
Yeah.
Yes. I understand that you can find them where there's going to be people just as a business. I want to live in a world where you're just out in your yard doing something and you hear that music and here he comes up the hill, driving right past your house, ready to stop for you. Let's go to TJ in Manassas. Hello, TJ.
Hey, Grant. How you guys doing?
Hey, buddy.
Hey, I got to tell you, once a weekend, I go to my parents' house in West Springfield, and a Mr. Frosty comes by and has the sound come in. My kids are clamoring for Grandma and Grandpa to come buy them a soft serve. They're out there.
So Mr. Softy is exactly what I'm talking about.
Yeah, that's him, Mr. Softy.
That's the white and blue joint, right?
Yeah. Yep.
And he still makes that they're still out there in West Springfield just doing the thing?
Yeah, I swear. I mean, they went there last weekend when we stopped by the pool at my parents' house, but my kids hear this song on the other side of the neighborhood, and they're already hyped and trying to get in line at the driveway.
Oh, my kids, they'll hear chimes or any kind of little sound on TV, and it's like a dog hearing
it's a little Pavlovian.
And they'll just, there it is, Darius. Oh, no. You know how many kids' days you're ruining right now? That my son, I swear to you, wherever he is, he just Like a dog that just heard a fox off in the distance is like looking up with his head tilted
Mom,
right now.
I need $2.
So West Springfield.
Yeah.
So, okay, here's my next question.
All right.
Perfect, Darius. Thank you. So well played. Is it up to my HOA or something to pay this guy to come through?
Oh, that
Is that a thing?
I would say no to that problem. Maybe there are rules that prevent someone from coming in.
Well, no, because
it's a solicitation.
No, because Candy Bar guy, not Candy Bar, but Goody guy.
Oh, Goody guy.
Goody Bar guy.
Yep,
comes
Sam
through.
Goody.
But maybe if they're going to that neighborhood in West Springfield, maybe they've got a deal where they go, we want you to come through every weekend. Kevin's in Centerville. What's up, Kevin?
Hey, Grant, Danny.
Hey, dude.
Hey, Grant. I knew we grew up in pretty much the same area. I grew up in the Northern Neck in Colonial Beach.
Attaboy.
And there was a Mr. Softy guy.
Hell yeah, there was.
Religiously every single weekend was out trolling King George and Colonial Beach.
Yeah.
I was in the Moreau Bay campground getting Mr. Softy every single weekend.
You know all about it.
Yeah, right. And so, I would say that, maybe there's an area specific as well. I've noticed that in the Northern Virginia area in Fairfax, it's not as, those are not out there. You get the treats, the frozen treats type of thing.
Exactly. There's just more of those. And thank you for the call. I don't know if it's an efficiency thing, a price thing. It's an easier business model.
So I'm on the Mr. Softy website, my friend.
Yeah.
You can request a neighborhood visit. Here's what I'm doing if I'm Grant Harrison Paulson.
Do you pay?
I don't know. I think if you've got a critical mass of people, it's in their best interest to come. Here's what I'm doing.
Yeah.
Hi, my name's Grant. I live a couple houses down. Do you want to have ice cream come to the neighborhood? Will you sign my petition? You get enough signatures, enough signatories on there.
Also,
you get a visit.
If they visit once and business booms, they visit again.
They're coming again.
Steve's in Bowie, home of the Bay Sox. What's up, Steve?
Bay Sox, love the Bay Sox. Don't love the ice cream man because he does not come over. I've been here for 24 years. I've got DoorDash and Rita's guys burning up and down my street, but the ice cream man will not come. But conversely, in my mother's neighborhood, which is only about 15 miles away, that guy's selling ice cream. He's selling hot dogs. He's an entrepreneur. He's a new age guy.
Unacceptable.
Wait a minute. So he's doing hot dogs and ice cream? He's giving you dinner and dessert?
He's hot dogs. He's got hot dogs. He's got the big pickles with the cinnamon stick in the middle. He's got the whole gambit. I can't get a goddamn good humor bar over here to save my life.
See, so I'm screaming about good humor bars. He just wants a good humor bar.
He'll take anything at this
Life
point.
is about perspective.
Yeah.
I mean, can we get my guy some good humor bars for
Seriously.
God's sake? I mean, he can't even get someone to the goody guy won't even come to his neighborhood. Now that's bad.
Yes.
I can't get the Mr. Softy, but at least I can get a bar here or there.
I know it's not the point of the discussion, but you sleep on the fact that if you were short in terms of some of the change for like the high level ones, for 50 cents back in the day, the toasted almond was a silly, cheaper alternative.
50 cents?
50 cents.
See, this is to me like it's just a bygone era.
Mhm.
The good days are gone. Brandon is in King George County, the greatest county in all the world. What's up, Brandon?
Grant, Danny, what's going on? Appreciate it. Thank you for taking the call.
Chilling, man.
So, look, my aunt is who you're talking about. We call her Miss Softy. She lived on Indiantown Road.
No way.
Yeah, brother, I had a call. She, so look, she did pass away about 5 years ago.
Oh, sorry, man.
That's terrible.
I appreciate it. But yeah, low key, yeah. Unfortunately, that truck had so many memories with me. Yeah, you're talking about good ice cream. Yeah, it was good, brother.
It was the best. So did you have a cousin who went to King George High School?
I have family all lived throughout. My grandfather actually, unfortunately, just passed away Friday. And
oh, goodness. Sorry, man.
He owned the car lot right there in King George for about 40 years.
All right.
It's called Cox's Auto. So, yeah.
I remember it well. All right. So this is why I love radio, by the way.
Well, it's also the most King George call ever. You referred to it as the car lot. Grant's like, yeah, totally.
No. That's not. A car lot is what he said.
He called it the
Cox Auto. He said a car. There were many. We have many car lots. Wonderful car
so
lots.
many.
Okay. All of the car lots. Okay. But Danny.
Yes.
We found
we got
the truck.
We got him.
There we go. A little nostalgia.
Love it.
Can I get some soft serve, please? That's what we're asking for. Thank you. Ice cream trucks.
So
Get
play
out
us out.
there. It's summertime. It's your time. Do your thing. Make the kids happy. People just want to give you their money. All right, next are the Commanders behind the Nats and the Capitals in DC Sports. Last week, we talked a lot about the Washington Post poll that came out in reference to the Commander's name being unpopular. There was a part of that poll, though, that I thought completely got slept on, wanted to turn our attention to today, Danny. And that was the Commanders ranking behind the Nationals and the Capitals among among area sports fans. So a bunch of questions got asked of the people that responded to the poll, about 1,300 of them in this sample from April 19th to the 29th this year. The same way that they tabulated that the Commander's name is wildly unpopular, that people want them to change their name, here's the names that would be popular. They also found out that 59% of these 1,300 people said that they like the Nationals. 50% said they considered themselves a fan of the Capitals. Only 45% said they're a fan of the Commanders, and 37% said they were a fan of the Wizards. So here's the specific question asked. Would you describe yourself as a fan of the blank? Yes or no, basically. The percentage given is the people that said yes.
Mm-hmm.
So with that in mind, here's how it would work. Danny, are you a fan of the Nationals?
Yes.
Are you a fan of the Capitals?
Yes.
Are you a fan of the Commanders?
Yes.
Are you a fan of the Wizards?
No, just for the sake of the study, but the answer is yes.
Pretty simple.
Yeah, pretty easy, right?
About 6 out of every 10 people said that they find themselves to answer yes, that they like the Nationals, that they care about the Capitals one way or the other, about half of respondents. Only 45% said, and these are DC area sports fans. I cannot stress this enough.
Mm-hmm.
This also means, by the way, that 15% of people who consider themselves Nats fans don't consider themselves Commanders fans. I'm amazed by this. I don't know if I believe it. I mean, the numbers are right here. Nobody made them up.
Mm-hmm.
I'm not sure if they're gospel. I don't think the Commanders fan base is smaller than that of the Nats and the Caps, if that's what they're suggesting. But this is really amazing.
It's jarring to look at. And you're right. It wasn't necessarily the biggest takeaway from this for a lot of people, but it's something that's hard not to notice. So here's how I view this. Okay. There's a distinction between fan and interest. Hear me out. How many people who said, yeah, I'm a fan of the Nationals? You watching Bob and Franny 6 nights out of 7? Are you tracking Luis Garcia? Did you know that they DFA'd Victor Robles? Are you going to games? For a lot of people, the answer is yes, by the way. They care and they're in. But the TV ratings say it's not this all-encompassing half the people around here who watch sports are watching the Nats on a nightly basis.
60%, actually.
Same with the Capitals, right? Who got that 50%. If in terms of do I actively root or am I excited about offseason stuff with the Commanders, I believe that number. But more people, even though the TV numbers have gone off a cliff, are still tuning in. I know it's not apples to apples because it's a once-a-week league, but just in terms of if you could find the equivalent across the different sports, more people still give a damn about the football team. That's because it's the NFL, and that's because there's just more people here that care about it in some way. Regardless of your active fandom, whether you're buying the jersey of Tyler Biadasz or not, you're still invested in some way.
Which I agree with, but that works in complete contrast to what this poll is suggesting based on the 1,300 fans that they polled, which suggests that there is a sizable gap between the number of sports fans in town that like the Nationals compared to who like the Commanders, and that the Commanders are third, only beating out the Wizards. So I want to set this up on the phones with you guys next at 800-636-1067 to be able to take some calls. I guess the first question we need to hit on is, are we buying the intel? Is it possible that the Commanders are actually third behind those other two teams with recent championships? And if the answer is no, because I don't really think that the Commanders have the third biggest fan base, I think they have the biggest fan base still, then what is this poll actually getting at or suggesting? Like, I think this is almost, do you have a positive connotation
It's
of?
that.
You know, like, you hear the word Nationals. Do you feel like it could be fun to go to a game? 59% say yes. You feel like Capitals, red, go to, 7th and F Streets, go eat something at a restaurant and walk into the arena. 50% are like, yeah, I like that. What about the Commanders? 45%. Different than, am I watching a game? As you said, I don't want to get into quizzing people, but like having to know the roster, that's also not a guideline to being a Commanders fan. How many people are going to tell you what number Cornelius Lucas wears? I mean, you don't have to do that to be a big fan of the Commanders. I don't expect you to know everything about C.J. Abrams' high school and Padres days either to be a Nats fan. But there is something to this.
Yes.
That this fan base is shrinking. We agree. The Nats is growing, even though it's been a terrible rebuild, lengthy time without winning. The World Series, compared to 5, 7, 10 years ago, there are just more people seemingly that are into the Nats than were prior to the World Series. The Caps have fallen on harder times too, but I would still say that the arrow is up on the Nats. The arrow's up on the Caps. There's also just way more people. Like, how many of your buddies do you know, or people in this town that aren't from here, that are transplants that move here, that adapt and adopt to the Nationals?
And they adopt Nats Caps, but they don't adopt the football team.
100%.
Yeah.
And I think that's a big thing.
That
And
matters.
that is a big market and something the Commanders should be worried about. But let's tackle this next. Top of the hour. Grant and Danny on the Fan.
I could buy it just because they've been so bad for 30 years. Yes, I could certainly buy that. I mean, the Nats, people didn't expect much out of them, but they've been scrappy. I believe now, 5 games under 500 with kind of a piecemeal roster put together by Mike Rizzo. And the Caps, they've had sustained playoff success aside from missing the playoffs last year and getting swept this year, though they did make the playoffs, I would like to note. So, yeah, I could see them slipping behind to third in popularity. Now, if Jaden Daniels hits the ground running, I guess kind of intended that pun, and they win 9 or 10 games, you're going to see this team surge in popularity. But look, they deserve to be third on that list because of the recent success, the Stanley Cup win and the World Series win of the Caps and the Nats. They deserve to be bumped down.
Johnny Cakes Allville right here on Grant and Danny. Welcome back. The exclusive sponsor of our show is the law firm of Kondori and Murad. They're going to guide you and your family in the right direction and help you draft a will, set up a trust, create a healthcare power of attorney. If you're our age, it's time to start doing these things. You got to take this seriously. If the family is growing, schedule a free consultation. They'll make it really easy. They're very good dudes, friends of ours, friends of the show, local guys, Lake Braddock High School, George Mason University, huge DC sports fans. They're the crew to check out. Schedule a consultation with their estate planning attorneys at kmlawyers.com. Be sure to tell them we sent you, and you'll get a discount if you mention the show, kmlawyers.com. Poll in the Post suggests of the 1,300 DC sports fans that they put together in their sample, in order, the most popular teams right now in the city are the Nats 1, the Caps 2, the Commanders 3, and the Wizards 4. And it's not that close. Nats 60%, Caps 50%, Commanders 45%, in a poll in which they said, would you describe yourself as a fan of the Nationals? You could vote yes on 2. Mm-hmm. You could say, yeah, I like the Nats. I also
yes
like
on
the
all
Caps.
of them, yeah.
A lot of people just chose not to with the Commanders, and we're trying to make sense of that.
So I think you said it best. I said it in a very roundabout way that took a matter of minutes. You said it very succinctly. This is about affinity. This is about current brand affinity. I think it's very low with the football team. I do. I mean that. I don't think anyone's had fun for a long time. The last time it was fun, it got ripped away from us. And I think that was a breaking point for a lot of people, and we've been taking on water ever since. The Nationals, despite having been pretty wretched, COVID, the whole 9 yards, over the last several seasons, still World Series, a lot of positive memories, no scandal. It's just basically been, business as usual for a rebuilding team. Caps have gone from and also ran in this marketplace to having a pretty pivotal place, I would say, with positive associations with the team, with game attending, et cetera, whereas the Wizards haven't. I think that's reflected here.
So before we get to the calls, here is where I'll push back, and I'm playing a little devil's advocate because I think we see eye to eye for the most part in saying the NFL's king. They're just more football fans. There's probably more Commanders fans, in air quotes, than any other team in town still. What are you basing that on? Because no one goes to the games, really. I mean, the attendance at the games is visiting fans. More people, if you're taking percentage of butts and seats for the Capitals, go to Caps games and actually enjoy being there and fill up that barn. More people go to Nats games night in and night. I won't say every single night, but in terms certainly of over the course of if we're judging it by a week or whatever,
Mm-hmm.
like there were 90,000+ people at Nats Park for the Braves series. Now, you can't take out Braves fans unless you're going to take out Eagles, Cowboys, Giants fans. And then what are we down to? Are there 10,000 Commanders fans that go to games every single week? 15, 18,000? The Nats regularly draw that. And they play every single day for a week straight. TV numbers are not very good for the Commanders compared to what they used to be. Now, they obviously pummel that of the teams that play 4 times a week or whatever, and football is always going to get better numbers than those other sports. But there aren't really obvious metrics other than just
it's seeing
the gear, expecting that people still love it, giving it the benefit of the doubt because it's football or it was the Redskins. The actual numbers and data is not positive for them.
No, it isn't. And this is, again, I can't come back with hard and fast data because A, I don't have access to it, but B, I think it's tougher to prove. I would offer just examples here. Example 1, before the draft, who should they take it to? Calls would light up. Everyone has an opinion. If we did right now in the heart of Nat season, who should hit third for the Nationals? Would it be wall-to-wall calls for 4 hours? We wouldn't be able to do anything else?
No, again, I think that's a different thing, right? I think baseball fandom is a little bit different.
No, I know it's different.
A baseball fan puts on their hat, they go to the ballpark, they sit in the crowd, they eat a hot dog, they get up for the 7th inning stretch. Like, you're an Nats fan. You don't know who Joey Meneses is, maybe, but you're a Nats fan.
No, I know. I guess, and as I said, it's not perfect, but it's examples like that where I go, there's just still more interest. People aren't happy. They're not going to games because the stadium sucks. They don't go to games because it's not a fun experience. But there's still more interest in the team. There's not a positive brand association like there is that the Nats have worked hard to build, same with the Caps, et cetera. But again, there's no perfect analogy for it. I don't have great data, but it would be examples like that.
Well, I would also just point out, and we'll get to the calls in 1 minute, I promise. This is why the learners are really botching this right now in some sense, because there is an opening. And while they've closed the gap sizably, whether they've overtaken the Commanders, as this poll suggests, or not, go back to 17, 18, 19 when the getting was good. And it was really, really good.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, they absolutely were the hot ticket in town. The Capitals in 2018, same thing. And to their credit, they've at least tried, and they're still bringing in veterans and spending money and at the top of the salary cap every year. Whereas the Nats have basically just punted on 4 years of being competitive as part of a rebuild that is working very well and I think will pay dividends in the end. But they have not taken advantage of an opening here with the name change, with the dissatisfaction with the organization and the hatred of Dan Snyder. They could have even had a stronger hold, a real stranglehold on this market maybe.
Agreed.
And they kind of opted out for financial reasons starting in the pandemic in 2020. Let's go to Dave in Waldorf. Dave, do you believe this poll that suggests the Commanders are not only no longer the number one sports team in town, but that they're third?
Well, kind of, sort of. And I'll tell you why. And here's a big factor you guys completely overlooked. The time of the season that they took the poll. Think about that. If this poll had been in October and the Commanders were doing a little bit better and the Nats weren't in the playoffs, you would have had a completely different poll. But I did want to mention a couple other things, if I may.
Sure.
First of all, the Nats are only a game and a half out of a wild card position. Isn't that exciting?
Pretty cool.
And
yes.
That's pretty cool. So they deserve to be number one in this poll. But, yeah, I mean, as far as Commanders and the branding, I hate the name. Ever since they left the Redskins, I have gone up to Baltimore and rooted for the Ravens. If they would bring a winning team, I've been a Redskins fan for over a half century. And it pains me to root for the Commanders, and I put that in quotes. I wish if they just changed their name, that could even be a big factor. But,
very much so.
I think so, too.
But that's a real thing.
Yes.
There is a reality to that is so much larger than anybody wants to admit. Whether you've gone all in like that guy and you're now got a Lamar Jackson jersey, which I think is pretty rare. But it could just materialize as less passion, right? It could just present itself as not buying tickets anymore or not being a season ticket holder anymore. Like somebody tweeted me here. I thought this was really interesting. This is how he viewed the question. He said, if you told me I only got to keep one team in the DC area, I'm going with the Nationals 10 out of 10 times. Very different than just, do you say yes when you're asked if you're a fan of, and then they name all four teams. But if that question was put to you, there was a time in my life where the answer was the Redskins and nothing else was even close. And right now, this second, if I got to save one team, the Wizards are gone, first of all. I mean, that's the easy one for me, process of elimination. So now it goes Commanders, Caps, and Nats. And I don't know the answer. I think for the first time in my life, I may not say Commanders. I don't know what that means. I don't know what that says.
Yeah, no, it means something.
And that guy's right, too. We're talking about this on June 10th when I was at the Yard yesterday, keeping score.
Sure, the poll was conducted in April. Well seen.
Yep. Whereas if you come back to me on the eve of week one or, on the Sunday afternoon at 12:59 when my heart's beating like a drum and I'm rushing up the steps to get into my house, getting back from the store so that I can sit down to see the opening kickoff, maybe it's very, very different. But I just know this, Danny, never before really recently would it ever even be a consideration that it might not be I'm using the old term, the Redskins, like growing up. And now the name, the looks changed. It's not really the same thing. I still enjoy the team. I love the team. I'm a fan of the team. I desperately want the team to do well. But I got a World Series memory that's changed my feelings toward the Nationals forever. I've got a Stanley Cup run that changes the way you feel about the Capitals forever. These are realities that are part of this dialogue.
Without a doubt. And again, putting aside work stuff, because if we didn't have the football team, I think that'd be really bad for you and I and everybody else professionally. Just as a fan, they wouldn't be my answer at this point, which I think is incredible. Just given all the joy.
Who would you save?
Nationals. Because of what I wanted my whole life was a baseball team in DC, and I can't give that up. It's too precious to me.
I think I would. God, this is crazy to say. This to me has to be seasonal, because still, when people ask what's your favorite sport, and typically what's your favorite team, my answer is always what season is it? And I say if you ask me in September, October, it's football, Commanders, right? But it has to be that I'm saying this today on June 10th. But right now, it would either be the Caps or the Nats that I would save if I got one. But I guess what I'm trying to get at,
and that the point. Well, I think the point, whether you want to parse it up, is that matters.
Yes,
that's the point.
You and I are saying it's changed for us. That guy just said he's a Ravens fan. Like, there's a lot of that, and maybe this poll's right. Maybe this poll is real. It doesn't mean that people are just going to call up to talk about Davies' sixth inning decision. But the casual fan, which is the average person, probably goes, did the Nats win tonight or not? And they go, oh, good. Do more people say that for Washington football? Maybe. I don't really know. Carlos is in Alexandria. What's up, Carlos?
Hey, thanks for taking this call. This is a great topic. And by the way, after this call, I'm going out to get a soft serve dipped in chocolate. So
you go.
That
Excellent.
sounds like a Dairy Queen trip, my guy.
Excellent.
So here we are. I second what the guy previously said about the season it was taken in, but you have to look at another thing. If this was an actual poll, 50.2% are women. And if you go to baseball games, what do you see? You see families all over the ballpark. That's one aspect. So I think women buy into the sport more. Women buy into the sport more as a family thing, and they would say it's probably more popular than football. I mean, the last time you've seen a family at a football game, I don't know. I went to two last year and didn't see hardly any families together there with kids and parents and that sort of thing.
Way less prevalent. I wouldn't say non-existent, but your point's well taken.
More prevalent.
The Nats Park is a lot of women and children and families. There's no doubt.
Right. And two others very quickly. We've had more characters in the other sports. Ovi, Scherzer, Worth, even Howie, even the para stuff and that sort of stuff. That brings families and that brings popularity in. And then, the recency thing is a very, very strong argument. We've not had a competitive team in this town in 5 presidencies.
Yeah, that's one way to put it. I mean, I was going to go with since the early 90s, but yeah, that plays too. BK on X, you can hit me up at Grant H. Paulson or Danny, who's at Funny Danny, says, they asked if you are a Commanders fan. No, I'm not, but I am a fan of Washington's football team. That's the problem with the poll. Make sense of that for me.
Meaning the name sucks. And the identity is a bad brand.
Okay, but you're going to say
nobody likes.
no. You get what they're asking.
I know exactly what
they're
asking.
Are you a fan of the Nationals? Yes.
I know.
Capitals? Yes. Wizards? Yes. Commanders? No.
So the answer as to why someone has a negative bit of affinity or negative affinity for a brand, the answer to that is yes. It could be any one of those million things. There's probably, of the 1,300 people or so that they polled, 75 that are like, nope, I hate that name. So now you got to know. Some are going, I hate going to games. So now you got to know. Some are going, yeah, all the scandal, they've been bad for so long. That's 200. Now you got to know. The point is, it adds up. Everybody had a reason that was their last straw for going to FedEx Field. But a lot of people had reasons, and that all happened. They all had a moment where they go, that's it, I'm out, right? And only a couple of grand stayed and still do the season ticket thing and still go and still endure all the crap. But everybody had a breaking point, right? Every one of those people that responded that said no had a breaking point, I'd assume. Or they're just one of those weird folks that's like, yeah, I'm a contrarian, I like the Cowboys. But out of 1,300 people, to get that low of a brand association, to me, that's what matters.
AJ's in District Heights wants to hop in on Grant and Danny. What's up, AJ? How are you?
Hey, doing good. Can you guys hear me?
Yes,
Thanks for
sir.
taking my call.
You
Got you, bud.
buying this poll
Yeah.
that says the Commanders have fallen to third among our DC teams?
Don't agree at all. Don't agree with the last two callers either. I think this is a conversation more so based off of whose organizations have been ran the best over the last 20, 30 years. Then, yeah, I would go with Nationals and Capitals because, Mike Rizzo's been doing his thing. He's solid. He's a great GM. Taylor Leonce has been running the Capitals well. So from a organizational standpoint, yeah, the list is correct. But from a popularity standpoint, no, because this has nothing to do with branding. This has nothing to do with the field. If the Commanders were to win, FedEx would be packed, period. I don't care if they played on a dirt field. This is a football town. After that, it will be a basketball town, but those organizations just haven't been ran properly, and that's what this poll reflects. It doesn't reflect the popularity. It reflects how the organizations are ran.
I think that's interesting, and there's something to that. But let me ask you this.
Okay.
You go up to the average DC sports fan who likes all the sports teams, and you ask them to rank their care for teams. Do you think, on average, or most popular, prevalent, let's say, answer, Commanders is one, or something has supplanted that because of how those teams are run? That's kind of the point.
Commanders is still one, and despite the bad history, you can go back to 2012 and just see that one season with RG3 how easily this fan base can be revamped if they just win. How easily they can be. So no, I still think it's Commanders. You have, like you said, you have more football fans across the country than all of those other sports. So
totally,
naturally, and not only that, Commanders still are the winningest organization out of all of those organizations. We still have 3 Super Bowls.
Well,
I appreciate you, dude.
I'll tell you, as someone who wasn't old enough to remember any of them, that doesn't matter right now in terms of the polling on anybody who is under, I'll say 40 years old, but certainly 38, 37, something like that. The Super Bowls aren't met. You can't remember them. They don't matter. The Cup matters. You were there for that. You saw them jump into the fountains. That the World Series matters.
Mhm.
But Super Bowls that my mom tells me about, and Danny was a little kid for a parade for, with all due respect, it doesn't put the Triscuit crackers in our stomachs if you are my age or younger.
So here's my only pushback on if they just win. They were 6-3 in 2018, and they were still among the bottom 5 in attendance. There were only 2 home games after Alex Smith hurt himself, and they were still very much in the thick of things, and people had already stopped caring. I don't think it's just nice season. There needs to be an extended demonstration of difference. Now, that was still Snyder era, obviously prime time.
Didn't they have like a 4-game winning streak, or they were 4 and something? Remember when Josh Norman was trying to get people to come when they were on a roll, or John Allen called into our show to give away tickets because they had this huge game against Dallas a couple of years ago when they were playing well. And again, it was like, he didn't do that because they were selling tickets.
Right.
He was doing that because people at the park were going, "Hey man, nobody's coming but Cowboys fans. Can we try to
do something?
Some fans in town?
It's
come to the game."
Like again, this is sort of, now this is a new era, so I'm hoping this is all different. But there was zero buy-in. Again, they were 6-3 when they were beating the Houston Texans, and Alex Smith broke his leg. They were going to lose that game. No one was interested. No one. You know what I mean? It was the same. Yeah, whatever. They're gonna blow it. They're gonna screw it up. The breaking had already happened, and I think we are just now kind of catching up to how bad it had got.
There's a post poll that suggests the Commanders are no longer the number 1 team in DC. In fact, they've got them 3rd behind the Nats and the Caps in that order. The Wiz, poor Wiz, come in 4th, and I don't think anyone's arguing about that one.
Yeah.
The question for you guys is: are you buying this? Have the Commanders fallen out of the top spot? And how fixable is that with a good football season? G&D on the Fan. In the same poll in the Post that everybody talked about last week because the name is unpopular and the Post got to the bottom of just how many people don't like it. There was this question. Would you describe yourself as a fan of the local teams? Yes or no? 59% said yes, they're fans of the Nationals. 50% said yes, they're a fan of the Capitals. 45% said they're a fan of the Commanders. And 37% said they're a fan of the Wizards. Commanders, third of the four teams in terms of fandom via this 1,300 DC sports fan sample. So these weren't random people at the mall. These are people who claim to be sports fans in the DC area. Question we're asking you guys is, do you buy the poll or not? 800-636-1067. Danny, another thing on this. We were just asking, someone tweeted, if you could save a team, I don't think I would save the Commanders anymore, was his point.
Mm-hmm.
I would save the Nationals now, and that's how he's kind of processing this. I find that interesting. But here's another hypothetical like that. Which championship would result in the most juice, excitement, pizzazz in the city? And I do think that's Commanders. That's got to mean something.
It does. That's on the positive side. We've been knocking them around here a little bit, just sort of explaining how far they've fallen. Think of the Capitals parade. Think of the Nationals, jubilance and the whole city coming together and the parade as well.
When people that didn't care about the Capitals were out partying on 7th Street, when people that didn't really care about the Nats got into the Nats, they're doing the baby shark, like all the casual, the pink hat stuff we were referencing earlier today, like the Johnny Come Lately stuff. Nothing wrong with it. Everyone's
welcome.
Come enjoy the party. But they don't know, that Anthony Rendon went to Rice or that Trey Turner got called out in the controversial play. They're just high-fiving at the bullpen, right? If you get that for hockey and baseball, can you imagine what it looks like when your team wins a Super Bowl?
Yeah, I can. And I remember, it won't be the same, but it'll be close. I mean, it's beyond massive. So that's still a positive. It's still the NFL. It's still the one that most people are in on. Therefore, the stakes are higher, right? Like, with all due respect, I'm not trying to beat anybody up here, but if the Washington Castles win a championship, the stakes aren't as high to me, right? Because it doesn't have the swell, it doesn't have the tens of millions of people that are desperate for their team to win, right? And you best them, you best everybody. Now you feel that much more special, which is the case with the NFL. So there is something to be said for that. And again, there's a big confluence of factors. To me, the specifics of why it's 45 instead of 51 or 62, whatever it is, the point is, this used to be 99.7 out of every 100 people. Now it's not. That's the phenomenon to me. That there's even a conversation that they're behind a team in this region in terms of brand affinity is, oh my God, jarring. We've encountered millions of these, Grant, whether it's the attendance figures, the TV numbers that'll come out and we'll go, I can't believe nobody listened to it. You can pay $6 on StubHub and get a pretty decent seat when it's a non-NFC East game. All the million factors. We've seen data points that tell you this is here and it's come, but even still to this level is wow.
Bleeding Burgundy and Gold says, let's flip it. You guys do as much Capitals coverage as you do Commanders currently. Do as little Commanders coverage as you do Caps. Let's see if those ratings reflect the Commanders being the third most popular team in the market. LOL. So I certainly get the idea because as someone who's in radio and who's in the media, the axiom, it has always been that the football team is going to be what you major in because that's where the most people, you're not narrowcasting.
It's a broadcast, yeah.
Right? But I guess two-parter. One, I'm not as convinced of that as I used to be. Now, I'm not going to be the one to try to figure it out, okay? But I do think this idea that you just have to do like 95% Commanders or football, I'm making up a percentage, but is a little bit antiquated because I do think the landscape has changed immensely since we started. When you and I began our show or during the 2012 season with Griffin, very, very different than right now with a lot of people having checked out. But the other thing I would say is, yes, it's true that I think the ratings are better when you're talking football than, say, hockey. Football's massive in this country. It is one of the biggest drugs in the country. The NFL is a machine. It's a juggernaut. It owns a day of the week. It's taking over more days of the week. It's taking over more countries little by little. There is no comparing football to hockey. So I don't think that's necessarily a Commanders Caps point. To some extent, maybe it is. I think it's a football hockey point. We don't just talk about the Commanders. We talk a lot about the NFL. We talk a lot about other teams and other players, and that appeals to people because they love football. It's the most popular sport. It's home base a lot of the time when you're in sports media. Let's go to Joshua in Alexandria. What's up, Josh?
Hey, guys. Thanks for having me on today.
Hey, buddy.
Look, I think you guys are kind of touching on the key point here, which is the NFL is the gorilla in the room. It's the beast. And I think if you ask the question of which league do you follow, football would be hands down the big one. And I think it's important to remember here that what has happened in Washington is the Caps and the Nats have both won championships recently. The Commanders are still recovering from the Dan Snyder era. And, I think that when you just look at attendance at FedEx Field, there are a variety of people who root for NFL teams that aren't the Commanders. And just as you guys just said, I listen to you guys every day, not because I care about your Commanders coverage, but because I care about the NFL. And so I think that the poll is accurate because of that. But two things can be true, which the Commanders could be in third, but people really love the NFL right now.
Oh,
Smart.
Well,
yeah, thank you.
You could take right now out of it. I mean, I don't know that that's changing, and that's been the case for a long time. I don't know when it supplanted baseball as America's pastime.
But it did.
But it did.
I would say in the 90s. What year specifically? Maybe right on the strike, maybe mid-90s, late 90s, maybe early. I don't know, but it happened.
So I'm born in 88.
Yeah. My
My earliest memories as a sports fan are mid-90s. By the time I was really all in and kind of noticed and picked up on things was late 90s. The NFL already had surpassed baseball. Now, baseball had a nice moment with the 98 home run chase, which has been vilified and everybody hates its guts now because of steroids at the time that everyone was okay with. The Ripken streak, like there were some peaks with the valleys for sure. But football has been ahead of baseball as long as I can remember. Let's go to Chris in Hyattsville. What's up, Chris?
What's up? Call up James Wood. Guys, I think that there's a couple of reasons why I think you're getting these results. Right now, as a Commanders fan, really all you have to look forward to are wins and losses, and there haven't been a whole lot of wins. When it comes to the other sports, the Nationals have an excellent fan experience and a great game day experience. They've had recency, but they've also had guys that are worth following, even when the team isn't doing well. Same can be said, like, if I go to a Caps game, maybe I don't expect the Caps to win, but I'm going to see Alexander Ovechkin, right? You can't really say it about the Wizards, but they're fourth place. Aside from hoping that this team wins a game, what is compelling about watching the Washington football franchise? They haven't had a superstar since RG3, and his success was fleeting. The game day experience is terrible. So what else do you have to look forward to aside from crossing your fingers and hoping they eke out 9 wins in a season?
Chris, I think that is spot on. I think that's 100% right.
Yeah.
And I hadn't thought of it that way. There's something sellable. I appreciate the calls always, dude. There hadn't been
Whatever happened to Chris's mic that he bought himself to do his calls? That call was a 10 out of 10.
Yeah.
But if that was on Mike, I mean, that's just him hosting the show.
Now he's doing the show.
He's just killing it.
But I think he's 100% right. You quantified it with the lack of all-pro talent on Washington's football team for so many years, right? Last guy was like a special teamer, punter, the Brandon Sheriff or whatever.
Brandon Sheriff for a year. Before that, it was Matt Turk, the punter in 96.
Right. You're just lacking marquee talent. Big names that are either at the end or failing or whatever. Who knows? But the other teams have still had an attraction. There's still been something, right? Even as the beginning of this bad time for the Nationals, it was still come see the Juan Soto show. The last couple of years now, it's, hey, the young kids are on the way. There's a selling point. With all due respect, how many people are going, I should buy a ticket to see if Terry McLaurin catches a pass from a bad quarterback? There hasn't been that same level of star power.
They need Daniels to be great.
And that's it. That's the difference.
Because he would be the selling point.
He'd be it.
But no, Chris is so on to something. Also, going to a Caps game is a fun experience. It is an event. It is something people do. And like work friends are like, let's go to the Caps game tonight, right?
Mm-hmm.
You get together and you go, and then you go out afterwards. Same with the Nats. You go with 5-6 people at your office. Like I see it all the time over at Nats Park. I have a buddy who was literally there. She came up to me and she's like, "These are my buddies. They listen to the show. That I work with them. Whatever. Talk to those guys." That doesn't really happen over at the X. That's not a thing that you see or experience over at the Pigpen. That is, it doesn't exist. It's not real, but it is with the other sports. That their events, they're fun to be at. The experience is great. That's a big deal they're trying to fix, but good luck. I mean, it's an uphill battle. Everything you do over there is lipstick on a pig. 800-636-1067 is the number. The Post poll says the Commanders are the number 3 team in D.C. behind the Nats and the Caps. Do you buy that? This is the Fan. Do you agree with the Washington Post that the Commanders are the number 3 team among the DC sports Big Four? That's the question on Grant and Danny. Mike Florio joins us top of the hour. He's been covering in detail the NFL, this ongoing lawsuit as it pertains to Sunday Ticket. And there could be some ramifications for being able to watch games out of market for fans all over the country. So we'll talk to him about that at the top of the hour. Let's go to Joe in Arlington on G&D. Joe, you're on the Fan. Thanks.
Yeah, hey there. Yeah, I absolutely believe the poll. I mean, think about it. If for folks 45 and under, the football team has been nothing but misery and dysfunction, whereas the teams they were able to celebrate and party with were the Nats and the Caps. I think that makes an impression, a difference on people. For people 45 or older who were around for at least some of the glory years, they were probably more hardcore Redskin fans. But the key word is Redskins. We had our heritage taken from us. It's now kind of an illegitimate franchise, an expansion team. And for a lot of people, including myself, that makes a difference in terms of interest level and favorability. 5 years ago, I would have said, yes, I'm a fan of the Caps. Yes, I'm a fan of the Nats. Yes, I'm a fan of the Redskins. Now I would say, yes, I'm a fan of the Caps. Yes, I'm a fan of the Nats. I'm not a fan of the Commanders.
Wow.
Yeah.
We always wonder, like, how many people are like that out there. That is what a sample is, theoretically, is he represents a collection.
Yeah, he's 27 people, according to like that, if you extrapolate. Yeah.
Exactly. And I do think that, yeah, I know that the feelings change. It has happened for a lot of us. It's relatable content. When it's a different name than what you grew up with, and when the colors are a little different, and as the players come and go, and that's always going to be the case. But you have to keep making the choice of essentially opting in, and it got harder to do that a couple of years ago to the same extent that you once did. Tyler, Richmond, home of the Spiders. What's up?
Hey, happy Monday, guys.
About it.
No, I completely disagree with the poll. It's 2 reasons. The first one, lesser said than the other, but Grant, you hinted at it earlier. It's got to be partially seasonal. I mean, the fact that the Nats are well overperforming right now, the Caps went on a crazy run with a -40 goal differential to make the playoffs. I mean, they're both hot topics right now. The Commanders aren't. Second thing, and the caller 2 callers ago hit the nail on the head, there's just a general apathy around the team. I mean, I didn't see the poll, but if I had seen it, I don't think I would have voted. Like, it's like an almost regretful thing to tell people that you're a Commanders fan. And there's just not been an excitement for the last 12 years. It was like that guy was saying. I mean, are you going to be more excited about a 3-6 rookie-led RG3 team or a 6-3 Alex Smith team? I mean, it's no comparison.
Appreciate you, buddy. Thank you.
Thanks, man. I was just trying to look this up. This poll was conducted right during the NFL draft that week. So it's not as I understand it's not exactly mid-season. It's not as if, the football team was started off 5-2 or something.
Yeah, it was the end of the Cap season right before the playoffs, I think. It was, let me see, they played the Rangers. No, as a matter of fact, it was during the Caps playoffs against the Rangers, literally. It was during the first month of the Nats season. But yeah, you're right. It was during the NFL draft.
I mean, this is the height of, or is it Jaden Daniels? Like the excitement, the building, the buzz. There was interest in that. And that's still the data. I understand it's not as good as it would be if it was prime season, but it wasn't like it's right now. It wasn't tumbleweed time.
Right now it's tumbleweeds. Yeah. It was a good time for football fans, for Commanders fans. Picking second. Andre, what's up? Andre Manassas.
Hey, so I think the poll is absolutely 100% correct, but I think there's some caveats here. I think for the most part, you guys said it earlier, football is king. And this is a transient town now, and people haven't really let go of their home football team. They let go of their hockey team, they let go of their baseball team, and both for the Nats and Caps.
Totally.
But they're not letting go of their football team. And the other part about it is, like I said, this town is a transient town. I think the biggest concern would be how many true Washingtonians are no longer Redskins Commanders fans. I feel as though the question was, phrased how it was, but I think we're kind of extrapolate, that, wow, all these Washingtonian fans, hardcore Washingtonians, people who've been in 20, 30 years are now pulling for the Commanders. And I don't think that's true. I think if you moved into the city 2-3 years ago, you're a Washington fan, and you're not a Commander fan. So,
okay,
I believe
that might be
survey's correct.
Here's how they phrased it, Trey. Thanks for the call, buddy. Sports fans in the D.C. area. So you could absolutely be polled as a DC resident who is a sports fan who loves 3 Boston teams and the Nats, or or something like that. I like all the Boston teams, but I've become a Caps fan. Let's go to John in Herndon. What's up, John? You get the last word on this.
Okay, guys. Hey, I agree with most everything that everybody raised, but I think there are 2 things to keep in mind. First, polls are suspect. When you look at the numbers between number 1 and number 3, what is it, 12-point difference? But I think the more important telling point really is seasonal sports. You look at the cities in the north that have 4 franchises, the Bears rule, the Giants rule. Here in D.C., I think it's partly the 2 recent championships come in the other sports, and I think also it's the whatever his fucking name, Snyder, dysfunction. But I think people are just waiting and seeing, and I think NFL will come back roaring with 5 years of success.
Appreciate you, buddy.
Thank you, buddy. Yeah, I mean, the dysfunctional element is essential. I mean, I think that's part of what drove so many people away. It changed the attendance. It changed the way people view it. I think that's the thing.
Mike Florio is going to join us next from Pro Football Talk. I saw him writing this weekend about what could be changing for the NFL depending on what happens with this Sunday ticket lawsuit. We'll dive into that with him next on The Fan. As the exclusive sponsor for our show, the law firm of Kondorian Murad can guide you and your family in the right direction. They'll help you draft a will, set up a trust, create a power of attorney, schedule a free consultation with their estate planning attorneys at kmlawyers.com. Be sure to tell them Grant and Danny sent you. You'll get a discount. kmlawyers.com. Chance tomorrow at 4 to win tickets to the Giant Barbecue Battle. Make sure you're listening at that time. We're taking you up to 6:30 tonight. Stretch run here, and we get to the BetQL guest hotline to welcome onto the show our guy Mike Florio of Pro Football Talk. Bunch of things we can ask him about around the NFL, but the reason I reached out to him yesterday was the work he's been doing to cover what's going on with the NFL and a class action lawsuit that involves Sunday Ticket. So, Mike, I actually just wanted you to first, I guess, explain what's going on. I got a bunch of these little cards sent to me in the mail as a longtime Sunday Ticket guy, and I didn't bother to read them or get involved. So what am I missing out on?
Well, you're not missing out on anything. You'll be part of the class. There are millions of end consumers, bar owners, et cetera, in this class action that started back in 2015. It's taken 9 years to get to trial. At one point, the case was thrown out. Appeals court put it back in. It really all comes down to how the NFL sells Sunday Ticket. And there are two big issues as far as consumers are concerned. Number one, there's evidence to support the idea that the NFL artificially required the price for Sunday Ticket to be high enough that it would cause enough people to not get it, so they would watch their local affiliate, whatever game CBS and Fox was making available. There was a document in the opening statement where Fox insists on a certain price point because the idea is they want people to just turn on their TV and watch whatever games are available through their rabbit ear antennas, their local cable system, their online provider that has local channels, whatever, and not watch out-of-market games through the Sunday Ticket package. That's issue one. Issue two is, and I've sensed this has been a problem since I first became aware of Sunday Ticket, but I didn't care. I just wanted to be able to watch the games of one team that didn't play in the market that I lived in. You don't have the option to just get the games of the team that doesn't play in the market you live in. And they market it that way for Saints fans in New York, Packers fans in Pittsburgh. This is how you get it. Yeah, but you can't just buy those games. You got to buy the whole damn thing, the whole enchilada, the full price. And this is part of this notion that the NFL is violating the antitrust laws by fixing the prices, telling DirecTV and now YouTube TV what they must charge for this in order to protect their deals with CBS and Fox. That's what it's all about. And if they lose, I think we end up being able to buy Sunday Ticket cheaper. And I think we possibly end up being able to buy it one team at a time, 1 week at a time, even one game at a time if we want to.
What's the NFL stance?
We didn't do anything wrong. I mean, that's the usual. Yeah. Anybody that's ever sued, we didn't do anything wrong. You should throw the case out. Here are the legal grounds. We're going to spend tens of thousands, if not hundreds of thousands of dollars on lawyers who are billing by the hour to research and write and churn and throw everything we have at this case so we never have to go to trial. And they've failed to keep it from going to trial. The NFL is very adept at avoiding trial, and they're very good at winning when they go to trial. Remember the major antitrust case brought by the USFL 37 years ago? It went to trial, and the NFL lost, but the verdict was $1. It's going to be more than $1 if they lose in this case. Now, the high end of the damages are $7 billion, and under antitrust law, they get tripled. So $21 billion, I mean, that is what caught the attention of a lot of people. I don't know that they can prove $7 billion. That's part of what the plaintiffs have to do. But if the NFL loses, it won't be $1. It might be closer to $1 than $7 billion, but it's not going to be $1.
What are the chances that they lose and that there is a difference for the consumer, for our listeners, in terms of what they're allowed to do in the way of Sunday Ticket moving forward?
Well, my sense is that it's difficult to understand what's happening because there's hardly any coverage for this trial. So I have to search and look and see. And, you know, it wasn't in my plans for the summer to spend multiple weeks in Los Angeles sitting in a courtroom. So that's not part of my agenda. It's a small piece of what we cover, but there isn't a lot out there. I think the NFL's primary arguments are legal arguments, that the broadcast antitrust exemption applies to this, that they shouldn't even be in court. I think they've already tried something along those lines to get the case thrown out. Like I said earlier, it was thrown out and then it was reinstated. But on the facts of the case, I don't think they have many good arguments. I found an item in the Hollywood Reporter where Beth Wilkinson, a name that you guys surely remember from the initial Dan Snyder Commanders investigation, she did an opening statement that talked about how much CBS pays Tony Romo, and I don't know how that factors into this. And she made some argument about Seinfeld was exclusive property of NBC, and they could televise it whenever they wanted to. I don't think they have a lot of factual defenses. I think that they did what they're accused of doing. The question is, do they get lucky with the jury? Do they get lucky with the verdict? But I think that what's going to happen is whatever the end result of this, it's going to get tied up on appeal as the NFL does everything it can to try to turn this thing over and knock whatever the final number is down to zero.
Mike Florio with us here on Grant and Danny. So in your view, Mike, is the NFL, I don't know how to say this the right way, but I don't want to get anyone in trouble, but did they do this? Like, does this make sense? Does 1 + 1 = 2 here in terms of trying to make sure the price point is so outrageously high, probably higher than it needs to be?
Everything that I've seen in the reporting on the case, and I've been following it for years now, suggests that they have what they consider smoking guns, where the NFL specifically insisted on a certain price point in order to protect the arrangements they have with CBS and Fox. Apparently one document that was shown at opening statement, I may have mentioned this earlier, I'm sorry, it's been a long day, but Fox said, this is what we want. We want it to be no cheaper than this. And Apple reportedly was going to buy the rights when the DirecTV contract expired, and Apple just wanted to include it in the current cost of Apple TV Plus, which is what, $6.99 a month? They were just going to include it. Oh, no. We can't do that. The NFL told them they couldn't do it. That's the allegation. And I think based on everything I've seen, the plaintiffs are going to have a not too difficult time proving that. And of course, the NFL will always have an answer for everything. But I think at the end of the day, the facts are the facts. And it sure seems like the NFL, and this is what they do with a lot of things, like with gambling. Like there are things they should really be concerned about, but they get so caught up in stuffing money into their pockets. Their attitude is, let's just make as much money as we can, and we'll worry about the problems later. Maybe we'll never have to worry about the problems. Maybe it'll never come to fruition. Let's just keep making as much money as we possibly can grab and stuff in our coffers.
Mike Florio, Pro Football Talk, here on Grant and Danny. How realistic and how soon is it that the league is going to completely reshape its offseason schedule? We heard a lot of talk about that last week.
Yeah, and it was really odd to me that most of the players who were asked about it didn't know about it. Now, if I'm a player, do I want to hear about this revolutionary proposal that the union has concocted to dramatically overhaul the offseason program from my union rep, from union management, or do I want to read about it in a tweet from a reporter whose paycheck is signed by Roger Goodell? I mean, if that's how I'm finding out about it, I'm a little fishy about what's really going on here, and I'm a little curious about it. I haven't seen many players who have said they love this idea. There have been union reps that have said, I don't like the idea. Ryan Kelly, who's on the executive committee, sounded ambivalent at best about the possibility. So, my big takeaway when I saw that they were putting the proposal together, because we reported back in February they were looking into it. But when it came out, they're putting a proposal together. Look, you guys know right now, the union and everybody else who's paying attention knows that the NFL is expected in the next year and a half to make a proposal to expand the regular season to 18 games. So if you're the union, why are you asking for something when you're otherwise in a position where you should be expecting the league to come to you and say, we want to play 18 games? Take this time to put together the maximum list of things you want. So when they say we want 18 games, you say this is what we want in return. It's just one of the subtleties of negotiation. You don't want to make the first move. Get your stuff together. Wait for the league to come to you about 18 games and then do this thing. Because even if the league wants this, when the union asks for it, this is part and parcel of the collective bargaining. The league's response is going to be, what's in it for us? What are you going to do for us? That's how it works when you have a collective bargaining agreement and you're proposing a change to it. You just don't make a change unilaterally. You give something up. So I think their best play is sit back and wait and make sure your rank and file really want this, because I've yet to get the impression the rank and file really does.
Mike, so years ago, I lived in New York, and I'm a DC guy, so I'm a Washington fan, and I couldn't get the games. I had to go to some bar or so, and I eventually just started going to a barbecue joint, and I got a bunch of my friends to come with me because we couldn't get DirecTV in my building. There was a whole thing, whatever, and I couldn't get Sunday ticket. And it was the biggest hassle in the world. And so I was, kvetching about this back then that I had no access. I was locked out being able to watch my team, and I was stuck watching the Giants and the Jets. Is this now one of the major steps that you think is going to sort of change the way people may be able to consume it if they're out of market forever? Is this kind of a big domino potential to fall?
Well, there's two ways to look at this. One, in the narrowest sense, it could force the NFL to let whoever gets the package to price it however they see fit without some minimum required by the league. Or also make it available if you just want Washington games, if you live in New York or whatever the case may be, or you just want this one weekend coming up. There's a lot of great games this weekend. I'm willing to buy the full week of Sunday Ticket league-wide. Whatever the case may be, you have a lot more freedom. The other way to look at this, if this thing goes completely as far as it can against the NFL, you could have the teams required to sell their out-of-market packages team by team, one by one. So you could have all the Cowboys games available beyond the individual markets where the Cowboys would otherwise be on free TV, sold by Amazon. You could have the Packers games on Google. You could have Amazon buy up all the rights if they wanted to, but it would be sold team by team. And that's what the NFL has been trying to avoid for years now. They got a broadcast antitrust exemption that, as it's written, you can argue only applies to over-the-air broadcast. You could argue it doesn't apply to cable, doesn't apply to satellite, and definitely doesn't apply to streaming. So this fight is out there, and I think part of it is stuffed into this current case. But that's the nuclear option that would be ultimately great for fans. Think about a college Saturday. Games are on all day long. Games are on every channel that carries sports practically. You could, maybe without having to buy Sunday Ticket, just put on Fox and there's Steelers Eagles, and you put on CBS and there's Cowboys Giants, and you put on FS1 and there's another game, and you put on ESPN and there's another game. I mean, in theory, it could be like the college packages, especially if the end result is the NFL has to sell these team by team. Now, that could create chaos as it relates to revenue sharing and the salary cap and whatnot, so that could be a bad outcome for fans. But there's a sweet spot there where the league holds its competitive integrity through the salary cap and they share their revenue. But at the same time, these games are easier for all of us to see without having to plunk down, what is it, $350, $400 a year for Sunday Ticket.
Spinning around the headlines in the NFL with Mike Florio, Pro Football Talk. I'm a spring football guy. I believe we are brothers in arms in this. I saw you tweeting that you enjoyed the season over the weekend. But I'm curious how the business of ball went for the UFL in year one here with the merger. The Rock was not nearly as involved or certainly public facing as I expected when they said he was still in the mix. Having said that, thoroughly enjoy the product. I mean, we're here in DC where the attendance is still pretty good. It's like number 2, I think, behind St. Louis maybe in the whole league. What were the numbers like? What was the TV ratings like to in terms of sustainability for this thing?
The ratings were north of 800,000 on average, which was better than last year for either the USFL or the XFL, which came together to create this 8-team UFL. Now, a lot of the games were on broadcast, and there's still strength in being available on over-the-air 3-letter network TV. Fox and ABC did a lot of the games. That leads to naturally higher ratings. I'd been skeptical about spring football. The AAF, I thought, was just kind of poorly run and not well capitalized. And it always felt like they were flying a little too close to the sun on wings of pastrami, and it fell apart barely after it got started. The XFL in 2020 was promising with Vince McMahon bringing it back. The pandemic screwed it up. And then USFL and XFL, it never really felt like it was getting traction. And something about combining the leagues, it's worked. There are some mistakes they've made. There are some marketing failures. I don't know why they had the game last night start at 7 o'clock, an hour before the NBA game. I think it got lost in the shuffle. And they had a great opportunity and they knew or should have known the NFL was going to adopt that XFL electric football kickoff formation that we're going to see this year. And when they put the XFL and the USFL together, they didn't use that kickoff. I mean, they would have gotten natural interest from NFL fans who knew what was coming with the NFL kickoff formation, and people would have watched just to see what the hell this thing is going to look like, and maybe they would have been interested, and maybe they would have kept watching.
On that front, do you feel like they did a good enough job promotion-wise? I am not interested. But I also, wasn't seeking it out. But I feel like I never knew when the games were on. I never really, was able to navigate to a good website to sort of figure things out. Maybe it's my own user error there, Mike, but I just feel like they weren't really very good at getting in front of eyeballs.
No, I think you're right. Their website isn't the easiest thing in the world to navigate. It wasn't as obvious when the games were going to be on. And look, the problem is because it doesn't have a big following, it's a chicken and the egg thing. There were some interesting storylines last week. Tez Tabor of the San Antonio Brahmas was just flat out saying he was going to try to hit St. Louis Battlehawks quarterback A.J. McCarron as hard as he could because he had an injured ankle, and he was making no bones about it. It would have been the biggest story in sports if it was happening in the NFL. And there's been other things. I mean, the guy that won the league MVP award, they got benched on Saturday and might not even play in the UFL championship. So I just don't think there's enough natural interest to justify the coverage, and then you don't get the coverage and you don't get the interest, and it's just kind of, it's got to churn that way. But there's got to be an effort by the league to affirmatively get people to cover the sport. They got to appeal to in the local market. They got to appeal to the radio stations. They got to appeal to the newspapers. They got to appeal to the national platforms like mine. They got to be more aggressive, and they just got to have a better idea. Like the first week of the year, they knew St. Louis was going to be a great market. Have St. Louis playing at home the first weekend. So you turn it on and you see a full stadium. There's not like a full stadium to make you think something is worth watching. The draft weekend, and I don't know how they could have worked this out logistically, but why not have the Michigan Panthers play at Ford Field draft weekend when all those thousands of people are there? Maybe on the Sunday after the draft ends, or you start the game that night, you get 20,000 people who wander into Ford Field to watch that game. So there were just a lot of little things that I just don't feel like they have strategically buttoned up that they really need to work on.
It's a great idea. It's a great point. I'll let you go on this one.
One thing they have great, though, I'm sorry to interrupt you.
Go.
They're great with officiating transparency. And they've got Dean Blandino and Mike Pereira, and it is a master class on what the NFL should be doing with us seeing and hearing everything that's happening behind the curtain when they're doing replay review. The NFL needs to adopt that as soon as possible. The UFL has perfected that.
Yeah, totally agree. That is a no-brainer. I don't know that the league will ever get on board, but it would certainly add a lot as a consumer. Last one, I saw you've written a lot about this. Have we found out, or when are we going to find out what the deal is with the tampering? I think Cousins, there were two players, maybe the Falcons and one other team, right?
Yeah, the Saquon Barkley situation with the Giants and the Eagles.
Yeah.
James Franklin, the Penn State coach, blurted out that Howie Roseman, the GM of the Eagles, made the pitch directly to Barkley about all the Penn State fans that are also Eagles fans, and that's what sparked the investigation of the Eagles. Now, that seemed kind of flimsy, but they may have, sometimes a witch hunt finds a witch, and they may have gotten evidence to show that that was a communication that happened. And the key is during that 52-hour window where agents are allowed to negotiate directly with teams before free agency starts, the teams just can't communicate with the players directly under any circumstances. Kirk Cousins blurted out arguably 4 different ways that the Falcons tampered with him. This Eagles thing is pending. Adam Schefter reported draft week that the outcome possibly was going to be announced. The NFL said, no, it's not. Then last Sunday, he said last week it was likely to come, and it didn't. And look, in fairness to him, he never said it's definitely coming. And it wouldn't be the first time that, the entity that is going to make the news sees a report that an announcement is coming and just decides, well, we're going to delay it just, so that report was wrong. That is hardly unprecedented if that's what happened. But regardless, it feels like, based upon the way it's been reported, the Eagles are going to get waxed, and I think the precedent would suggest a third-round pick for them, and the Falcons are going to get it worse, maybe a first-round pick or maybe even more. You think about the fact the Dolphins lost a 1 and a 3 for attempting to tamper with Sean Payton and Tom Brady a couple of years ago. They didn't even get either guy. The Falcons tampered with Cousins and got Cousins. I won't be surprised if they lose at least a first-round pick.
Mike, thank you as always, buddy. Have a great week.
Thanks, guys.
We'll see you, man.
Go check out Mike Florio, Pro Football Talk. New record.
Is that the fastest we've ever seen?
That was the new record for hang-up speed, I believe.
I mean, it wasn't even close. I mean, I looked down as soon as he said bye, it was gone.
I didn't even hear the S on thanks, guys. I heard a click. I heard thanks, guys.
That was a new record.
Yeah.
Ryan, I thought Ryan might have accidentally hung up on him. It was so fast.
I think he purposely hung up on us is what happened.
It's every time. Actually, I wanted to bring it up to them before going on, just being like, hey, like, what is your method to the madness? Is why you hang up so quickly, but not get to that point.
Guy.
He's got stuff going
I know.
on.
He probably also views our thank you on air as sufficient. we like to go above and beyond here on the
You're getting the double thank you, the
Danny
on and
radio
off
program.
Yeah.
We're going to formalize this thing off air. By the way, a first-round pick for tampering for the Falcons, going and getting Cousins, would be a disaster.
Well, how could they pick another quarterback?
Well, you wasted your first-round pick this time.
Mm-hmm.
Not to say that Penix won't eventually potentially be a good starter.
But now's not the time.
But if in 2 straight years you get Penix and then no first-round pick, you will have added nothing to help Kirk Cousins in this couple-year window try to go win. I don't think it'll be a first-round pick. That seems crazy. Everybody's tampering. Can we stop pretending?
Yeah.
Everyone's doing it.
But everybody was cheating in college sports too, but just you don't get caught, and then the bad stuff happens.
I guess so. All right, let's go through, hit the headlines here on our way out. Dan Hurley said no to the Lakers, turned down the 6 years and the $70 million offer. He was saying last night, according to reports, that it was an enticing offer. He was mulling it. I have to imagine he got a fat payday to stay at UConn.
You would think. He's an outstanding college basketball coach, and this is going to sound like I'm criticizing him. I'm not. You've seen his games. You've seen his style. You probably can't do that for 82 games plus playoffs. You probably aren't going to be able to yell at people who are like the same age as you. Some of the veterans, guys like LeBron or Anthony Davis, and that intensity doesn't translate as well when you're dealing with grown men. I don't know how that was going to work. I would have been fascinated to have seen it. But yeah, he got it. I'm sure he got a tidy raise up at UConn to go for a three-peat.
I think he did okay. Speaking of staying put, Mike Tomlin, a 3-year extension with the Pittsburgh Steelers, one of the longest tenured, most successful coaches in the National Football League. Tomlin has been the head coach in Pittsburgh since 2007. At 35 years old, he won a Super Bowl in his second season at age 36. He is now 52. This will be his 18th year. He has never, ever finished below 500. Now that, and $5 will get you a donut or two. He has finished 500, I believe, 4 times. He's finished narrowly above 500 a bunch lately, but never once have they had a losing season in 18 years if they pull it off this year under Mike Tomlin.
That is an excellent football coach. Now, this happens, right? Sometimes think of a director or a producer, somebody that's got a great batting average, a great track record. Like Martin Scorsese, nothing but smashes. He goes to Netflix and he's like, can I make a movie that's 4 hours? And they're like, sure, Martin, we're not going to edit it. That's part of the deal. Mike Tomlin's got a little too much sway, a little too much loyalty to bad assistants with bad offenses or something. That's a great football coach. You just need to wrestle away a little bit of control from like personnel, coaching staff type stuff, and you'll get the sweet music again. But I don't know how you do that because that guy is so good.
Mercedes Lewis has to just be the greatest teammate ever. He's got to just be a guy that everybody loves having in their building. He just signed to go back to Chicago at 40 years old.
I cannot believe that.
40 years old. Like, someone needs to study this man in a laboratory. How is he doing it? He's not a quarterback. He's a tight end. He's taking on people at the line of scrimmage. He's throwing blocks. He has never really been great. He had some good years a long, long time ago, and he caught 50 balls. But it's mostly 15, 20 catches, blocks. He stands there and looks good in a uniform. 40-year-old Mercedes Lewis, year 2 at the Bears, back with Chicago. He's played in Jacksonville forever, Green Bay, and now the Bears. Only 3 stops, 12 in Jacksonville, 5 in Green Bay, 2 in Chicago. Year 19 at 40 for Mercedes Lewis.
He's part of the 2006 draft class. Like, what?
I was in high school. Think about that.
Has your life changed at all since then?
Just a little
I
bit.
mean, can you imagine? That's unbleeping believable.
I think it's amazing. I legitimately. I mean, that's really incredible that at 40, he can still do it physically.
I wouldn't have guessed 11 years in Jacksonville either. That's insane.
That's
11
true.
years in Jacksonville.
He's been the second or third option in Jacksonville for the better part of my lifetime, basically.
NBA Finals
Right.
idle tonight, 2-0 lead for the Boston Celtics. Meanwhile, though, the Stanley Cup final continues this evening. Edmonton and Florida. The Panthers took a 1-0 series lead in game 1, 8 o'clock East time. Puck drop coming up in about an hour and a half. ABC, ESPN Plus. Florida at home looking to go up 2-0 Boston style.
So Edmonton needs to get going here. Best player on the planet, little Connor McDavid. Probably time for him to shine. That one's in Florida as well, you said?
Yes.
By the way, huge TV numbers. The up almost 50% year over year or over multiple years. not that far behind the NBA Finals Game 1. Pretty damn impressive for the NHL.
I think it was over 8 million.
Yeah, it was just over 8 million. I saw.
Not that surprising to me that it's up huge because they're now all over ESPN. They're on ABC, as Mike Florio was just saying, with the UFL getting almost 1 million on a network. It helps. Those 3-letter networks will do you some good. So game being on ESPN, ESPN is big, but ABC in this case also huge. Florida, by the way, seems like it's their time. They got here last year. They're knocking on the door for a few years. Just so complete, so good. Trying to take that 2-0 series lead. They shut out Edmonton, that high-octane offense, 3-0. Not as close. I would say the game was closer than that, an empty net goal at the end, but really, really entertaining. Game 1, they played very well. So enjoy the game tonight. And there you go. There are your headlines as we say goodbye on Grant and Danny. What do you got on the schedule tonight?
I am at DTL Sports Center in Fairfax. It's 2 club pros, an actual professional pickleball player, and then me. That's the foursome.
Pickleball Rouye.
Yeah, I'm gonna get smacked around a little bit.
For Darius and Ryan. Grant and Danny saying so long. Linnell's got overtime coming your way next. Thanks for listening on The Fan, watching us on YouTube, checking us out via the Odyssey app, however you did it. We appreciate you. Also, brand new episode of Bustin' Loose Baseball dropped this morning. A mailbag episode. We got dozens and dozens of questions from Nats fans. We answered about an hour long just on the Nationals baseball pod. If you want to listen to it, go find it wherever you get your audio. Bustin' Loose Baseball. Linnell next with overtime.
Thank you for coming.